Chapter 1335. Lu Kanjun, where are Wei Zuocheng and Little Fishy now? Are they safe? Qing Yao Jin led an army of 50,000 and headed straight for the Chui family. On the way, Iron Egg found Lu Rengui and asked. Lu Rengui saw that Iron Egg was only 10 years old and was following the army to battle. He couldn't help but feel surprised, so he asked, "Little brother, you are?" Iron Egg replied as he walked, "Everyone calls me Iron Egg." "Oh, Meng Wenhao and I were the ones receiving the telegrams you sent out of the city. We are good friends with Little Fishy, so we are very worried about her safety." Lu Rengui suddenly understood and asked, "Then you should both be students of Yanhuang College, right? I heard from Miss Li Yu that this telegraph was invented by the Marquis of Yong'an. I think only his students would use this kind of thing." Iron Egg nodded and said, "Yes. We are both my master's students. My master is also very interested in you, Lu Kanjun. He hopes that after this war, you can come with me to Chang'an City." When Lu Rengui heard Iron Egg call Li Zishuan master, he thought that all the students of Yanhuang College called Li Zishuan that way, so he didn't make a fuss. However, when he heard the last sentence, his eyes widened and he said, "I have never met the Marquis of Yong'an. How did he know me?" Tai Dan thought about it and said, "Although my master lives in Cloud Mountain, he knows about the world's affairs. He's an extraordinary person. He knows that you're brave and resourceful, so he cherishes you." What's so strange about that? This child helped Li Zishuan to show off. Li Zishuan's image in Lu Rengui's mind instantly became tens of thousands of times higher. Living in the mountains but knowing about the world, wasn't this the work of a god? At this moment, Lu Rengui only thought of Li Zishuan as one of those immortals on earth. He hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully and said, "I am indebted to Marquis Yong, and for thinking so highly of me. After this matter is over, I will personally go to Chang'an to pay him a visit." Iron Egg turned his head and looked at Pang Feiji behind him. Pang Feiji quickly gave him a thumbs up. With this, old Pang's mission in Jianghu was completed. Chicken Bro was full of admiration for Iron Egg. Ahem. "Big brother Lu, where are little you, and the rest?" Iron Egg coughed lightly and returned to the topic at hand. "Oh. They are all in the tunnel of Wanning workshop. They are very safe. Brother Iron Egg, you don't have to worry. I will take you there after we destroy the Chui family." Great-grandfather. Tai Gong. Something bad has happened. In the Chui residence, the old housekeeper hurriedly ran to Chui Junshuo's bedroom and shouted anxiously. Chui Junshuo, who was sleeping on the couch, was suddenly awakened. He quickly opened his eyes and said, "What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Come in and tell me." "Yes. Great-grandfather." The old housekeeper pushed the door open and entered. At this time, Chui Junshuo had already sat up. The old housekeeper bowed and said, "Great-grandfather, something bad has happened. At the east gate, the new soldiers guarding the city mutinied. They killed Adjunct Huang and then opened the gate to let the army in. Great-grandfather, quickly take the young master and escape." "What? The army outside the city has entered the city?" When Chui Junshuo heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. It's over. It's all over. Once the army enters the city, the Chui family will definitely be wiped out. Great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. You must escape. We still have 30,000 shadow guards and 5,000 men of sacrifice. Please take the young master and escape." The housekeeper knelt down beside the bed and said anxiously. "Yes. Escape. The Chui family cannot be destroyed. It's better to leave some hope. Immediately let Qi Li lead the hall of worship, the men of sacrifice, and the shadow guards to escort the young master out of the city." Chui Junshuo's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed a ray of light, and he quickly ordered. "Great-grandfather, what about you? I'm old and I've lived enough. I won't escape. Housekeeper, you've been with me for so many years." Later, take advantage of the chaos and escape. Cui Junchuo sighed. A man's words were kind when he was about to die. At this moment, a rare trace of kindness appeared in his heart. Great-grandfather, I've been with the Cui family all my life. Where can I go? I'm willing to live and die with the Cui family. Cui Junchuo patted the old housekeeper's shoulder and was speechless. General Cheng, the Cui family now has 30,000 shadow guards and many Jianghu experts. General Cheng, please be careful. When they were about to reach the Cui family's residence, Lu Rengui cupped his fists and said to Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin laughed carelessly and said, "Hee hee. That's good. I've come all the way from Chang'an to Zhengzhou, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Tonight, I'll use the shadow guards of the Cui family as practice for the little brats below. Hurry up, don't let the Cui family escape." Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk while they were talking, a large number of soldiers suddenly rushed out of the gate in front of them. In front of the army was a young man wearing a scholar's robe. He was riding on a horse and was urging the people behind him. Hurry up. Now that the guards outside the city are empty, let's go out from the south gate. Qing Yaojin narrowed his eyes and said, Lu Rong, bring 10,000 men to the Cui family's residence to capture Cui Junchuo. The rest of you, follow me. Don't let them escape. Yes, General. A general behind Qing Yaojin quickly took the order and left. Qing Yaojin shouted, Chase. All of you, chase after them. Don't let the Cui family escape. Yes, sir. The army started moving. Qing Yaojin took the lead and rode his horse at the front. Lu Rengui, Iron Egg, Pang Feiji and the rest quickly followed behind and chased after them. Not good. There are pursuers. Qi Li, get your men to stop the pursuers. The rest of you, follow me and escape from the south gate. When Cui Xuanji heard the commotion behind him, he turned around and was immediately shocked. He said to Qi Li beside him with a panicked expression. Qi Li frowned. Although he did not want to agree to this difficult task, he thought that Cui Xuanji was now the young leader of the Cui family. If he could really escape, he would benefit a lot in the future. So he braced himself and said to the two people beside him, Third brother, fourth brother, protect the young master well. I will bring up the rear. Wang Wangjin and Ming Huan cupped their fists and said, Big brother, you must come back alive. Qi Li smiled and said, Don't worry. If I want to escape, no one can stop me. After that, he laughed and led thousands of Cui family's shadow guards toward Qing Yaojin's army. Cui Xuanji, on the other hand, quickly summoned the remaining troops and ran toward the south gate without looking back. General Cheng, your opponent is us. If you want to pass through this road, you have to pass through us first. Qi Li led 5,000 shadow guards and blocked the path of Qing Yaojin's army. Guangqing County was not like Chang'an City. The distance between the streets was small. Naturally, the streets were not as wide as those in Chang'an City. 6 or 7 people standing side by side basically blocked the entire road. Therefore, Qi Li and the others had completely blocked off the path. Hey! You talk big. Oh, you're a grandmaster. I, Old Cheng, will fight you. Lu Rengui, take 20,000 men and go around the side streets to chase after the Cui family. Leave these people to me. Qing Yaojin narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Li. Suddenly, his eyes burned with the fire of war. But his mind was still clear. He knew that he could not let anyone from the Cui family escape tonight. So he ordered Lu Rengui. This was also a test for Lu Rengui. Yes. General Cheng. Lu Rengui clasped his fists and left. Cui Xuanji's plan was perfect. He let Qi Li block Qing Yaojin while he slipped away from the South City Gate. Once he reached the South City Gate, he could recruit the guards near the South City Gate. Wouldn't his strength increase by several times? But sometimes, dreams were full, but reality was harsh. Just as he reached the South City Gate, Cui Xuanji found that it was already chaotic. The recruits at the East City Gate rebelled. How could the South City Gate be spared? The recruits and veterans here were also fighting. In the beginning, the Chui family had recruited 250,000 new soldiers with 50,000 old soldiers, 30,000 shadow guards and 20,000 government soldiers, as the foundation to expand into a 300,000-strong army. However, their foundation was not solid enough. Moreover, the Chui family's recent actions had really made those new soldiers bitterly disappointed. In addition, Lu Rengui had raised his arms and led a group of people to rebel against the Chui family at the East City Gate. The time bombs that the Chui family had buried finally exploded on this night. Now, in Guangxing County, the recruits who knew that the Imperial Army had entered the city all picked up their weapons and fought with the veterans who usually shouted at them. When Chui Xuanji arrived at the South City Gate, he saw this scene. 50,000 to 60,000 recruits were fighting 5,000 to 6,000 veterans. It was basically 10 against 1, and veterans were dying in pools of blood. Chui Xuanji gritted his teeth and said, "Go to the West City Gate." Haha. Young Master Chui, you can't go anywhere today. Stay here. While Chui Xuanji was hesitating, Lu Rengui arrived with the army. Go. Go. Kill them. Chui Xuanji's expression changed and he said viciously. Clang. Wang Wangjin and Ming Huan looked at each other, drew their swords, and stabbed at Lu Rengui. They knew that it was impossible for them to fight their way out in this situation. Almost everyone in Guangxing County was House Chui's enemy. They might as well capture Lu Rengui and force the Imperial Army to retreat and let them out of the city. It was a good plan, but Lu Rengui was someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. How could he be so weak? He took 2 steps back and then fell on his back. He didn't fall completely, but when he was close to the ground, he put 2 fingers on the ground to support his weight. With this step and fall, he dodged Wang Wangjin and Ming Huan's fatal attack. Go. That's the young master of House Chui. It's a great achievement to capture him. Don't let him get away. Taking the opportunity, Lu Rengui circulated his internal energy and roared. His shout, which was infused with internal energy, not only stirred up the emotions of the soldiers behind him, they all drew their swords and charged at Chui Xuanji. Even the new soldiers who were fighting with the old soldiers at the city gate all looked at Chui Xuanji. Obviously, they wanted to make a contribution and take revenge at the same time. Their current situation was all thanks to House Chui. Kill. Lu Rengui's army of 20,000 charged at Chui Xuanji and his secret guards. Many new soldiers at the city gate also changed their direction of attack and charged at Chui Xuanji. Despicable. Wang Wangjin and Ming Huan's expressions changed. They wanted to go back to help, but Lu Rengui wouldn't let them go. His right hand twirled his saber, and he took the initiative to attack Wang Liangzhen and Ming Huan. Colonel Lu, let me help you. Iron Egg was anxious. He raised his Mo sword and joined the battle. Since he started drawing qi into his body last year, he had trained hard for almost a year before entering the body refining realm. Although Wang Wangjin and Ming Huan were both experts in the qi transformation realm, Iron Egg wasn't afraid. He had seen experts in the Grandmaster realm. How could he back down because of 2 small fries in the qi transformation realm? Brother Iron Egg, be careful. These 2 are very strong. Lu Rengui warned as he launched his attack. Colonel Lu, don't worry. I only need to help you hold one person back. With a leap, Bruiser arrived in front of Ming Huan. He had chosen Ming Huan because he was relatively weak. He had only just entered the qi transformation realm. Humph. You want to stop me with just you, a brat who's still wet behind the ears? Ming Huan snorted coldly. Then his body moved in a dazzling manner. Suddenly, a long sword stabbed at Iron Egg's chest without warning. It was fine if he didn't attack, but once he attacked, he used a killing move. Clearly, Ming Huan didn't want to waste time on Bruiser. Iron Egg had been by Li Zishuan's side for many years. Although his aptitude wasn't as good as others, he was definitely much more knowledgeable than his peers. After all, he had witnessed several battles between grandmasters. It was very useful for improving his eyesight and combat experience. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, Iron Egg had already reacted. He stabbed his sword into the ground and used his hands to block Ming Huan's killing blow. Humph. Arrogant. Ming Huan was surprised at first, but then he sneered. The long sword quickly stabbed at Iron Egg's chest. Iron Egg first took 2 steps back and dodged the attack. Then he grabbed Ming Huan's wrist and used Tai Chi to push Ming Huan away. Ming Huan staggered and almost fell to the ground. His heart was filled with disbelief. What kind of martial arts was this? Why did he feel like he couldn't use any strength? Big brother, let me borrow your sword. Iron Egg borrowed a sword from a soldier next to him. Then he looked at Ming Huan, his eyes full of eagerness. Sure enough, actual combat was the best way to make one's blood boil and focus their attention. He knew that he couldn't beat Ming Huan, but he wanted to use the Tai Chi sword that Li Zishuan had taught him to hold Ming Huan back. After Lu Rengui finished off Wang Zhen, he would be free to deal with Ming Huan. Hey! I didn't expect you to have some skills. But you won't be so lucky next time. Ming Huan's expression was very unsightly. He took a deep breath, and then he vanished on the spot. A moment later, he appeared above Iron Egg, and then he swooped down and stabbed his sword towards the top of Iron Egg's head. Iron Egg's eyes flashed. He lifted the long sword he borrowed and used Tai Chi. His sword was like a magnet, firmly sucking Ming Huan's long sword. His whole body leaned back, forming a very small angle with the ground. Tai Chi Sword Technique 38, Phoenix Wing Spread. Iron Egg's wrist moved slightly and twirled the sword twice. The tyrannical force on Ming Huan's long sword was instantly deflected by Iron Egg. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. This time, Ming Huan didn't dare to underestimate Iron Egg anymore. The two of them tangled together again. Iron Egg relied on his exquisite Tai Chi sword technique to defend with all his might. Ming Huan wanted to finish off Iron Egg as soon as possible. One of them was in a hurry and the other was slow. It was a bit like the situation when Snake King ambushed Li Zishuan in Chang'an City last year. On the other side, Lu Rengui and Wang Liang's fight had basically come to an end. Because Wang Liang was overcautious and had distracting thoughts, Lu Rengui found a few openings and left 3 sword wounds on Wang Liang's body. At this time, Wang Liang's arm was injured and his sword technique revealed a big opening. Lu Rengui seized the opportunity and stabbed Wang Liang's throat. Puchi! Wang Liang didn't have time to change his technique. Lu Rengui's sword slit Wang Liang's throat. Wang Liang clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Third brother. Ming Huan roared and tried his best to rush over, but he was held back by Iron Egg. Lu Rengui sneered and rushed forward. He and Iron Egg fought Ming Huan together. Ming Huan couldn't even kill Iron Egg, let alone Lu Rengui, who was even more powerful than him. How could he be a match for Lu Rengui? In less than 10 rounds, he was defeated. Iron Egg sneakily attacked him and pierced his heart. At the city gate, the Cui family's shadow guards were basically wiped out. Cui Xuanji had been captured by Feng Wu and the rest. Lu Rengui laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Cui mansion and meet up with General Cheng." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice came from behind, "Haha. No need. Everyone in the Cui family has been captured. Since you are done here, follow me to the provincial governor's mansion." It was Qing Yaojin leading a large group of people to support them. How could Qi Li and his men be a match for Qing Yaojin? The battle over there ended even faster. As for the Cui mansion, Cui Junshuo had sent all her shadow guards to protect Cui Xuanji. Qing Yaojin's aide led the troops to the Cui mansion and captured all the Cui family members without any effort. At this point, the Cui family of Qinghe had become history. 1,000-year-old family was wiped out in one night. Life was unpredictable, how sad. Chapter 1336. All the guards of the Chui family were annihilated. The old soldiers of the Zhichong house in Jianghu didn't even need the imperial court's army to act. They were either annihilated by the new soldiers who had a deep grudge against the Chui family or kneeled down and surrendered. All the reactionary forces in Guangxing County were finally wiped out. The clansmen of the Chui family in Qinghe, all the officials and generals in the provincial governor's manor, as well as the county magistrate and registrar of Guangxing County, were all captured and locked up in the prison of the provincial governor's manor. Li Jing directly took over the provincial governor's manor. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers from outside the city entered the city at night. Guangxing County changed hands overnight. Yi Minglei, the position of county magistrate of Guangxing County will be temporarily taken over by you. Before dawn tomorrow, draft a notice to pacify the people and hand it to Wuxia Cheng for inspection. If there is no mistake, hurry up the printing and post it in the city tomorrow morning. We must let the people see the true face of the Chui family and let them understand that the emperor truly loves the people like his own children. The Chui family is just a hypocritical wolf that wants to kill its master. Although it was already late at night, the provincial governor's manor was still brightly lit. Li Jing sat on the seat of honor and made arrangements for the people after the war. In the early years, he followed Li Er to conquer the north and south. Every time he conquered a city, the first thing he did was to pacify the people. After the chaos, there would be great governance. This sentence not only applied to the change of the dynasty but also to the post-war reconstruction of the city. Those who had just been freed from the chaos of war, their hearts were restless and restless. If they were not pacified in time, once they were instigated by someone, there would be another turmoil. Li Jing had been on the battlefield for a long time. It was because he was very clear about this that he solemnly told Yi Minglei. Thank you for your trust, head chief. Rest assured, head chief, I know the true colors of the Chui family and what they have done in the past few months. Tomorrow's announcement to pacify the people will definitely allow the people to distinguish between good and evil and return their hearts to the imperial court. Yi Minglei didn't expect that this time he would gain a blessing in disguise and become the acting county magistrate of Guangxing County. Although it was only a temporary position, but if he did it well, there was a high possibility that the word temporary would be removed and he would directly become the official county magistrate. He cupped his hands and left after receiving the order. Now, there were only less than 2 hours before dawn. Yi Minglei estimated that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, but what did that matter? Right now, his entire body was filled with enthusiasm. Left Minister Wei, the announcement to pacify the people is of great importance. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to check on Yi Minglei. After Yi Minglei left, Li Jing looked at Wei Zheng and cupped his hands. It couldn't be helped. After all, Wei Zheng was the best writer here. Otherwise, Li Jing would definitely not be willing to trouble Wei Zheng, because this old troll often liked to cause trouble. Wei Zheng did not shirk away and readily agreed, this is my duty. How can it be troublesome? Head chief, you can rest assured. Yi Minglei had stayed with him in the underground tunnel for many days. Strictly speaking, the two of them could be considered friends in adversity. For such a small matter, of course, he wouldn't decline. Li Jing's heart was slightly relieved. He looked at Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong and the rest who were sitting below and said, this time, everyone has done their best to besiege Guangxing County. When we return to the imperial court, this old man will definitely report to the emperor and reward you according to your merits. Everyone stood up and cupped their hands. Thank you, head chief. Li Jing nodded and said, it's not early now. Everyone has been working very hard these days. Quickly go and rest. Tomorrow, all the generals must count the casualties and submit the battle report to this old man. This way, this old man can send the news of victory to the emperor. Yes. Everyone responded and cupped their hands to bid farewell. The incident happened suddenly and it was already 1:00 in the morning. There was no place for them to stay in the city. So tonight, they all stayed in the guest rooms of the provincial governor's residence. Who asked Pan Zhinyue to have so many rooms in the provincial governor's residence? Wenhao, at first, I really didn't expect that you would come all the way to Guangxing County to save me. You knew that there was a war here, but you still insisted on coming. Aren't you afraid of accidents? In a garden in the west courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Little Fish and Meng Wenhao sat on a stone bench. With the faint light from the lantern beside them, they talked about the joy of reunion in a foreign land. Which girl didn't yearn for love? Girls of this age were all infatuated. In order to save her, a young man traveled hundreds of miles without any complaints and came to the dangerous battlefield. How could Little Fish not be moved? How could she not be moved? Meng Wenhao smiled and said, "Little Fish, you are a girl. You are not afraid in the enemy camp. What do I have to be afraid of? Besides, the first person you met in Chang'an City was me. If you are in trouble, who will help you if not me?" Hearing this, Li Yu felt warm in her heart. She didn't know why. She had always been open-minded, but at this moment, she didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Little Fish raised her head and rebuked. "Idiot, I came here to take care of the city, to get rid of violence and to save Left Minister Wei. As long as I can achieve my goal, even if I die, I think it's worth it. After all, I'm just an insignificant person to everyone. But you are different. You have parents and sister. If you have an accident here, what will they do?" Meng Wenhao frowned and said, "Who said you are just an insignificant person? Although you don't have parents, in Yunshan, there is Yamacho who cares about you. Master's wife loves you. Also, Mr. Ma usually takes care of you. How can you be an insignificant person?" After that, Meng Wenhao hesitated for a long time. As if he felt that it was not enough, he added, "And, I also care about you. So, you are definitely not an insignificant person. In Chang'an, you have friends and elders. When they heard that you had an accident in Guangqing County, everyone was very worried about you. Sometimes, the more ordinary the words, the more touching they were." At this moment, in Little Fish's mind, the scene of Meng Wenhao bravely standing up for her when she encountered bandits in Chang'an at the beginning of last year. In less than a year, she, a child without parents, not only established herself in Chang'an, but also made many friends and met many elders who cared about her. Li Zishuan was like her father and brother. In her most difficult time, he took her in and helped her. Ma Zhou was like her teacher. During the time in the editorial department of Datong Daily, she learned a lot of useful things from the talented Ma Zhou. Faubert was like her grandfather, indulging her to do whatever she wanted in the workshop. As for Meng Wenhao, he was her first friend and Zui Hao's best friend. "Little Fish, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Li Yu was silent for a long time. Meng Wenhao was puzzled. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of tears in the corner of Li Yu's eyes. He quickly went up to her and asked with concern. I'm fine. It's just that a gust of wind blew sand into my eyes." Li Yu suddenly woke up from her memories. She rubbed her eyes and pretended as if nothing had happened. She said, "Wenhao, it's getting late. You've been fighting with the army for the past few days. It's better for you to rest early." Meng Wenhao felt a little strange, but he didn't know where to start. He could only say, "Okay. Little Fish, you should rest early too. Let's talk tomorrow." "Okay." Little Fish nodded. Meng Wenhao turned around and left. When he was about to reach the corridor under the eaves, Li Yu suddenly shouted, "Meng Wenhao." Meng Wenhao couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He turned around and heard Li Yu continue, "Meeting you is the greatest honor in my life. Thank you for coming to save me. You are Little Fish's best friend for life." After that, Little Fish's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly turned around and ran back to her room. Meng Wenhao was stunned. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled. He then walked into the room. "Let old Chui go. Let the Chui family go. The Chui family are all good people. Let old Chui go. He is a good person." "Yes. The current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. It's a treacherous act. He needs a wise leader like old Shui to take over the throne to help the country. Li Jing, old Shui is only helping me to help the country. What's wrong with that? Why do you want to capture him? Let old Shui go. The next day, when the people woke up, they found that Guangxing County had a new master overnight. Most of the people were very happy. After all, when Guangxing County was surrounded 2 days ago, the Chui family had already shown their ugly side. The people all knew that as long as the Chui family was in power, they would very likely be captured and sent to their deaths to defend the city. Thus, the next morning, when the people learned that the imperial army had entered the city and that the Chui family had been destroyed, they all rushed to spread the news. The city could be said to be extraordinarily lively. However, there was a group of people who were filled with righteous indignation when they learned that the Chui family had been destroyed and Chui Zhenshuo had been captured. They went to the provincial governor's residence together and completely blocked the entrance. They stood in front of the door and loudly protested. These were all Confucian scholars of Guangxing County. They had previously relied on the Chui family, hoping that they could one day enter the court and become officials through the Chui family's connections in the court. Perhaps some of them had recently been fantasizing about helping the Chui family succeed in their rebellion and become heroes of the founding of the country. But now, Li Jing had destroyed the high and mighty Chui family in their hearts. At the same time, he had also extinguished their dreams in their hearts. Thus, these greedy Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's residence to cause trouble. On the other hand, this also showed that the Zhengzhou daily had been very successful in brainwashing these people. Li Jing, who had heard the commotion, couldn't help but be furious when he heard the Confucian scholars shouting at the door. He turned his head and said to a guard, "Beat them all away with sticks." Yes. After a while, a group of armored soldiers rushed out of the provincial governor's residence. They held wooden sticks in their hands and rushed toward the crowd. Ouch! My leg! Ouch! My head! Li Jing, how dare you? We are the disciples of the saints. How dare you use weapons? You are going against all the scholars in the world. Indeed, there are incapable rulers and treacherous officials. After you die, you will go down in history in infamy. The leading scholar shouted loudly at the top of his voice. Li Jing, who was about to enter the house, had a change in expression at this moment. He said in a low voice, "Arrest all of them and send them to prison." The Confucian scholars had harmed the country. Li Zishuan's engineering was more useful. Li Jing couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he thought of the crucial role Meng Wenhao and the Iron Egg had played in this war, and then looked at these Confucian scholars who couldn't distinguish between good and evil. Chapter 1337. Chief Steward, there are so many Confucian scholars. Should we arrest them all? In front of the Guangxing provincial governor's office, a guard hesitated when he heard Li Jing say that he wanted to arrest all the Confucian scholars. The Great Tang was founded on martial arts. Although it was not like the Song and Ming dynasties, ordinary people still respected scholars. Today, more than 200 Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's office to cause trouble. Compared to the number of scholars the Chui clan had raised, these were just a drop in the ocean. However, if Li Jing arrested all of these Confucian scholars, it would definitely shake the court and cause all the scholars in the world to attack him. Guangxing County has just been established. We need to calm the people down. Arrest them and interrogate them first. If they are innocent, then let them go. If they are in cahoots with the Chui clan, then no one can save them. So what if they are scholars? Can a scholar violate the law and slander the emperor? Li Jing also felt that this matter was tricky, but for him, the most important thing was to calm the people of Guangxing County. Yes. Chief Steward. The guard cupped his fists and walked to the door. He ordered loudly, "Arrest all these audacious students who slander the emperor and throw them all into prison." You dare? We are the disciples of the saints. We read the books of the saints. A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the leading scholar. Then, he put on a fierce front. Humph. Disciples of the saints? You think you are worthy? The benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith of the saints? What have you learned? The saints told you to be loyal to the emperor and love the country. Is this what you did? You are just a bunch of selfish and greedy scoundrels in troubled times. Are you worthy of being called disciples of the saints? You are simply ruining the reputation of Confucius. Take them away. At this moment, an old man walked out of the provincial governor's office and scolded the group of Confucian scholars. This is Minister Wei. A Confucian scholar recognized the old man. Who else could this old man be but Wei Zheng? Since the beginning of this year, Wei Zheng had been sent to Hunan province to clean up the government. He had appeared in public many times, so it was not surprising that someone recognized him. When the leading scholar saw that it was Wei Zheng, his face immediately paled. When it came to generals like Li Jing, he could use his glib tongue to accuse Li Jing, but when it came to Wei Zheng, who made a career out of scolding, he was truly terrified. After all, the person in front of him was a super ruthless person who dared to scold Second Emperor Li in front of him. Who could be compared to him? Humph. You can't differentiate between good and evil, loyalty and treachery. You've read the books of the sages in vain. Today you even came to the provincial governor's office to mislead the people with your lies, with the intention of inciting the common people to rebel with you. This old man will definitely report this to His Majesty and strip you of your academic status, so that you will never be able to participate in the imperial examinations. The more Wei Jing spoke, the angrier he became. His last sentence scared the group of Confucian scholars quite a bit. Wei Zhucheng, please calm down. Please don't take away the student status. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen and came here to cause trouble. Yeah. Left Minister Wei, please calm down. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen. I beg Wei Zhucheng not to deprive us of our academic status. Wicked people needed to be tamed by wicked people, and scholars naturally needed to be tamed by scholars. Wei Zheng had also read the books of the sages, so he knew what these Confucian scholars cared about the most. He immediately grasped their sore spot, and the group of Confucian scholars began to beg for mercy. The leading Confucian scholar roared in exasperation, "Stop! Nonsense! You are all talking nonsense. You came willingly. What does it have to do with me, Shui Guangwen?" Li Jing frowned and said, "Take this Shui Guangwen down and properly interrogate him about his relationship with the Chui family." Yes. Immediately, two wolf-like soldiers lifted Shui Guangwen up. Chief Steward, although the rest of the Confucian scholars were bewitched, this shows that they can't distinguish right from wrong and should be punished. Why don't we also capture them and lock them up for a few days as punishment? I will report this to His Majesty. Wei Zheng looked at the rest of the Confucian scholars and frowned, then suggested to Li Jing. Li Jing originally had such a plan. When Wei Zheng said this, he had no more scruples in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Capture them all and properly interrogate them." Yes. A group of soldiers surrounded the 200 Confucian scholars. Now that the Confucian scholars knew fear, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. At this time, the onlookers burst into cheers. Good. Good capture. A few days ago, it was you people who were talking about how good the Chui family was. In the end, you almost killed all of us in Guanqing County. You lackeys of the Chui family, relying on a few books to help the Chui family confuse us, the people. You are really vicious, you deserve to die. That's right. I beg left Prime Minister Wei and General Li to make the decision for the people and severely punish these scholars. Back then, the Chui family established the Zhengzhou Daily and ordered the scholars under them to give lectures in the streets, promoting Li Er's brutality and praising the Chui family's benevolence and righteousness. This encouraged the people to actively join the army and support the Chui family. However, in the end, the Chui family used them as stepping stones and scapegoats in their plans for hegemony. So now, not only did the people hate the Chui family, but they also hated these Confucian scholars who helped the tyrant. This was the aspiration of the people. Wei Zheng pursed his lips. He was a little sad but also a little relieved. He turned around and shouted at the backs of the Confucian scholars who were being escorted away, "This is the aspiration of the people, do you see it? You bring disaster to the country and the people, but you call yourselves the children of saints. You have let down Confucius and the people of this world. As long as I, Wei Xuancheng, am in this world, I will make sure that you scum will never be able to rise again. After that, he looked at Li Jing and said, Director Li, please let me handle these Confucian scholars. If there is anything illegal on them, I will not be merciful. Previously, His Majesty asked me to come to Hunan province to clean up the governance. I didn't expect that the Chui family would rebel halfway. Now that the rebellion has been quelled, but the officialdom in Hunan province still needs to be cleaned up in time. So, Director Li, you take the army back to Chang'an first. I will stay here and give Hunan province a bright future. Li Jing was shocked and moved. He couldn't help but respect Wei Zheng because Wei Zheng took the initiative to take on this kind of dirty and tiring work. Obviously, he wanted to take the blame for him. If he were to deal with this matter, it would definitely cause many civil officials in the imperial court to impeach him. Wei Zheng was helping him to reduce the trouble. In that case, I will have to trouble you, left Prime Minister Wei. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, the city has just been taken care of, and the security around Jianghu is also worrying. In order to avoid the danger last time, I will leave 5,000 troops for you to use. Wei Zheng didn't refuse because although the Chui family had been destroyed, who knew if there were any remaining forces stirring up trouble in the dark? He cupped his hands and said, then I will thank you, Director Li. At noon, after eating lunch, Li Jing called Meng Wenhao over and handed him a letter and said, quickly send this news back to Chang'an. After the army replenishes their rations, we will return to the imperial court tomorrow. Since Wei Zheng was willing to stay in Guangqing County to clean up this mess, Li Jing felt that there was no need for him to stay here. In terms of pacifying the people, Wei Zheng was undoubtedly better than him. As such, he planned to return to the imperial court tomorrow morning. Why wait until tomorrow? The main reason was that the army didn't bring much rations to ensure the speed of the march. If they didn't replenish their rations in Guangqing County, the army would probably starve on the way back. Yes. Director. Meng Wenhao took it with both hands and was about to turn around and leave when Li Jing stopped him. Meng Wenhao, wait. Meng Wenhao was confused and didn't know what Li Jing wanted. Li Jing got up and coughed twice. His face flashed with embarrassment, cough cough. Meng Wenhao, do you have any intention of making contributions in the military in the future? With your talent in telegraphy, this old man can persuade His Majesty to give you a position in the army. What do you think? Poaching, the dignified military god of Tang actually wanted to poach someone. Because of Han Yushi, Li Zishuan was Li Jing's junior. But now, Li Jing actually wanted to poach his student. No wonder he had an embarrassed look on his face just now. Meng Wenhao obviously didn't expect Li Jing to say this to him. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment and then took 2 steps back. He solemnly bowed and replied, Director's military achievements are outstanding and awe-inspiring. It is indeed my honor to be able to serve beside you. But Wenhao's skills were all taught to me by Yamacho. Even if Wenhao wants to go to the military, Wenhao has to get Yamacho's permission. Besides, I only learned a little about Yamacho's engineering. I don't want to leave Yanhuang College now, so I hope you can forgive me. Li Jing's face turned red and he waved his hand, cough cough. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just asking casually. Don't take it seriously. When you return to Yunshan, don't mention this to Yamacho. If Li Zishuan were to find out about this, where would he put his old face? At this moment, Li Jing regretted asking just now. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He didn't expect the invincible military god of Tang, Li Jing, to have such a moment. How rare. Don't worry, Director. I didn't hear anything just now. But I have something to say, I don't know if it's appropriate. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said. Li Jing raised his eyebrows and said, oh? Wenhao, go ahead. Meng Wenhao said, it's actually not difficult for Director to use telegraphy in the military on a large scale. Yamacho promotes engineering so that the students of the academy can apply what they have learned. Yamacho will definitely be very willing to lend you a hand in this matter. Li Jing's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was better to go directly to Li Zishuan, the head of engineering, than to poach people behind their backs. Meng Wenhao saw that Li Jing was silent and deep in thought, so he quietly left. Father, Guansheng has been victorious. Director Li sent a telegram saying that the head of the Cui family, Cui Junchuo, and the governor of Zhengzhou, Pan Jinyue, had been executed. The army will return tomorrow. In Chang'an City, Li Tai had just finished his lunch when Li Er rushed over and reported. Oh. Guanxing County has been conquered so quickly? Quick. Let me have a look. Li Er was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. 2 days ago, he was still worried about how to conquer Guanxing. Today, he received news that Guanxing had been conquered, which really surprised him. Li Tai quickly handed the telegram over. As they weren't in a hurry to march this time, there was plenty of time to send the telegram. Therefore, this telegram described the process of conquering Guanxing County in detail. Li Er read it for a full 15 minutes before he finally finished reading it. He couldn't help but sigh, good. We didn't hurt the innocent people, and our soldiers didn't suffer too many casualties. This plan of cooperation from the inside and the outside was well done. Lu Rengui. This person is also a talent. He is brave and resourceful. The governor of Bian province sent him to manage the city. It was the right choice. If it weren't for him, Wei Xuanqing would have met with misfortune this time. This Li you can actually stay calm in a dangerous situation and help the army communicate with each other. When Shi and Yi Fashion went to Guanxing County, I was worried that they would ruin my plans, but I didn't expect that in the end, she would become a key figure in the entire war. And this Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, they all contributed greatly to this war. The people around Li Zishuan are really extraordinary. I'm not in Jianghu, but Jianghu is full of legends about me. Now, there is one person who didn't personally go to the battlefield, but the outcome of the war was reversed because of him. This person was Li Zishuan. Whether it was Yi Fashion and Li Yu working together to secretly visit Guanxing, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg following the army, or Lu Rengui's successful plan of cooperation from the inside and outside, behind all of these, there was more or less Li Zishuan's shadow. Father, now that Guanxing has been broken, and Chief Steward Li has returned to the capital, there shouldn't be any military matters that need to be communicated by telegram. Therefore, I plan to return to Yanhuang College this afternoon. I hope that father will allow it. Li Tai cupped his hands and said. To be honest, he was really not used to leaving the academy for so many days. Now that the war was over, he naturally wanted to return to Yunshan as soon as possible. Li Er was stunned and said unhappily, You child, are you so unwilling to accompany father and mother? I don't dare. I just saw the importance of engineering in the Tang Empire from this war. I want to learn it as soon as possible so that I can help father build the country and conquer the world in the future. Li Tai quickly came up with a reason to shut Li Er's mouth. Li Er heard this and said happily, Ah. Good. You are indeed my good son. Then you can go. The next day, in the east of Guanxing County. After the 3 armies were assembled, Li Jing gave the order and the army set off. Tens of thousands of soldiers moved in order and returned to the capital. Farewell, General Li, General, have a safe journey. Unexpectedly, the people of Guanxing County were waiting on the road that the army had to pass through early in the morning. Both sides of the street were filled with people who heard the news and rushed over. When the army passed by, countless people shouted loudly. Now, the people understood that the Cui family was only using them in the past, not for their own good. If Li Jing didn't lead the army to Guanxing County, the people of Guanxing County might have lost their lives for Cui Junchuo's personal ambition. It was Li Jing's army that saved them. Of course, they would be grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Wenhao, looking at these people, I now feel that the risks I took in the past half a month were worth it. Otherwise, there would definitely be many children who lost their parents because of the war and become orphans like me. Little Yu rode on the horse and walked side by side with Meng Wenhao. Hearing the shouts of the people on both sides of the road, she couldn't help but sigh. Meng Wenhao thought for a while and said, I also feel that everything I did was worth it. Not only did I save you, but I also saved these people. The Yamacho taught us to have a heart for the world and a life for the people. I did it. Chapter 1338. Husband, I'm back. Lantian County, Yinshan Residence. Han Yushi pushed open the door and entered. She saw Li Zishuan, who had just finished practicing his swordsmanship in the front yard, and said with a smile, How did my wife come back so quickly today? Li Zishuan took the handkerchief from Xiao He and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was full of curiosity. Because Yi Fashion was in Guancheng, Han Yushi had been going to the residence next door early in the morning to chat with old Madame Yi and old Madame Yi. The main reason was that she was afraid that the old madam would be too worried and get a mental illness over time. Haha. Husband, aren't you asking the obvious? Yesterday, you told grandmother that Guanxing had fallen and that Fa Shan and the others had been rescued. Grandmother's mood instantly improved. Why would she need me to comfort her? When I went there just now, grandmother had already left with grandfather. I heard from the servant that they had gone to the academy early in the morning. Han Yushi said with a smile. After Yi Fashion escaped from Guancheng, he did not return to the capital with the army. After bidding farewell to Little Yu, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Lu Ringui, and the others, he left for Nanyang. He planned to go home and bid farewell to his parents before going to the south to visit the famous mountains and great rivers. He wanted to visit the reclusive experts and pursue his own path. As for the merits, he did not care at all. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Grandfather and grandmother have reached the age where they should be enjoying their old age. Something like this happened a while ago and it really made them worry a lot. In the end, I did not expect Fa Shan to accompany little Yu, to Guancheng. This child is kind. The Yi family really has a successor. Grandfather and the others should be happy for Fa Shan. Han Yushi asked curiously, Husband, do you value Fa Shan a lot? Li Zishuan now had hundreds of students, but she had never seen Li Zishuan value someone so much. Li Zishuan thought to himself that the future leader of the world's Daoist sects was definitely important to him. However, he could not say such things out loud. He thought for a while and said, the monk is very talented and intelligent. He is different from the other rich kids. He can endure hardships. It would be hard for someone like him to not succeed in the future. That's why I said that the Yi family has a successor. Han Yushi nodded with a smile. Then, she rolled her eyes and said, Husband, Iron Egg has helped a lot during this expedition. Do you think His Majesty will reward him? In the end, this was his biological sister. Back then, after Iron Egg went to manage the city, Han Yushi was extremely worried every day. Now that Iron Egg was about to return in triumph, Han Yushi, as his sister, began to worry about whether her younger brother would be able to get the reward he deserved. Li Zishuan patted his wife's shoulder and replied, Wife, don't worry. His Majesty has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Iron Egg's contribution is obvious to all. His Majesty will definitely not ignore it. Actually, I don't want to see His Majesty reward Iron Egg too much. He is still young. If the reward is too much, I'm afraid he will lose the motivation to improve himself. Han Yushi said thoughtfully, Husband, you have a point. However, Iron Egg's contribution this time is not that great. I think he should only get some reward money. Young master, young master. Just then, Song Xiaoxi's voice came from outside the courtyard. Li Zishuan turned around and said, What is it? Come in and talk. Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan had something important to do, so she went into the house first. Song Xiaoxi entered the courtyard and walked to Li Zishuan's side. He bowed and said, Young master, the drainage canal beside the Ba River has already drained all the water in the Mei village section of the river. Today, the foundation of the dam will be built. Do you want to go and take a look? Li Zishuan heard this and his spirit was lifted. He said with a face full of joy, Okay. You go first. I will change my clothes and be there soon. The reason why Li Zishuan did not personally participate in this battle was mainly because he was focused on the Ba River Dam. In the past half a month, under the joint efforts of him, Mo Huai, and Yan Shaoning, they had solved many engineering problems in the construction of the dam. The most important thing was that Li Zishuan had solved the most critical problem in the reinforced concrete dam project, steelmaking. Next to the ironworks of the workshop, a small steel mill appeared. The ancient people did know how to make steel. In the late spring and autumn period, before 476 BC, man-made steel had already appeared in China. By the time of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the technology of steelmaking had already been mastered. The most commonly used techniques were stir-frying and tempered steel. The so-called stir-frying was to heat pig iron until it was melted or basically melted, then stir it in the furnace. The carbon contained in the pig iron would be removed by the oxygen in the air, thus obtaining steel. The quality of steel produced by this method was not high. As for tempered steel, it was to repeatedly heat, fold, and forge a piece of iron. The purpose was to make the structure of the steel dense, the composition of the steel body more uniform, reduce impurities, and thus improve the quality of the steel. Therefore, the quality of the swords made from tempered steel was very high. Although the quality of tempered steel was high, this method had low output and high cost, and it was difficult to meet the needs of industrial development. The method Li Zishuan used was the converter steelmaking method. This method was invented by the British H. Bessemer in 1856. The oxidizing agent used in the process was oxygen. Air was blown into the molten pig iron to oxidize the impurities such as silicon and manganese. A large amount of heat was released during the oxidation process. 1% silicon could raise the temperature of pig iron by 200 degrees Celsius, allowing the furnace to reach a high enough temperature. Converter steelmaking was carried out in the converter. The shape of the converter was like a pear, with refractory bricks on the inner wall and many small holes, tuyere, on the side of the furnace. Compressed air was blown into the furnace from these small holes. It was also called a side-blown converter. In the beginning, the converter was horizontal. Liquid pig iron at 1300 degrees Celsius was poured in and a certain amount of quicklime was added. Then air was blown in and the converter was rotated to make it stand upright. At this time, the surface of the liquid pig iron reacted violently, causing iron, silicon, and manganese to oxidize, FeO, SiO2, MnO, and form slag. Using the convection of the molten steel and slag, the reaction spread throughout the furnace. A moment later, when there was only a small amount of silicon and manganese left in the molten steel, the carbon began to oxidize and form carbon monoxide, exothermic, causing the molten steel to boil violently. A huge flame appeared at the mouth of the furnace due to the overflowing carbon monoxide burning. Finally, phosphorus also oxidized and further formed ferrous phosphate. Ferrous phosphate then reacted with quicklime to form stable calcium phosphate and calcium sulfide, which together became slag. When the phosphorus and sulfur gradually decreased, the flame subsided, and brown iron oxide appeared at the mouth of the furnace, indicating that the steel had been refined. The steel produced by this method, whether in terms of output or quality, was superior to the stir-frying method and the 100-tempered steel method. When Mo Huai saw the large amount of high-quality steel produced at the mouth of the converter, he exclaimed in disbelief. It must be known that the Mo family was not only proficient in construction, but also in steel-making and sword-making. In the end, he discovered that Li Zishuan, who was not a member of the Mo family, actually had such heaven-defying steel-making skills. Mo Huai could not help but be even more convinced of Li Zishuan because of this. After solving the steel-making process, Li Zishuan experimented with the mixture of steel and cement. The degree of hardness was comparable to that of a boulder. It was precisely because he solved these basic problems that he was able to build the foundation of the dam today. After changing out of his training clothes, Li Zishuan wore a white scholar's robe and came to the bank of the Ba River. From afar, he could see the black mass of workers on both sides of the river. In order to speed up the progress of the project, Li Zishuan used the tactic of overwhelming the workers, just like the last time when he built Yanhuang College. He recruited more than 10,000 craftsmen and commoners. Basically, all the young and strong people in Lantian County were recruited. This was a classic example of not having enough time, so he made up for it with numbers. After all, he had money. Yamacho, you're here. Mo Huai's eyes were sharp. After discovering Li Zishuan's arrival, he hurriedly came up to greet him. Mr. Mo, I heard that the dam is going to build its foundation today, so I came to take a look. Li Zishuan smiled and looked at the Bar River in front of him. Due to the drainage canal next to it, the water in this section of the river had already been drained, revealing the yellow riverbed. The soft sand on the riverbed had already been dug away by the craftsmen and commoners. In a while, they would be building the foundation from where they were dug away. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan felt a surge of pride in his chest. With a sigh, he said, after several months, we've finally passed the most difficult time. Before this, who would have thought that we could cut off the surging Bar River in such a short period of time? Now, not only are we cutting it off, but we also have to build a dam with a width of several feet in the middle. From now on, the natural moat will be cleared. Hearing this, Mo Huai laughed and said, in the end, Yamacho's plan is the most appropriate. Moreover, Yamacho has invested so much manpower, material, and financial resources. If we can't produce results as soon as possible, it would make this old man look incompetent. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, why do you say that, Mr. Mo? During this period of time, the one who has worked the hardest is none other than you. When the dam is completed, you will be the hero of the entire Lantian County. All the people who have benefited from the dam will be grateful to you. Hey, Yamacho, according to what you said, I don't have to work hard? While the two were talking, Yan Xiaoning walked over from the side and said half-jokingly. He and Li Zishuan were very good friends, but because he was also on duty at Yanhuan College, when there were people from the college present, he would usually call Li Zishuan Yamacho and not directly call him by his name. This was to give face to his own friend. Li Zishuan turned to look at Yan Xiaoning and said, haha. It's all hard work. It's all hard work. Oh, right, Xiaoning, why don't I see ink girl? Yan Xiaoning's eyebrows twitched and he almost vomited blood. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He thought to himself, this bad friend of mine is really touching the pot that doesn't boil. Mo Huai is still in front of me. Is it appropriate for you to mention his daughter in front of him? Ahem. She. Why is she here? She should be in the workshop right now. After being reminded by Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning didn't dare to face Mo Huai as usual. He was nervous and uneasy like a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law. Young master, elder Mo, the materials are ready. Should we start building the dam's foundation? At this moment, Faubert came over to resolve Yan Xiaoning's embarrassment and said. Yes. Let's start. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Chapter 1339. The construction process of a dam was generally divided into 3 steps. First, cutting off the flow, dig one or several tunnels or channels in the natural river, then cut off the river so that the water flows downstream through the diversion holes or channels. Second, excavating the foundation pit. The dam also needed a stable geological structure to be built, so the sediment on the river had to be dug out, and the embankments, like door frames, on both sides had to be dug out until the bedrock was exposed. Third, filling the dam body. Fill the dam body according to the type of dam, concrete dam, rock-filled dam, etc., until the top was capped. Now, the Ba River Dam was in the second step. Under Li Zishuan's command, concrete pillars wrapped in steel bars were inserted into the foundation pit that had been dug in advance. The riverbed of the Ba River was suddenly filled with dang 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 hammering sounds. After the reinforced concrete pillars were inserted into the riverbed, the next step was to use cement to fill the dam body below. Relatively speaking, this was not difficult, so Li Zishuan watched for half an hour, then said goodbye to Mo Huai and the others and left. When he passed by the workshop, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He did not go home directly, but walked toward the workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, he asked for Mo Lingwei's location. Li Zishuan went to a laboratory in the headquarters building of the workshop. The door was not closed, just left open. Li Zishuan walked in directly. Mo Lingwei was fiddling with a strange-looking machine on the table. The top of the machine was a cylinder with many rotating mechanisms in the middle. Below the rotating mechanism was another cylinder, and below the cylinder was a square table. There was a square hole in the middle of the table, and a spring clamp was fixed on both sides of the hole. From the appearance, it was basically a beggar's version of a modern microscope. He just did not know how good the image quality was. Li Zixuan didn't expect this girl to be so capable and efficient in getting things done. The fine-tuning parts of the microscope were all fine-tuned with screws. The workshop didn't have a machine tool yet, so they couldn't process the screws in batches. The screws used in the microscope were all processed by hand. Therefore, this microscope was definitely one of a kind in the world. Even Mo Lingwei herself could not make a microscope that was exactly the same as this one. This also meant that although one microscope had been manufactured, it could not be mass-produced. Li Zixuan looked at the microscope on the table and couldn't help but ask, "Ink Girl made a microscope?" Ah. Mo Lingwei was focused on adjusting the microscope when she suddenly heard the sound behind her. She screamed and was almost scared to death. Ah. Yamacho. You. Why don't you make any sound when you walk? Also, why didn't you knock? You scared me to death. Mo Lingwei turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Li Zixuan. She rolled her eyes and blamed him. Li Zixuan said innocently, "Ink Girl, the door wasn't closed. Why would I knock? Also, who said that I don't make any sound when I walk? I didn't deliberately control my feet. Ink Girl, you were too focused, so you didn't hear it." Mo Lingwei proudly snorted and avoided the topic. She replied, "This microscope has basically been assembled according to Yamacho's instructions. Currently, it can see some small things, but there are still two problems that I don't understand." Li Zixuan curiously asked, "What are the problems?" Logically speaking, Mo Lingwei's practical ability in engineering was unparalleled in the entire Yanhuang College. Therefore, Li Zixuan was also very curious about the problems she encountered. First, there's the problem of the light source. Because the distance between the objective lens and the object being observed is very small, it's difficult for the light to shine on the object being observed. Therefore, the image seen through the eyepiece is very dark and difficult to distinguish. Second, what's the point of going through so much trouble to build the microscope? Is it just to see some small things? But if you want to see those small things, you can just use a magnifying glass. Why bother? Mo Lingwei frowned and was very puzzled. It had to be said that this girl's attainments in the field of optics were definitely at a higher level. Now that she was conversing with Li Zixuan, she had inadvertently used some professional terms. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to understand it. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "Miss Mo, it's not that there's no solution to the first problem you discovered. First, you can use a set of immortal mirrors to guide the sunlight from outside the house or the candlelight from inside the house and reflect it onto the object. Second, we can directly create a light source under the stage that supports the object being observed." Create a light source? How do you create a light source? Yamacho, are you going to put a candle under it? That won't do. The candle will smoke the lens. Mo Lingwei quickly said. Li Zixuan was a little amused and said, "Who said I'm going to use a candle as a light source? Don't worry, the light source I'm talking about will definitely not produce any smoke when it shines. Moreover, the light it emits will be several times brighter than the light from a candle." Mo Lingwei curiously asked, "No smoke? Yamacho, is it possible that this light source doesn't need to be burned to emit light? But how can there be something in this world that can emit light without burning? Yamacho, quickly take out this light source and let me take a look." At this moment, Mo Lingwei's interest in Li Zixuan's light source was far greater than the microscope itself. Li Zixuan touched his nose and coughed dryly, "Ahem. Ink Girl, this light source hasn't been made yet, so you should use the first method I mentioned." The light source he was talking about was actually a light bulb. Although he couldn't get the key material for light bulbs, tungsten wire, he could use other materials to replace it, such as carbonized bamboo wire. In 1854, Henry Goebbels used a piece of carbonized bamboo wire and placed it under a vacuum glass bottle to emit light. Today, his invention seemed to be the first practical incandescent light bulb. The light bulb he tested at that time could last for 400 hours. Later, Edison used tungsten wire to make incandescent light bulbs, which could only last for about 1,000 hours. Therefore, before finding tungsten metal, using carbonized bamboo wire to replace tungsten wire was a very good choice. Mo Lingwei listened to Li Zixuan bragging about this light source for so long, but in the end, he said, it hasn't been made yet. Even though she usually respected Li Zixuan very much, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Zixuan. If it was someone else, she would probably have directly scolded, if you haven't made it yet, why are you talking to me? Yamacho, what about the second question? Mo Lingwei took a deep breath. She resisted the urge to scold him and said. Li Zixuan smiled a little awkwardly and said, as for the second question, actually, I asked Ink Girl to make a microscope to observe smaller objects. It's hard to see clearly with just a magnifying glass. Mo Lingwei was puzzled. Smaller objects? What are they? Could it be a molecule or an atom? In Yanhuang College's physics and chemistry textbooks, there were only introductions about molecules and atoms. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Mo Lingwei knew about molecules and atoms. But, this girl really dared to say that she wanted to use a microscope to observe atoms. This requirement was too high. First, it had to be clear that the size of atoms was around 0.1 nanometers, nm. A normal optical microscope's wavelength distribution was between 400 and 700 nanometers, which was limited by the diffraction limit. The optical microscope's resolution limit was only a few hundred nm. Therefore, if one wanted to use a microscope to observe atoms, they had to use a super-resolution electron microscope. With Tang Dynasty's current industrial foundation, let alone a decade, even if Tang Dynasty was given 100 years, its technology wouldn't be able to reach that level. Ink Girl, you're joking. I'm talking about smaller objects, not atoms. Oh, right, Ink Girl, have you calculated the magnification of this microscope? Li Zixuan suddenly thought of a very important question, so he asked. Mo Lingwei thought for a moment and replied, I've roughly calculated that this microscope's magnification is about 400 times. Li Zixuan heard this and nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, Leeuwenhoek made the world's first super magnification microscope, which had a magnification of 270 times. Mo Lingwei's microscope had completely surpassed Leeuwenhoek's by 270 times. Haha. Very good. 400 times, it should be barely usable. Li Zixuan laughed and then pretended to be mysterious. Ink Girl, follow my previous method and improve the microscope. When the time comes, I'll show you something good. Mo Lingwei was very curious and asked, Yamacho, what is it? Hee hee. This is a secret for now. Li Zixuan chuckled and did not answer. Mo Lingwei curled her lips in dissatisfaction and then put on a pitiful expression and said, Yamacho, look at me, a girl. I don't study etiquette, but I work for you in the workshop every day and don't even receive a salary from you. Do you think it's easy for me? You still treat me like this, you don't know how to treat a girl well. Humph. Li Zixuan quivered and thought that this girl was really a spoiled actress. He guessed that only Yan Xiaoning could tame her. He quickly waved his hand and said, Ahem. Ink Girl, about what I'm going to show you in a few days, it's useless to say it now because I haven't made it yet. However, you did play a big part in making this microscope, but I'm not a stingy person. When the time comes, I'll give you some benefits and you'll definitely be satisfied. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up and she immediately became spirited. She quickly asked, what benefits? Yamacho, hurry up and tell me. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, the benefits are that I'll be your matchmaker with Yan Xiaoning. How about it? How's this benefit? Ah. Mo Lingwei blushed and said angrily, who wants to marry him? Yamacho, when are you going to be our matchmaker? Huh? Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. He almost didn't get it. Cough cough. As soon as possible. I'll mention this to your father and Uncle Yen as soon as possible. You go ahead with your work, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Li Zishuan quickly left. He was afraid that if he stayed with this girl any longer, his brain would become abnormal. Chapter 1340. When Li Zishuan and Mo Lingwei were discussing the profound problems of the microscope, in the imperial palace of Chang and city. In the imperial court, a report of victory set off a stormy wave. Yesterday, I received a report of victory. Guangqing County was breached the night before yesterday. Li Jing and Lu Rengui, the Bianzhou commandant who was hiding in Guangqing County, worked together from inside and outside. Without wasting a single soldier, they attacked the city. The Chui family's guards and the provincial governor's mansion's rebel army were all executed. The direct descendants of the Chui family of Qinghe, the Jing family of Xinjiang, and the Chui family of Bowling, as well as the provincial governor of Jianghu, Chui Quan, and the related criminals of the Guangqing County will all be escorted back to the capital. The soldiers of the three armies returned to the imperial court this morning. At this point, the danger of Luoyang has been resolved, the rebellion in Jianghu has been quelled, and the storm in Hunan province has been settled. In the morning, after dealing with the daily reports of the officials, Li Er announced such a big piece of news with a smile. The officials were in an uproar. In the past, when the imperial court sent troops to battle, once there was a report of victory from the front line, the soldiers who sent the report would usually shout "XXX victory" when they entered the city. Therefore, generally well-informed officials could know the victory of the imperial court's army in the front line before the imperial court. But now, all the news of victory came so quietly that the civil and military officials in Chang and city did not notice it in advance. Not only that, the speed of the news was even more unbelievable. Fang Xianling stood up and cupped his hands, saying, Cui Junchuo and the others disregarded the emperor's grace and rebelled against the emperor. They were guilty of the most heinous crimes. Today, they became prisoners. They deserved it. Now that the rebellion has been quelled, I congratulate your majesty. We congratulate your majesty. The civil and military officials bowed their heads and congratulated loudly. Li Er nodded his head and said, aristocratic families rose up at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. In the previous dynasty, they formed the 7 big families led by the Chui family of Bowling. However, Qinghe Chui, Xinjiang Zheng, and Bowling Chui are going against the heavens and causing chaos. They are no longer worthy of enjoying the glory of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. As such, I want to rewrite the annals of the ancient clans and remove these 3 families from the list. This matter will be handed over to you, Minister Fang. As long as you have the need, the officials in the imperial court will be under your command. In addition, in recent years, those aristocratic families and big clans have been selling their daughters for marriage. Every time a girl marries into another clan, they will ask for a large amount of money as a betrothal gift. They will make a deal based on the number of betrothal gifts. I hope that the revised clan annals can completely get rid of such bad habits. The officials were stunned. They were all at a loss for what to do with Li Er's combination of punches. Clans, as the saying goes, officials have descendants, and there are officials in the pedigree, that is, aristocratic families. Since Qiao Pai implemented the 9-rank system, the official election system was controlled by aristocratic families and big clans. They selected officials completely based on the level of family prestige. In layman's terms, if your ancestor was a high-ranking official, then you can definitely become an official. If your ancestor was a pauper, even if you were a genius, sorry, please stand aside. This way of selecting officials, in the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, caused a situation where there were no poor families in the upper class and no clan in the lower class. At the same time, in terms of marriage, aristocratic families also thought highly of themselves and never intermarried with poor families. It could be said that family status had completely become the standard to judge a person's moral level and marriage. Under such a situation, the study of genealogy came into being. The aristocratic families all compiled genealogies for themselves and evaluated their family prestige in various places. Moreover, this practice was protected by the government at that time. After more than 200 years of the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, the aristocratic family's power had been severely weakened by the Sui dynasty. They were no longer as glorious as before. Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian, abolished the 9-rank system and created the imperial examination system. Moreover, after experiencing the turmoil at the end of the Sui dynasty, the aristocratic families suffered a serious blow. However, in the Tang dynasty, the Shandong aristocratic families led by Cui, Lu, Zheng, Li, and Wang were deeply rooted and still had a certain amount of power even though they had been attacked by the Peasant War. Many ministers in the imperial court fought to marry the Shandong aristocratic families, and the Shandong aristocratic families still maintained their aloof social status. In the common people, the Cui family's reputation and status far exceeded that of the royal family. This was something that Li Er could not tolerate. Now that he had the prestige of pacifying the 3 aristocratic families, Li Er decided to revise the clan annals and reconfirm the Longxi Li family's aloof status in the world. Who would dare to disagree? Sometimes, although the butterfly effect could change the direction of the wheel of history, some historical events would still happen. It was just that the events were brought forward. According to the official records, in the 6th year of Zhengguan, Li Er and Fang Xianling had a long conversation. During this conversation, the topic of marriage customs at that time was mentioned. They believed that the drawbacks of the clans selling marriage were prominent and harmful to the customs of the people. The imperial court should start to reform. This long conversation between the emperor and his minister opened the prelude to revising the clan annals. Immediately after, Li Shimin gave specific instructions. He ordered the officials of the imperial court to search for the clan records in the world. Based on the relevant records of the existing historical materials, he would examine the authenticity of them, praise the loyal and virtuous, and demote the traitors. This was a huge project. With the emperor's order, the group of talents around Li Shimin began to move actively. Those who participated in the revising of the clan annals included Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, Wei Ting, Cin Wenwen, Linghu Defen, Yu Shinan, and the others. In the 12th year of Zhengguan, that the clan annals had been completed. 293 surnames, 1,651 families, had basically followed Li Er's instructions. The royal family was the leader, followed by the relatives, and Bo Lingsue was demoted to the 3rd class. However, at that time, the people did not recognize Li Er's new revision of the clan annals. The status of the nobles in Shandong was still higher than the royal family. Now, Li Er had started the work of revising the clan annals in advance. The final result was very likely to be different from the original result in history. This old subject will follow the imperial edict and do my best to rewrite the clan annals. After hearing Li Er's order, Fang Xianling was stunned for a long time. When he reacted, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. The removal of 2 surnames and 3 sects meant that from today onwards, there were only 3 surnames and 4 views in the world. Moreover, it was the 3 surnames and 4 views led by the Li royal family. Such a major event would definitely shake the world. The hearts of the officials trembled. Li Er had only ascended the throne for 2 years, yet he was already able to have such political and martial arts skills. Those officials who still wanted to climb up the ranks of the aristocratic families had no choice but to think carefully in their hearts. After the morning court, Li Er ordered people to post the notice of the great victory in Guangqing County in Chang'an City. When the people saw it, they all rushed to spread the news. The news that the Cui family of Qinghe, the Jing family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling rebelled and were all destroyed by Li Jing spread throughout Chang'an City in a very short time like a gust of wind, and it was still quickly spreading to the surrounding counties. The Cui family of Qinghe, the Jing family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling were all destroyed? These are all 1,000-year-old aristocratic families. How could they be gone just like that? Yes. In the past, from the officials to the people, it was the highest honor to marry the daughter of the 5 surnames, especially the daughter of the Cui family. Even the prime minister wanted to marry her, but he couldn't get her. But now that the Cui family has fallen, the daughter of the Cui family will probably be sent to the musical house, right? Haha. Humph. I think the Chui family and the Zheng family deserve it. Especially the Chui family. Last year, you all know the mistress of the Chui family, Wang, right? That evil woman made the servants in the mansion into human swine. How vicious is that? If it wasn't for some kind-hearted person who exposed this matter, I think Wang would still be at large in her heart. That's right. The Chui family is not only rich but also cruel. It's better to destroy such an aristocratic family as soon as possible. Now, who would be proud of marrying a daughter of the 5 surnames? In my opinion, the best way to earn a lifetime of glory and wealth is to enter Yanhuang College, or marry the daughter of the Marquis of Yong'an. The Marquis of Yong'an is a new noble in the imperial court. He has money, power, influence, and ability. He will definitely have a bright future. Pfft. Although the Marquis of Yong'an got married last year, he doesn't have any children now, let alone a daughter. Who do you want to marry? Hey! What are you afraid of? Doesn't the Marquis of Yong'an have a sister who hasn't been married yet? Even if he can't be a son-in-law, he can be a brother-in-law. Bah! You despicable bastard! The sister of the Marquis of Yong'an hasn't even reached marriageable age, and you want to marry her? Shameless! That's right. Even if she has reached marriageable age, it won't be your turn. The Marquis of Yong'an is talented in both civil and military affairs. He will only choose a handsome and elegant man like me as his brother-in-law. Bah! Qin Qingfeng, you are even more shameless. Far away in Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan, who didn't care about worldly affairs, would never have thought the trouble would fall from the sky while he was sitting at home. Moreover, if he knew what the common people were talking about, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood because of these ancient people's ability to change the topic. They were clearly talking about the imperial court's rebellion and the annihilation of the 3 aristocratic families, but why did they end up talking about him, Li Zishuan, looking for a brother-in-law? This ability to change the topic was too scary, right? Brother, when is Iron Egg coming back? Lan'er, who didn't know that she had become the best daughter-in-law in the common people's mouths, hurriedly asked when she saw Li Zishuan coming back. Li Zishuan smiled and patted the little girl's head, saying, "What is it?" Lan'er, why are you looking for Iron Egg? Lan'er pushed away Li Zishuan's big hand on her head. She felt that Li Zishuan's action was treating her like a child, which was disrespectful to her. The little girl frowned and said, "Nothing much, it's just that I went to the academy to play recently, but there was no Iron Egg, so it was very boring." Brother Cho Nyo only knows how to bully Lan'er, humph. Brother, just tell Lan'er when Iron Egg is coming back. After saying that, the little girl pouted proudly, looking very cute. Li Zishuan heard this and felt helpless. With Ching Chimo's bad temper, if he didn't tease Lan'er, he would probably feel uncomfortable all over. Iron Egg has already left Jianghu with the army today, and he should be back in 6 or 7 days. Lan'er, don't worry. Big brother will show you something fun. Lan'er's eyes lit up, and she immediately became interested. She asked excitedly, "What is it?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Hee, I can't tell you now, but you'll know when the time comes." Stinky brother. You're still keeping me in suspense. Humph. Yamacho, His Majesty has gone to the academy. You should go quickly. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan was sunbathing in the front yard when Imo Zhong suddenly rushed to the door and said. Li Zishuan quickly got up and said, "Okay. I'll go over now." No matter what, Yamacho Li Zishuan was the most powerful person in this land. When he came to Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan, as the Yamacho, had to be present, just like a leader inspecting his work. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan arrived at Yanhuang College. After asking about Li Er's current location, he quickly followed him. Old Li was now in the corridor outside Class 1's classroom. It seemed like he was secretly listening to the teacher's lecture inside. Li Zishuan was just about to bow when Li Er waved his hand to stop him, as if he had eyes behind his head. Li Zishuan understood what Li Er meant, so he didn't say anything. Thus, a dean of Yanhuang College and a Yamacho of Yanhuang College actually leaned on the window outside the classroom and did the shady business of eavesdropping on the teacher's lecture. This class was physics. Class 1's physics class was originally taught by Mo Huai, but Mo Huai was now busy with the construction of the dam and couldn't leave at all. Therefore, all of Mo Huai's affairs in the academy were temporarily handed over to Mo Chui. This person was also the focus of Mo Huai's training and was very likely to be the next Mo family big son. A while ago, Li Zixuan had secretly tested Mo Chui's ability and found that whether it was his grasp of physics or his ability to lecture in class, this young man was basically on par with Mo Huai. Based on this, Li Zixuan gradually relaxed. When school started, all of you must have seen Yamacho personally demonstrate the telegraph machine. You only know that the telegraph machine is very magical and can transmit messages from far away, but do you know why it can transmit messages? What does it rely on to transmit messages? Before you understand this, you must first understand a phenomenon, electromagnetism. Yes, you didn't hear wrong, electromagnetism. First of all, you should have seen magnets before. Yamacho's compass used the magnetic needle under the effect of the Earth's magnetic field. The magnetic needle's south pole points to the north pole of the Earth's magnetic field to achieve the function of indicating direction. This is called magnetism. As for electricity, Yamacho's telegraph machine previously relied on electricity to drive it. Electricity and magnetism are two different things, but who would have thought that the two can be converted to each other under special conditions? Well, not only did you not think of it, but I also didn't understand it. But Yamacho thought of it. To be honest, sometimes I'm also very curious about how Yamacho's brain can store so many novel things. Just a bit of the knowledge in his brain is probably something that others can study for a lifetime without being able to understand. Okay. Back to the topic. In this lesson, I'll show you how electricity can be converted into magnetic fields. The current teaching progress of the academy had reached the electromagnetism section. Mo Chui stood on the podium and spoke with fervor and assurance. He did not notice the two big bosses eavesdropping outside the window. His lecture was serious and not humorous, and it was very attractive to listen to. Come with me. After some time, Li Zixuan was already immersed in the content of Mo Chui's lecture. Li Er, who was beside him, said in a low voice. Yes. Your Majesty. Chapter 1341. Marquis Yong, and, if I didn't hear wrongly, that Mr. was explaining the principles of the telegraph to the students? Arriving at the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Li Er gestured for Li Zixuan to close the door. Then, he looked at Li Zixuan and asked. Li Zixuan didn't know what Li Er meant by this question, but he still replied truthfully, Your Majesty, what Mr. Mo said before was only the most basic theoretical knowledge used in the telegraph. The most basic knowledge. What's wrong with the most basic knowledge? If these most basic knowledge were to be learned by foreigners, wouldn't they also be able to create the telegraph? Li Er mercilessly interrupted Li Zixuan's words. His face was gloomy as he said, I let you establish Yanhuang College to open the minds of the people and promote engineering. I didn't let you leak the military secrets of the Tang Empire. The telegraph is the highest military secret of the Tang Empire, but you so easily revealed its principles to the public. Have you considered the consequences? This time, the imperial court sent troops to Jianghu. Before Cui Junshuo attacked Luoyang, they completed the encirclement of Guangqing County in time. Then, during the siege, Li Jing and Lu Rengui worked together to break into the city without expending a single soldier. What did they rely on? You should know better than me. You can imagine, if the technology of the telegraph fell into the hands of the enemy, how much trouble would it bring to the Tang Empire? As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, why didn't you think of this? Li Er blabbered on and on, not giving Li Zixuan a chance to interrupt. It could be seen that he was quite angry now. It was because of the recent war that Li Er saw the importance of the telegraph in the military, so he had such a big reaction now. Li Zixuan saw that Li Er had finally finished speaking, so he quickly took the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, knowing the principle of the telegraph machine and making it are two completely different things. It's like everyone knows that food is grown from the ground, but does everyone know how to grow the ground? Of course not. I'm introducing these things to the students in the physics textbook so that they can understand the characteristics of things in this world and broaden their horizons. This way, they can create more valuable things in the future. Even a wise man would make a mistake. Although this official is proficient in engineering, this official's strength is limited after all. This official needs many successors of engineering to help this official overcome more technical difficulties. If this official blindly cherishes what he knows, once this official gets old or dies, engineering will quickly decline and there will be no successor. Li Zixuan felt that he needed to explain the gap between theory and practice to old Li, and at the same time change old Li's long-held beliefs. This question was actually very simple. In modern times, it could be said that 90% of college students and even high school students knew how the telegraph worked. But did they know how to make a telegraph? Obviously, it was impossible. Among the 90% of the students, it would already be good if 5% of them could make a telegraph. Another example would be the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb. Many people knew the explosion principle of the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb. One was nuclear fission, and the other was nuclear fusion. However, with so many people knowing the principle, why were there so few countries in the world that possessed nuclear weapons? There was a huge gap between theory and practice. It was impossible for a person who knew the principle to understand everything in practice. These were two completely different things. Li Er's expression became slightly better. He said doubtfully, according to what you said, even if all this knowledge was leaked to foreign countries, our enemies would still find it difficult to imitate the telegraph? Li Zixuan cupped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, that is indeed the case. Even if they have figured out how to make a telegraph machine, by that time, we may have already produced an even more advanced telegraph machine with a longer transmission distance and a more stable message transmission. Moreover, although this is the case, this knowledge is unique to our Tang Empire. Currently, only the students of Yanhuang College have the qualifications to learn it. This official will also instruct them to keep it a secret. Even if the students outside or the envoys of other countries enter the academy, they will not be able to learn this knowledge. Your Majesty's words today can be considered as a reminder to this official. In the future, this official will strengthen the education and punishment of the students of the academy. In the future, Yanhuang College's enrollment will focus on whether the students are patriotic. This will prevent evil people from sneaking into the academy and stealing knowledge. This official will quickly come up with a regulation for these things and then hand it over to Mr. Kong Gui and Mr. Wenji to strictly implement it. This will further prevent the teachers and students of the academy from leaking the academy's knowledge. Li Er's expression finally improved. He nodded and said, That's more like it. Yanhuang College will definitely be an important tool of the country in the future. This emperor will pay attention to it. Don't play dumb with this emperor. You must also pay attention to the management of the academy. Although Yanhuang College had only been established for less than a year and had not fully blossomed, Li Er could already see the importance of Yanhuang College to the Tang Empire's national strength. This official obeys. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er waved his hand and said seriously, All right. Let's get down to business. We came here today because we have something to discuss with you. Li Zixuan was puzzled and said, Your Majesty, please speak. Li Er pondered for a moment and slowly said, This time, in resolving the crisis of Luoyang and taking down Guan City, the telegraph played an extremely important role. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. The commander behind the enemy needs the latest news from the front lines, and the soldiers at the front lines need the latest orders from the commander. The telegraph perfectly solved all the problems. This thing is simply a divine tool for military formation communication. The apothecary mentioned to this emperor in his report that he wants to fully implement the telegraph in the army. This emperor feels that the apothecary's words are very reasonable. Therefore, firstly, the telegraph that the army needs, Marquis Yong, and see if you can think of a way to create another batch. Secondly, no one in the army knows how to use the telegraph. Either you let your students teach the soldiers how to use the telegraph, or you can directly send a batch of students into the army to take charge of the telegraph. What do you think? When Li Zishuan heard this, he frowned slightly. He did not expect Li Er to be in such a hurry to promote the telegraph. The problem was that the telegraph was still in the experimental stage. If they wanted to use it on a large scale, there were still many problems that needed to be solved. Your Majesty, the current telegraph technology is still not mature. This official suggests that Your Majesty wait a few more days for the Academy to improve the telegraph before promoting it to the army. You must not be too hasty. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er said somewhat unwillingly, the immature you are talking about should be referring to the telegraph's transmission distance not being far enough, right? However, there is already a solution. In this Guan City rebellion, Li Yu was at the top of Songyue Temple's pagoda, and Meng Wenhao was on the fairy lamp. They were able to transmit information to Chang, and more than 400 miles away. This is already enough. At most, when the army goes to war in the future, we can bring a few more fairy lamps with us. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Your Majesty, using a telegraph to send a telegram from a high place can increase the transmission distance, but there is also a limit. With our current telegraph, this official estimates that 400 miles is very likely to be the limit. Any further and it might not work. Moreover, if we need to climb to a very high fairy lamp every time we send a telegram, it will be very disadvantageous for the army's concealment. If our army needs to sneak behind the enemy, what should we do? Do we have to raise a fairy lamp? Wouldn't that be telling the enemy the location of our army? Therefore, this official hopes that Your Majesty will give this official some more time. When the time comes, the telegraph that has been modified by the Academy will not only be able to transmit messages further, but it will also only need to be sent on flat ground when sending a telegram. This kind of telegraph is more suitable to be promoted in the army. When Li Er heard this, his expression could not help but change. He asked uncertainly, can this kind of telegraph really be made? Absolutely. Li Zishuan replied with certainty. Li Er nodded and said, good. Then how long do you need? Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, at least half a year, at most a year. Because the modification of the telegraph needs to search for and refine a few special materials, this official cannot give Your Majesty a very precise time. Li Er did not ask Li Zishuan what materials he needed because he knew that it was useless to ask. He definitely did not have them. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would have directly borrowed them from him instead of painstakingly searching for them. Therefore, Li Er directly said, this emperor knows that you have sent people to search for all kinds of mineral veins. In the future, as long as it is useful for making a telegraph, this emperor can give it to you no matter what kind of mineral it is. If you don't have enough people to search for mineral veins, this emperor can also allocate some people to you. If this emperor remembers correctly, there are two brothers in the imperial army. Their ancestors were Daoist sorcerers who specialized in searching for Longdiangshu. Although these two did not learn the family's skills, they have been to most places in the Tang Empire. If you need people to search for mineral veins, this emperor can send them to follow you and help you search for useful mineral veins all over the world. Yes, yes. Your Majesty, to be honest, this official does not lack anything right now, but I lack people. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. When he sent off Fu to Sichuan to search for vanadium ore, he was thinking that he should form a team that specialized in searching for mineral veins. However, he had not been able to find the appropriate talents. He did not expect Old Li to directly send him warmth today. This warmth was sent at the right time. Li Er could not help but smile and said, all right. This emperor will let them come to you when the time comes. These two people are called Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Other than being experienced and knowledgeable, their martial arts are also not bad. In the future, after they help you search for mineral veins, they will stay behind to be your guards. You and Yanhuang College are important to the Tang Empire. You cannot have any mishaps. Ah. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. He quickly waved his hand and said, Your Majesty, this cannot be done, absolutely cannot be done. The two of them are imperial guards. How can they be my guards? Your Majesty, please retract your order. Previously, when Pang Feiji searched for the whereabouts of the four ghosts of Taibai for several months to no avail, Li Zixuan had thought of expanding a group of guards. Although he was indeed lacking guards, he could not use the Imperial Army as his guards. One had to know that the Imperial Army was equivalent to the Emperor's personal guards. If they were to be his guards, it would be taboo. No matter. You just need to improve the telegraph machine as soon as possible. If this is done, I will guarantee Yanhuang College's glory and glory for generations to come. Li Er waved his hand and said without allowing any objection. After that, he did not wait for Li Zixuan's reaction and left directly. Chapter 1342. After Li Er left, Li Zixuan immediately asked someone to invite Yen Silu and Li Gang. Then, a meeting was held in the conference room. The content of the meeting was mainly about what he had just said to Li Er, about strengthening the confidentiality management of the academy. From today onwards, Yanhuang College will set up a confidentiality work leading group to take charge of all matters related to the academy's confidentiality. I will personally be the leader, and Mr. Kong Gui and Mr. Wen Ji will be the deputy leaders. Inside the academy, except for the economics department, the teaching and experimental places of the other departments are classified as confidential places. Non-students and teachers of the academy are not allowed to enter. In addition, manuscripts and books that contain sensitive technical information are classified as confidential carriers and must be kept by special personnel. Depending on the importance of the content, they can be divided into 3 levels: confidential, confidential, and top secret. Confidential and top secret carriers are not allowed to be taken out of the academy. If anyone is found to have taken them out without authorization, they will be expelled from the academy and sent to the Supreme Court. As for the classification system of confidential carriers, as well as the assessment and punishment system for strengthening the confidentiality education of students, I will list out a very detailed regulation in a few days. At that time, the two of you can directly follow it. We must let the students remember that keeping the academy's secrets must be the top priority at all times. No matter how outstanding the person is or how much contribution he or she has made to the academy, it will be useless. He or she will receive the most severe punishment from Yanhuang College and the Supreme Court. Li Gang and Yen Silu were extremely surprised and opened their mouths. At first, they thought Li Zixuan was just talking casually. They never expected that Li Zixuan would come up with such a detailed and comprehensive confidentiality system. Obviously, he had a well-thought-out plan. Although they had never heard of some of the terms in it before, they felt that the whole system was perfect after listening to it. Anyway, Li Gang was confident that he could write all kinds of articles, but he really couldn't write about a confidentiality system. Since His Majesty personally ordered it, the two of us naturally have no objections. Moreover, Yamacho, your arrangements are extremely reasonable. After you have written the confidentiality system, I and Kong Gui will start to implement it in the academy. Li Gang nodded in agreement. Li Zixuan smiled and said, as the saying goes, if you want to wear a crown, you have to bear its weight. Since Yanhuang College was founded on engineering, and the teachers and students in the college study the most advanced engineering knowledge in the world every day, they have the obligation to keep the college's secrets. I'm sorry that I've caused trouble for the two of you again. Sorry for the trouble. In fact, he didn't come up with this system by himself. In his previous life, he had a senior who entered a military confidential unit after graduation. Every once in a while, they would have a confidential exam, and the content was similar to what he had just said. Most of these were things he had heard from his senior brother in his previous life. In the evening, the two helpers that Li Zixuan was going to assign to Li Zixuan finally arrived at Yunshan Villa. It wasn't just 2 people who came, but a group of people. There were a total of 15 people. Of the 2 people in the lead, one was about 30 years old. He had a square face and wasn't ugly. Coupled with his beard, he was a very charming middle-aged man. If it was in his previous life, he might have been able to charm some infatuated girls. The younger one was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a delicate face, but his facial features were sharp and there was a sense of arrogance between his eyebrows. Li Zixuan looked at the 2 people from head to toe. The 2 people opposite him were also secretly looking at him. After a while, the the two quickly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Marquis. I'm Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and I'm here to serve Marquis." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "There's no need for the two generals to be so polite. His Majesty clearly said that he would only send the two of you. Why did so many people come?" Lu Feng clasped his fist and said, "Marquis, these are my brothers in the Imperial Guards. Searching for the mineral vein requires a lot of manpower. I requested for an imperial edict and brought all of them here." When Li Zixuan heard this, he smiled and nodded. Since that's the case, you guys can stay in Yunshan Villa for the time being. As for searching for the mineral vein, I'll arrange for you guys to go in a few days." Just as he finished speaking, Li Zixuan struck out like lightning. With a hand knife, he chopped towards Lu Feng's neck. Lu Feng was obviously caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, he retreated while crossing his arms in front of his neck, forcibly blocking Li Zixuan's chop. Bang! The two of them separated immediately upon contact. Lu Feng was directly pushed back 10 steps. Lu Yun, who was beside him, was anxious. He swung his fist towards Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled and grabbed Lu Yun's wrist unhurriedly. With a Tai Chi push, he borrowed the force of Lu Yun's attack. Lu Yun immediately lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. However, Lu Yun was no ordinary person. He quickly regained his balance, turned around, and with a black tiger steals the heart, he threw a punch at Li Zixuan's chest. Li Zixuan's body slightly arched back. True Qi instantly gathered in his chest muscles. Then, he straightened his chest. Like a fully drawn bow that was released, his true Qi borrowed the rebound force and directly rushed towards Lu Yun's punch. Bang! With another loud sound, Lu Yun was sent flying without any suspense. When the rest of the Imperial Guards saw that their general was attacked, they subconsciously wanted to pull out their swords to help. However, the person opposite them was a marquis. How could they help? Just as they were hesitating, Lu Feng shouted, "Lu Yun, stop. Don't be rude to Marquis." After saying that, he strode towards Li Zixuan and clasped his fist. "Thank you, Marquis, for showing mercy. My second brother did not know etiquette and offended Marquis. I hope Marquis can forgive him." Lu Yun saw this and quickly understood that Li Zixuan was just testing the martial arts of the two brothers. Hence, he quickly came over to apologize. "Marquis, I have offended you. Please punish me, Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, get up." Just now, this Marquis was just itching for a fight and wanted to exchange pointers with you. It can't be considered as offending your superiors. The two generals have excellent skills, not bad, not bad. Lu Feng was convinced and said, "I have long heard that Marquis is the youngest grandmaster in Tang. If Marquis did not deliberately show mercy, I am afraid that I would not have been able to block that blow. Marquis has great merit. I, Lu Feng, am impressed." Lu Yun also looked at Li Zixuan with a fanatical expression and clasped his fist. "Thank you, Marquis, for showing mercy." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "The two of you don't need to be so modest. With your strength, I'm sure you're among the best in the Imperial Army. All right, go pack up and stay on Cloud Mountain." "Yes, Marquis." Lu Feng and Lu Yun accepted the order and left. Li Zixuan looked at the backs of the two brothers and smiled slightly. One was in the late stage of Qi transformation, and the other was in the middle stage of Qi transformation. Li Er had really sent him two strong helpers. In the next 2 days, Li Zixuan was busy drafting the confidentiality rules for the academy and also took time to go to the workshop. It seemed that he was doing something. On the morning of the 3rd day, Song Xiaoxi suddenly came to report, "Young master, Ink Girl asked you to go to the workshop. She said that she has finished the modification." Finished the modification. That meant that the microscope had an additional light path to increase the brightness of the field of vision. Li Zixuan heard Song Xiaoxi and immediately understood what Mo Lingwei meant. He called Lan over and said, "Lan do you remember 2 days ago that I told you that I would bring you to see something good?" Lan Er's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Yes, yes. Brother, can you bring me to see that thing now? Li Zishuan nodded and said, haha. Lon, guessed right. Let's go, follow me to the workshop. The little girl was used to being wild. Hearing this, she immediately cheered and said, okay, okay. Lon wants to go to the workshop with brother. Han Yushi, who came out after hearing the noise, looked at the siblings helplessly. Li Zishuan invited, wife, do you want to go together? This is something that I have never seen before. Han Yushi smiled and said, husband, you can go with Lon, I still have to go to Chang'an City later. There are some things that I need to deal with at the Warm Tang Foundation. Li Zishuan heard this and did not insist. He took his little sister out and went to the workshop at the bottom of the Cloud Mountain. Yamacho, you're finally here. Aya, Lon, you're here too. In the workshop, in the laboratory from before. Li Zishuan pushed the door open and entered. Mo Lingwei came up to him and greeted the siblings. Lon, giggled and quickly stuck to Mo Lingwei's side. Li Zishuan nodded and said, okay. Then, he looked at the microscope on the table. Compared to the last time, the microscope today had an additional light path that guided light from the outside and reflected light to the stage. Li Zishuan glanced at it briefly and quickly simulated the path of the light path in his mind with his strong mental strength. It was just a subconscious operation, but he couldn't help but be shocked because the scene in his mind was exactly like the computer in his previous life running Zmax, a very famous light path simulation software. He could clearly see the path and details of the light path in every part of the light path. This ability was just like how he could simulate all kinds of mechanical structures in his mind before. Now, it seemed that his strong mental strength could not only be used to simulate mechanical structures. In fact, it was like a supercomputer installed in the brain. It could simulate any kind of complicated calculation, three-dimensional modeling, and all kinds of mathematical or physical models. It was really amazing. Young master, these are the glass slides you made a few days ago. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi came. When he entered the workshop, Li Zishuan had asked him to get something. That's right, it was the slides and cover slips that were necessary for the microscope to observe the samples. Okay, give them to me. Chapter 1343. 2 in 1 chapter. Yamacho, why did you ask someone to bring the glass sheets over? Mo Lingwei asked curiously when she saw Song Xiaoxi bring over a box of glass sheets. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Ink girl, these glass sheets are used to store objects under observation. Think about it, if the sunlight shines from below and the object is placed in another container, how can the light pass through? Mo Lingwei nodded thoughtfully and said, Yamacho is right. Then what is Yamacho planning to use this microscope to look at today? To look at the water. To see what is in the water that we usually drink. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Then, he turned around and ordered, Xiaoxi, bring me a bowl of clear river water. The diameter of the bacteria in the river was generally about 5 microns. The microscope made by Mo Lingwei had a magnification of 400 times, which meant that it could magnify the bacteria to about 2 millimeters. The human eye could see at least 0.2 millimeters, so with this microscope, it was possible to see the bacteria in the river. What's more, other than bacteria, there are also some parasites in the river. These parasites are much bigger than bacteria. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi nodded and left to carry out the order. But he was a little confused. Look at the water. What's there to look at? It's cool and clear, what can be in it? Although he was thinking this, Song Xiaoxi still walked to the cafeteria of the workshop. The new workshop now has more than 1,000 permanent employees. Of course, there is a staff cafeteria. The workers in the cafeteria will bring back water from the Ba River every morning and fill the cafeteria's water tank. So Song Xiaoxi doesn't need to go to the river, he only needs to come here to get water. Oh, Brother C, why are you here? Song Xiaoxi had just walked into the courtyard where the dining hall was located when a servant came up to him with a fawning smile. Although Song Xiaoxi was just a servant in the workshop, the servants were also divided into ranks. Song Xiaoxi served Faubert every day and could also see Li Zishuan often. How could an ordinary servant compare to him? Ahem. I'm just here for a bowl of water. You can go about your business, tycoon. Song Xiaoxi understood that Li Zishuan and Mo Lingwei's microscope should not be revealed to outsiders yet. After being by Faubert's side for so long, he still had a sense of secrecy. Therefore, he casually made up an excuse and planned to go in and get the water himself. It just so happened that he was feeling a little thirsty. The manservant named Da Heng hurriedly said, "Hey, fourth brother, wait here. I'll go boil some water for you." Song Xiaoxi quickly grabbed Tycoon and said, "No need. I like cold drinks. I say, you brat, hurry up and do your own things. Don't delay things, otherwise chef you will scold you again." "Oh. Then, fourth brother, I'll go back to work." Tycoon heard this and could only go back to washing the vegetables. Song Xiaoxi went to the kitchen and took a porcelain bowl. He scooped a bowl of water from the water tank under the shed outside the house and poured a bowl of water into his stomach first. Then, he scooped another bowl of water and muttered to himself, "Sigh, today's weather is really hot. No, I have to scoop another bowl of water to take home." After that, he walked out of the courtyard leisurely. Tycoon, who was in the courtyard, looked at the sun in the sky and asked curiously, "Is it hot today?" "It's not hot, right? Why does fourth brother feel hot?" Young master. The water is here." After a while, Song Xiaoxi came back with a bowl of water and returned to Mo Lingwei's laboratory. Li Zishuan took the water and walked to the table. He asked Mo Lingwei for a pair of white gloves and used a latex dropper to drip the water from the bowl onto the glass slide. Then, he used a pair of tweezers to cover the glass slide. Speaking of which, the laboratory in this world had some basic tools such as gloves, tweezers, droppers, and test tubes. In terms of facilities, this was the most advanced laboratory in the whole of Tang Dynasty. However, in modern times, this laboratory could not even be compared to a high school chemistry laboratory. Li Zishuan placed the glass slide that contained the river water on the microscope stage. After adjusting the position, he fixed it with a clamp. Hee. Luckily, it's a sunny day today. At this time, Mo Lingwei smiled and handed Song Xiaoxi a mirror. Then, she ordered, "Xiaoxi, take this divine mirror and stand behind the door. When the sunlight comes in, it has to shine on this mirror. Understand?" As she spoke, she pointed to a mirror on the table and said, "Look at the mirror." "Okay. Xiaoxi understands." Song Xiaoxi replied and walked to the door with the mirror. After a while, a ray of sunlight shone into the room. Song Xiaoxi carefully adjusted the angle and reflected the sunlight on the mirror that Mo Lingwei pointed at earlier. "Okay. Xiaoxi, stand still," Mo Lingwei shouted. Then, she squatted down and started to fiddle with the mirrors on the table. She mainly adjusted the angle of the mirrors so that the sunlight could shine on the bottom of the microscope. "Okay. It's done." Li Zishuan's left eye was in front of the eyepiece. When he saw the light in his field of vision, he quickly said. Then, his right hand started to twist the screw next to the microscope to adjust the distance between the objective lens and the glass slide. Gradually, the blurry light in his field of vision became clearer and clearer. In the end, there were many different shapes in his field of vision. Some of them were even moving. Li Zishuan was very happy. He quickly said, okay. We can see the things in the river. Ink girl, come and take a look." "Wow. Really? Let me see." Hearing this, Mo Lingwei rushed to the front of the microscope. She moved her eyes closer and saw many moving black spots in the light. Some of the moving black spots were bigger and looked like squirming maggots. Mo Lingwei was shocked. "Yamacho, what are those things? Where did they come from?" Mo Lingwei left the microscope and asked Li Zishuan. Hee. Of course they came from the water. You saw it just now. The glass slide only had a drop of water that little four sent over. Li Zishuan said with a smile. They came from the water? Doesn't that mean that in the water that we usually drink, there are many of those tiny little bugs? When Mo Lingwei heard this, his face turned green. Luckily he didn't eat in the morning. Otherwise, he would have vomited his breakfast. Sister Wei, what little bugs? Lan wants to see too. Lan listened for a long time and became interested. She quickly pulled Mo Lingwei's arm and asked eagerly. Mo Lingwei looked at the little girl sympathetically and asked, Lan, you really want to see? Yes. Of course I want to see. Lan nodded without hesitation. Hee. Okay. Then I'll bring you to see. Mo Lingwei laughed mischievously. Then, she moved a stool and said, Lan, come. Stand on this. The table where the microscope was placed was quite high. With Lan's height, she couldn't reach it. Li Zishuan saw all this but he didn't stop her. At this moment, he took a stand from the side and walked out of the room. He said to Song Xiaoxi, let me hold this mirror. Xiaoxi, go to Yunshan Mountain and see if Priest Sun, Professor Wang, and Professor Qin are there. If they are, invite them here. Tell them that the workshop has made a magical instrument that can see tiny things. Song Xiaoxi quickly replied, yes. Young master. Xiaoxi will go now. Li Zishuan took the mirror and placed it on the stand. Then, he adjusted the angle of the mirror slightly. Mo Lingwei said, it's done. Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded. When he was about to go in, he realized that Song Xiaoxi hadn't left yet. He couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxi, is there anything else? Song Xiaoxi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, young master, just now Professor Mo said that there were bugs in the river. But when I brought it over, I didn't see anything in the water. In fact, he was panicking because he had just drunk a bowl of cold water a few minutes ago. Li Zishuan found it funny and said, those bugs can't be seen with the naked eye. You can only see them with the microscope inside. Why? Xiaoxi, do you want to see them too? Last year, when they were testing the telegraph machine, Song Xiaoxi ran back and forth until he got a heatstroke. Li Zishuan had a good impression of him. Okay. Song Xiaoxi's eyes were fixed on the inside. When he heard that, he subconsciously responded. Then, he quickly reacted and waved his hands. No. This is something that young master and Professor Mo made. Xiaoxi is just a servant. How can I see it? Young master, Xiaoxi will go to Yunshan now. Stop. Li Zishuan grabbed Song Xiaoxi and frowned. What servant, master? If I tell you to go take a look, then go take a look. Go in. You can go to Yunshan after you see it. After that, he walked in. Inside, Lan had finished looking at the river on the glass slide. The little girl's face was pale as she squatted by the side and retched. Wah. Lan drank water in the morning. There are bugs in Lan's stomach. Woo woo. Mo Lingwei giggled at the side. She was gloating. Haha. Lan, you were the one who wanted to see it. You can't blame sister. Li Zishuan ignored the two girls. He said to Song Xiaoxi, see for yourself. Look at the cylinder above and you'll be able to see what's in the river. Yes. Thank you, young master. Song Xiaoxi obeyed and placed his eyes above the eyepiece of the microscope. Suddenly, a very beautiful image appeared in front of his eyes. There were moving little black dots and wriggling little black lines. This image was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look down. Young master. What are those moving black dots and black lines? Song Xiaoxi took 2 steps back and looked at Li Zishuan in fear. Oh. This is a bug, but it is also not a bug. Go and get Priest Sun here first. I will tell you later. Li Zishuan did not explain immediately. If he did, He would have to explain again when Sun Simiao and the rest arrived. Oh, oh. Song Xiaoxi answered in a panic and ran out. After about half an hour, footsteps and Sun Simiao's laughter came from outside the door. Haha. Xiao Xian has finally made the thing that he promised me. Today, I will open my eyes. His voice was heard before he arrived. Then, Sun Simiao walked in with Hu Jingyao, Professor Wang, Professor Qin and the rest. Without waiting for Li Zixuan to greet him, Sun Simiao's eyes had already locked onto the microscope on the table. With an excited expression, he asked, "Little Xian, is this the tool that you told this poor Taoist before that can see tiny things?" Li Zixuan replied, "That's right. I call it a microscope. I used it to observe the river." "Priest's son, you can take a look at it." "Microscope? That's a good name." Sun Simiao praised and then said impatiently, "Little Xian, please teach this poor Taoist how to use this microscope." "No problem." Li Zixuan smiled and followed Sun Simiao to the microscope. Under his guidance, Sun Simiao finally saw the world in the drop of water. This. Is this really just a drop of water? How can there be so many living things in the water? Sun Simiao had traveled extensively in his life. What had he not seen? Moreover, he was already past the age where he would make a fuss about nothing. However, when he saw the world in the drop of water, he could not help but take 2 steps back and exclaim, "Priest's son, this is really just a drop of water. Look, it's the drop of water that we took out from that bowl." Li Zixuan pointed at the bowl of water next to the table and said. Sun Simiao turned his head and looked at it. He could not believe it. The water is so clear, but why can I see so many living things in it with the microscope? Let me take a look too. Professor Wang and Professor Qin could not hold back their curiosity. They rushed to the side of the microscope and put their eyes next to the eyepiece. After they saw it, they were shocked. "Yamacho, what are those black dots and black lines in the water? Why do they look like living things?" Professor Qin stroked his beard and asked in a low voice. Everyone looked over, including the pale-faced Song Xiaoxi. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, "Dr. Qin, although the river looks clear, it contains a lot of things. There are dead things, and there are also living things. The living things that I call the most are bacteria. These bacteria are very small, but how small are they? Let's put it this way. Do you think our hair is thin?" Professor Wang nodded and said, "Of course, our hair is very thin." Li Zixuan smiled and continued, "But this type of bacteria is not even 1/10 of the diameter of a hair. Do you think we can see it with our naked eyes? Of course, other than bacteria, there is something bigger. I call it a parasite. Once it enters the human body, it will live in the human body. It is very difficult to digest and expel it. Some of these parasites can make people sick and even die." Sun Simiao heard and could not help but sigh. There are so many living things in a drop of water. The Buddhists have a saying, a flower, a world, a leaf, a Bodhi. It seems that it is true. Ugh! Song Xiaoxi, who was next to him, rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 1344. Young Master, I'm not dead. In Mo Lingwei's lab, Song Xiaoxi sat on a stool and slowly regained consciousness. He looked at Li Zixuan and the rest and asked in confusion. Li Zixuan pursed his lips. Although he was trying to stifle a laugh in his heart, he said in a bad mood, "Die? What die?" Priest's son, Professor Qin, and Professor Wang are all famous doctors. Do you think it's that easy for you to die? Song Xiaoxi was enlightened. He quickly stood up and saluted Priest's son and the rest. "Thank you, Priest's son, Professor Qin, and Professor Wang for saving my life. This kid really thought that he had just walked through the gates of hell." Sun Simiao was a decent person. He was not like Li Zixuan who had a bad heart. He waved his hand and laughed. "You were just shocked and fainted. It's not a big deal. I didn't save you. You don't have to thank me. Huh? Song Xiaoxi was stunned. Wasn't he on the verge of death because he drank cold water and was invaded by parasites? Why did Sun Simiao say that he was just shocked? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? At the thought of this, Song Xiaoxi's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Young master. Falbert should need help. I'll go over now. Song Xiaoxi lowered his head and said to Li Zixuan. Then, he quickly ran away. Hey. Stop right there, Xiaoxi. Mo Lingwei quickly stopped Song Xiaoxi. She smiled and asked, Xiaoxi, what happened to you just now? Why did you faint? Song Xiaoxi turned around and scratched his head awkwardly. No. Nothing, Professor Mo. Hee. Nothing? If it's really nothing, why would a man like you faint? Tell me. Mo Lingwei said in disbelief. Well, Song Xiaoxi was at a loss for words. He did not know where to begin. Who had not spoken all this while, opened his mouth at this moment. Sister Wei, don't make things difficult for Xiaoxi anymore. I reckon that he should have been frightened by young master's words just now. Song Xiaoxi nodded and said, yes. Young master said that there are parasites in the river that can kill people. When Xiaoxi brought young master some water, he was thirsty and drank a bowl. So I felt a little pain in my stomach just now. When I thought of what young master said, I thought I was going to die. Kakik. When Lan heard this, she was so happy that she couldn't stop giggling. Xiaoxi, my brother must have lied to you just now. Look at how scared you are. Lan also drank the water from the river when she was young. Wasn't she still fine? Although the little girl felt that the little bugs in the water were disgusting, she didn't think that drinking unboiled water would kill people. There were many people who drank unboiled water in this world. It had to be said that although Lana was young, her logical thinking ability was not weak at all. When Song Xiaoxi heard this, he said with a face full of surprise, Young master, is what Miss Lan said true? You were lying to us just now? Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a serious face, who said I was joking? There are parasites in the river that can really kill people. From what I know, some linear parasites, once they enter the human body, will reproduce in large numbers. Other than the human bones, they can't enter the brain, eyes, heart, liver, and so on. They can enter everything. Do you think it will be fatal? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lan's little face was pale with fright. She said with tears in her eyes, Brother. Then did the water that Lan drank in the past have those parasites? Lan doesn't want my head to be full of bugs. Li Zixuan couldn't help but rub Lan's little head and comforted her softly, Lan, don't cry. How can you encounter those parasites so easily? As long as Lan doesn't drink unboiled water in the future, nothing will happen. Lan won't drink unboiled water in the future. Lan heard and hurriedly promised. Actually, ever since the cholera in Chang'an City last year, everyone in the Li family had stopped drinking unboiled water. But after today's incident, Lan probably wouldn't dare to touch unboiled water in the future. This was more effective than repeated warnings. Young master. Xiaoxi also won't dare to drink unboiled water in the future. Song Xiaoxi also promised with a face full of fear. Li Zixuan nodded satisfactorily. Sun Simiao looked at him and asked, Xiao Xian, you said that other than parasites, there are also bacteria in the water. What are bacteria? Are they harmful to the human body? What he had seen and heard today had brought great shock to Sun Simiao, a doctor who had been practicing medicine all his life. It could be said that it was an eye-opener for him. He felt that the door to a new world was slowly opening up to him. Sun Simiao had studied medicine, pathology and pharmacology his whole life. But from Li Zixuan's words, he could discover some new knowledge. Inside the room, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Hu Jingjing all looked at Li Zixuan at that moment. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, from what I know, there are many types of bacteria. On one hand, bacteria are the source of many diseases, including tuberculosis, gonorrhea, anthrax, plague, trachoma, and other diseases. They are all caused by bacteria. On the other hand, there are also situations where we use bacteria. For example, when making wine, we use distiller's yeast. There are some bacteria that are beneficial to the human body. These bacteria can convert the sugar in the ingredients into alcohol. The more bacteria there are in distiller's yeast, the fuller the taste of the wine. Dr. Wang stroked his beard and said in amazement, "This is really a big world. There are all kinds of strange things. I've lived my whole life and thought that I'm knowledgeable. But today, I realize that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. But I'm a little curious. How did Yamacho know about these things?" Ahem. Li Zishuan blushed and said hurriedly, "Well, this is what my master told me in the past. As for the truth, we'll have to wait for the students of Yanhuang College to verify it one by one. Speaking of which, isn't the medical school going to be established soon? Let's leave these questions to the future medical students. Master, you wouldn't mind having another title as a microbiologist, right?" Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. Dr. Wang didn't doubt him. He cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Mountain Elder. In the future, the medical students will definitely verify everything that Mountain Elder said." At this time, Sun Simiao closed his eyes, as if he was sleepwalking, and slowly walked out of the room without saying a word. "Hey! Priest's son, where are you going?" Li Zishuan felt that something was wrong and quickly chased after him. "Master! Young master!" Hu Jingjing screamed and also chased after him. Everyone in the room looked at each other. Dr. Qin could not help but ask, "What's wrong with Dr. Sun?" Dr. Wang thought for a moment and said, "I think Dr. Sun must have been inspired by Mountain Head's germ theory and wanted to use it to verify it with the medical theories we learned from medical books in the past. I think Dr. Sun's medical skills will have another breakthrough soon." Sun Simiao had hit the nail on the head. Although Li Zishuan's theory of bacterial pathogenesis was contrary to traditional Chinese medicine's theory of evil energy entering the body and harming people, Sun Simiao felt that the two seemed to have something in common. They could complement each other and corroborate each other. Now, Sun Simiao's mind had entered a state of war. He didn't even notice that Li Zishuan and Hu were calling out to him. "That's enough. Don't shout anymore." Li Zishuan shouted twice and found that Sun Simiao did not move. He guessed that Sun Simiao might have entered a magical state similar to a martial artist's epiphany, so he stopped Hu Jingjing and said, "Priest's son should be thinking about his medical theory now. Let's not disturb him. Let's quietly help him walk for a while. Just don't let him trip on a stone." "Oh. Okay, young master," Hu Jingjing responded. She grabbed Sun Simiao's right arm and began to carefully help Sun Simiao walk forward. "Young master, I guess it must be the germ theory you just talked about that made my master doubt his medical skills. That's why he's like this now. I've never seen my master frown like this before," Hu Jingjing said after walking for a while. Li Zishuan heard this and nodded thoughtfully. He said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have told your master these things that haven't been verified yet. Your master's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. If he doubts his medical skills because of a few words from me, then I'm really a sinner." Hu Jingjing hurriedly said, "Young master, don't say that. I didn't have any intention of blaming you just now. Moreover, I believe that what young master said is definitely true. Actually, outsiders say that my master's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. But in private, my master often laments that his medical skills are still shallow and that he still needs to improve. But he has traveled all over the world and still can't find a way to improve his medical skills. Master used to teach me that there are 6 qi in a person's body. They are wind, cold, heat, humidity, dryness and fire. There were 2 sides to the 6 qis. One side was beneficial to the human body. As for the other side, if the 6 qis became too restless and went beyond what we could bear, then it would become the 6 obscenities, also known as the 6 great evil qis, which would cause harm and illness. For example, tuberculosis. According to the medical books, tuberculosis is caused by heat entering the body, causing the body's vital energy to be damaged. But young master, you just said that tuberculosis is caused by a bacterial infection. What you just said is completely different from what I know about medicine, pathology, and pharmacology. But my master is not an ordinary person. Who knows, he might be able to comprehend something from it. Who knows? Li Zishuan was silent. In his previous life, the Western theory of bacteria and viruses went against the theory of evil qi causing illness and the theory of yin, yang, and 5 elements in Chinese medicine. Many people used the fact that Chinese medicine did not understand bacteria and viruses to attack Chinese medicine. But was Chinese medicine really that bad after 5,000 years? Of course not. At the very least, from the perspective of Li Zishuan, who had personally transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Chinese medicine wasn't just for show. Famous doctors like Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang would definitely be able to kill all the medical experts in the modern era. But could it be said that Western medicine was inferior to Chinese medicine and had no redeeming qualities? Of course not. Western medicine was more direct than Chinese medicine. If a virus caused a disease in the human body, then it would be killed directly. Therefore, Western medicine usually took effect faster than Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine placed more importance on the management of the internal environment. Cleaning up phlegm, sludge, moisture, heat, and toxins meant cleaning up the environment where all kinds of harmful parasitic bacteria grew. Just like removing garbage, all kinds of pests and diseases would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it was more important to treat a chaotic situation when it was not chaotic. To replace the sewage, it was more important to take care of dredging the river. The origin of life was symbiotic with the internal and external environment. Chinese medicine's concept of the unity of man and nature and the human body as a whole would always be the navigation mark of medicine. The reason why Li Zishuan proposed the theory of bacteria and viruses was that he hoped that with Sun Simiao's superb talent in medical skills, he could find a new way to combine Chinese and Western medicine. Oh, no, there was no Western medicine now, so it should be said that he had found a new way to evolve Chinese medicine. Chapter 1345. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. I finally understand. Sun Simiao's meditative state was very strange. It was different from a martial artist's meditative state. When Sun Simiao was meditating, he actually liked to close his eyes and walk leisurely. Li Zishuan and Hu Jing supported the old Taoist all the way out of the workshop. When they reached the foot of the cloud mountain, Sun Simiao finally recovered from his meditation and laughed out loud. In Li Zishuan and Hu Jingjing's impression, Sun Simiao had always presented himself as an otherworldly expert in front of the world. It was the first time they had seen him lose his composure and laugh out loud like today. It seems that Taoist Sun's meditation must have been very fruitful. Li Zishuan sincerely felt happy for Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao heard him and looked around. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, "This Xiao Xian. Shouldn't I be in the workshop? Why am I here? Oh, it seems that my old habits are acting up again." After saying that, Sun Simiao suddenly realized something and couldn't help but pat his forehead and sigh. Li Zishuan heard him and thought, well, this isn't the first time old Sun has closed his eyes and walked leisurely like this. He couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Taoist Sun, from what you said, it seems that you've been in this situation before?" Sun Simiao nodded with a blush and said, "Ah. That was when I lived in seclusion in Taibai Mountain and studied medicine. In those years, I would often stay up all night thinking about a sentence in a medical book. I also often thought about some diseases. But now, when I open my eyes, I find that I don't know where I am. Although I lived a hard life in those years, it was the time when my medical skills improved the fastest." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Taoist Sun, you've been thinking hard for a long time today. It seems that your medical skills have improved again." Sun Simiao smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you, Xiao Xian. Your theory about bacteria causing diseases reminded me of the relevant records in the Vinaiging. Back then, the Yellow Emperor wrote in the Aging, the intestines and stomach are the market. There is nothing that they can't accept and contain. Also, he ate too much, which hurt his stomach and intestines. If the husband is not careful with his food and drink, he will be injured in the morning and injured in the evening. His injuries will accumulate, and after accumulating for a long time, he will become hot. Hot tears will form, and all kinds of strange insects will be born from the energy of the 5 elements. Symptoms such as coughing, fatigue, chafing, venomous venom, fox confusion, typhoid fever, etc., are all signs of parasites. Doctors are apt to make all kinds of deductions and treatments. After accumulating for a long time, it became hot, wet and hot tears formed, and all kinds of strange insects were born from the chi of the 5 elements. Aren't the strange bugs here similar to the disease-causing bacteria that you've mentioned? Just now, I was wondering if the Yellow Emperor had already discovered this kind of bacteria that could make people sick, but at that time, there was no microscope like the one we used just now, so he called it a strange worm to explain the relevant pathology. Since ancient times, when doctors treat patients, they mostly adjust the yin, yang, and 5 elements qi in the patient's body. This Taoist guesses that once the 5 elements qi in the human body is balanced, the bacteria in the body will not be able to survive. On the contrary, when the 5 elements qi is in chaos, the bacteria of various attributes will multiply and destroy the human body's functions, causing the person to fall sick or die. Haha. Of course, all of this is this Taoist's private guess, and it needs to be verified one by one. However, once it is verified, the medical skills passed down from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will undergo major changes and improvements. This is a huge project, and this Taoist will definitely not be able to complete it alone. Little Xian, would you be willing to lend this Taoist a hand? After listening to Sun Simiao's analysis, Li Zishuan couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration. The theory of bacteria and viruses was originally mutually exclusive with traditional Chinese medicine, but Sun Simiao was able to find the similarities between the two so quickly, corroborate each other, and seek common ground while shelving differences. He was truly amazing. In fact, not only Sun Simiao, but he had also thought about these problems in private. In his previous life, he had received modern education. Although he wasn't a medical major, he still knew some basic theoretical knowledge in Western medicine. In this life, the body that he had been reborn in had followed spiritual master Lingxiu since he was a child. After a long period of illness, he had become a doctor, and he knew a lot of medicinal herbs. Later, when Sun Simiao lived in Yunshan, he had consulted Sun Simiao about many medical skills. It could be said that if he was in the 21st century, he would be considered an old Chinese medicine, and he would be able to treat common illnesses. As someone who knew both Western medicine and Chinese medicine, Li Zishuan had recently thought about the differences and similarities between the two. First of all, Chinese medicine paid attention to external and internal causes. When external and internal causes coexisted peacefully, the person would be able to maintain a normal state. If there was a problem with one side, the balance would be broken, and there would be problems with one's health. When external and internal causes were maintained within the tolerance range of the human body would be able to maintain its health. If it exceeded the tolerance range, the human body's health would not be guaranteed. Bacteria and viruses could be seen as external causes. This was within the treatment range of Chinese medicine, so Chinese medicine could treat them. Chinese medicine's treatment was to adjust the body's environment, allowing the body to adapt to the weather and making the human body unsuitable for bacteria to survive. Western medicine's treatment was to use antibiotics to eliminate bacteria. The two methods were different, but the goal was the same. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Simiao and said with a serious face, "Daoist son, you're treating me as an outsider. You're my elder and also a great divine doctor revered by tens of thousands. It's reasonable for me to support you in continuing to study medicine. Don't worry, the medical school's microscopes will become more and more advanced in the future. The medical school will also recruit more outstanding medical students to assist Daoist Sun in developing the medical skills of the great Tang Empire to a height that surpassed the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Human resources, material resources, and financial resources. As long as I, Li Zishuan, have it, I will definitely not be stingy. Good. 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 Little Xian, with your words, this poor Daoist is relieved. Spiritual Master Lingxiu really didn't misjudge you. Sun Simiao smiled with a gratified face. The news that the workshop had developed a microscope quickly spread to the palace. This time, it was Li Zishuan who took the initiative to inform Li Er of the news. Old Li had sent 2 experts to be his bodyguards, and they could help him search for ores in the future. As the saying goes, a plum for a peach. Li Zishuan had no reason to deliberately hide such a good thing as the successful development of the microscope from Li Er. When Old Li heard the news, he led a few of his trusted officials to Yanhuang College to see the microscope with their own eyes. That's right, after the microscope was completed, they immediately moved back to Yanhuang College. After all, although there were guards around the workshop, it was far less safe than the college. Li Zishuan not only showed them a sample of the river water, but also a cross-section of the plant's root. Li Er and the other officials didn't expect that in the world where humans lived, there was a microscopic world that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. After Li Er and the others saw it, they couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Of course, these people definitely wouldn't dare to drink unboiled water in the future. After all, when they thought of the many little bugs in the water, who would dare to drink it directly? On the other hand, after experiencing this, Li Er was more confident in the scientific research ability of Yanhuang College. Thinking about the current technology of Yanhuang College, far away, they could see the sun, moon, and stars. Near, they could see the dust of the mortal world. What couldn't they do? At this moment, Li Er was incomparably glad that he had agreed to Li Zishuan to establish Yanhuang College. Otherwise, even if he dominated the 4 seas, he would still be a frog at the bottom of the well in terms of knowledge. Jingguan First Year, April 15th. The tens of thousands of troops that attacked Jianghu to quell the rebellion finally returned in triumph. Li Er, who had received the news in advance, didn't go to the morning court today. Instead, he led the court officials out of the city to personally welcome the victorious army. This was because this victory was too important to Li Er. Just think about it, if the Cui family really took down Luoyang with lightning speed, with Luoyang's large amount of grain, the Cui family and the imperial court army would probably be in a stalemate for 3 to 5 months. That would damage the prestige of the imperial court, and it would also make the other aristocratic families think that the imperial court was useless. They would all copy the Cui family and form their own army. At that time, with the huge influence of the 5 families and 7 hopes in the people, the imperial court would definitely be in a terrible state and Great Tang would be torn apart. When the Turks in the north saw this, they would definitely take advantage of the situation and attack Chang, and once more. At the same time, facing internal and external problems, even if the imperial court could deal with it and win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. This was something that Li Er didn't want to see no matter what. Today, Li Jing led 3 armies and completely suppressed the rebellion in Jianghu in less than half a month. The Cui family of Qinghe, the Jing family of Xinjiang, and the Cui family of Bowling were all wiped out. The other aristocratic families who were watching in the dark didn't dare to do anything when they saw how quickly the imperial court army suppressed the chaos. A few days ago, the family heads of the Li family of Zhao Prefecture and the Lu family of Fanyang had all come to Chang and City to meet Li Er and express their loyalty. At this point, the 5 families and 7 hopes were destroyed, Cui family of Qinghe, Jing family of Xinjiang, and Cui family of Bowling, and surrendered, Li family of Zhao Prefecture, Lu family of Fanyang. The Wang family of Taiyuan had already submitted to Li Er, and as for the Li family of Longxi, they were the current royal family. The 7 aristocratic families had completely become the support of the imperial court, and Li Er could be said to be satisfied. He was only waiting to sharpen his blade and attack the Turks. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chang and City, outside the illustrious Virtue Gate. Li Jing led the army to Li Er and the officials. He hurriedly got off his horse and cupped his fists towards Li Er. Pharmacist, no need to be so polite. Pharmacist, you have worked hard in this battle. Li Er laughed heartily and personally helped Li Jing up with a sincere expression. For your majesty, for the Tang Empire, this old official is willing to die 1,000 times. Li Jing cupped his fists and lowered his head as he said in a deep voice. Greetings, your majesty. The soldiers behind Li Jing immediately followed suit and bowed towards Li Er. In an instant, their voices were deafening. Li Er looked at the densely packed army in front of him. It was them who fought a bloody battle in Jianghu and wiped out the rebels, causing the other aristocratic families to not dare to make a move. Thinking of this, he said loudly, "Soldiers, rise. All of you went to Jianghu and quickly quelled the rebellion. After hearing the news of victory, I was very happy. All of you are good men of the Tang Empire. Today, the three armies have returned in triumph. I am very happy. Men, prepare good wine and meat. I want to reward the three armies tonight." Haha. When the soldiers heard Li Er's praise, they were all elated. At this moment, all of them said loudly, "Thank you, your majesty." Li Er nodded and said, "Return to the city. All of you have worked hard in the Battle of Jianghu. Today, I want to reward you according to your contributions." Thus, the civil and military officials and soldiers of the three armies all followed Li Er into the city. The citizens in the city had already seen the news of the army's triumphant return on Datong daily. At this moment, they were all lined up on both sides of the streets to welcome them. Everywhere the army passed, it would definitely attract the most enthusiastic cheers. Because the Tang Empire had won another battle, this meant that the lives of the citizens would be even better. Of course, it was not all cheers. There were also curses. In the middle of the army, there were many prison wagons. Inside the wagons were the captured war criminals. When the common people saw the people inside the wagons, they started cursing, throwing rotten eggs, stones, bricks, and so on. Then, they all came. "This is the old grandfather of the Chui family?" "Yes. It's him. I saw him last year when the Chui family was wreaking havoc." "Bah. Chui Junchuo, that old fart, is still thinking of rebelling at such an old age? He has harmed the lives of so many good men for no reason. That old thing really deserves to die." 2 days ago, I saw on Datong Daily that Guangxing County was clearly surrounded and the rebels were bound to lose. However, not only did Chui Junchuo not surrender, he even captured the elderly, women, and children in the city to defend the city for him. He wanted to drag the entire city down with him. How despicable. Hiss. There was such a thing? Then what happened in the end? Ha. It is said that good and evil will be repaid in the end. In the end, a reporter from Guangxing County called Li Yu from the Great Tang Daily used the telegraph invented by the Marquis of Yong, and to contact the army outside the city. They agreed to open the city gates at night. It was because of this that the army of the imperial court was able to enter the city without losing a single soldier. Whoa! It was the Marquis of Yong An's telegraph machine that contributed greatly? Isn't that so? This telegraph machine is amazing. It is said that it can send news to the other party from 100 li away in an instant. Why does this Li Yu have the Marquis of Yong An's telegraph machine? Ha! You don't know Li Yu? She is the most famous reporter in Datong Daily's editorial department. Most of the news that we have seen in the past were written by her. Tisk tsk. Then why did she go to Jianghu? How would I know? Anyway, it is all thanks to her that we were able to quell the rebellion in Jianghu. Otherwise, all the citizens of Jianghu would have been killed by Chui Junchuo. The citizens were discussing fervently. The more they scolded, the angrier they became. They threw all the rotten eggs and bricks in their hands. Then, many of them took off their shoes and threw them at Chui Junchuo and the others. Soon, the civil and military officials, as well as the main generals who were responsible for quelling the rebellion, arrived at the palace. As for the tens of thousands of soldiers, they returned to the barracks. "Sir, do I really have to go in? But His Majesty didn't let me in just now." At the back of the group of officials, little Yu tugged at Li Zishuan's arm and said, timidly. Today, Li Zishuan also came to the morning assembly. Hearing this, Li Zishuan found it funny and said, of course you have to go in. Uncle Li's request for merit has your names on it. If you don't go, His Majesty will blame you. Who can bear the consequences? Go, go. Go in quickly. Chapter 1346. Within the Ganlu Hall. At this moment, a reward ceremony was being held. Li Er's face was filled with joy as he sat on the dragon throne. Below him, the officials stood according to their ranks. As for the generals whose ranks were not high enough, such as Li Yu, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg, they were all waiting in the side hall. After a round of greetings, Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said, half a month ago, Cui Zhenshuo plotted a rebellion, trying to secretly take down Luoyang and fight against the imperial court. Luckily, Datong Daily's Li Yu and Nanyang Yi family's Yi Fashion discovered the Cui family's plot and sent the news back to Chang'an through the telegraph. After which, Li Er led 60,000 troops to attack Luoyang. Duan Jishuan fought the reinforcements of the Cui and Jing families outside of Guangqing County. In the end, Li Er and Lu Rengui, who was hiding in the city, worked together and easily entered the city without losing a single soldier. This was the fortune of the imperial court and the people of Zhengzhou. As they say, merit should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. The frontline soldiers did well in suppressing the rebellion and naturally should be rewarded. Cui Zhenshuo, Jing Shuwu, and Cui Wenji rebelled against their superiors and bewitched the people's hearts. This time, Hunan Circuit's military chief, Li Jing, led the troops to suppress the rebellion. In just half a month, the rebels were completely wiped out, solving a huge problem for the imperial court. Li Jing was given the title of Zuo Guanglu Daifu, 1,000 pieces of silk, and 400 households. Li Jing quickly went up and cupped his hands. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, how can this old subject receive such a great reward? I hope Your Majesty can take back the order. At the end of the day, Li Jing still felt that the annihilation of the Cui family was not a challenge for the imperial army that had the telegraph. He felt that the victory of the imperial army was to be expected. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if they were defeated. In layman's terms, Li Jing felt that the difficulty of this dungeon was too low. Even if they won, Li Er did not need to reward him. This was what he should do. It was not that the enemy was too weak, but that our army with the telegraph was too strong. Li Er smiled. The army wiped out the rebels. Li Er, as the commander of the three armies, why shouldn't you be rewarded? If I don't reward you, wouldn't the world say that I'm stingy? When Li Jing heard that, he could only cup his hands and say, thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. Yes. Li Er nodded his head and continued, Qin Xiong, the deputy commander of the marching army, Qing Jijia, the commander-in-chief of the right army, Niu Jinda, the commander-in-chief of the left army, for their meritorious service in leading the army to kill the enemy and killing the enemy's general. Each of them will be conferred the title of Junior Guardian of the Crown Prince, 500 bolts of silk, 100,000 coins, and 300 fiefs. Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and Niu Jinda stepped forward and cupped their hands. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. Li Zishuan, who was standing below, couldn't help but feel happy for these three old generals. Yuqi Jingda, on the other hand, was a little jealous. This time, Li Er had dispatched a large army to battle, but he didn't let him participate in the battle, causing him to only be able to anxiously wait for news from the front lines in Chang'an. However, although he was a little jealous, he did not go to the extent of being jealous of Qin Xiong and the others. After more than 10 years of friendship, how could he be jealous of such a small reward? Next was the rewards for the local provincial governors and military officials who had contributed to quelling the rebellion. For example, Suizhou Provincial Governor Wang Yu, Bianzhou Provincial Governor Zhao Kai, Hunan Ambassador Ren Kan, and so on. Old Li's rewards were usually empty positions or meritorious titles, along with some monetary rewards. It was rare to directly promote one's official rank. It was clear that Li Er knew that with the lineup of the army, as long as any general was not muddle-headed, they would be able to win. The award ceremony lasted for a full 30 minutes before it finally reached the content that Li Zixuan was more concerned about. Marquis Yong and Li Zixuan, although he did not participate in the battle this time, the telegraph he created, as well as the Datong Daily editorial office Li Yu, all played a crucial role in this battle. Without the telegraph and without Li Yu, the court would not have been able to rush to Jianghu in time and would not have been able to coordinate with the new army in the city. Although he was not on the battlefield, he contributed a lot to quelling the rebellion. I have decided to confer Li Zixuan the title of Crown Prince's junior guardian, give him 1,000 horses, and reward him with the right to mine 3 mineral veins. Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, said slowly. A generous reward, this was a generous reward. It was not that Li Zixuan received more rewards than Li Jing and the others, but the rewards that Li Jing and the others received were all obtained from fighting on the battlefield. However, Li Zixuan did not go to the battlefield at all, but in the end, he received a generous reward. It really made others envious and jealous. Li Zixuan was delighted. He had originally been waiting for Li Er to reward his students and Li Yu. He did not expect Li Er to give him such a thing in the end. It was really out of his expectations. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. Li Zixuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. He would not be as polite to Li Er as Li Jing. Li Zixuan did not care much about the promotion from the original 3rd-rank Crown Prince Zhang Shi to the 2nd-rank Crown Prince's junior guardian. However, the reward of the right to mine 3 mineral veins scratched Li Zixuan's itch. He did not lack power or money, he only lacked mineral veins. Old Li gave him the right to mine 3 mineral veins at once. It could be said that it was not a big deal. Although Old Li did not say what mineral it was, in the ancient times when salt and iron were monopolized, it was already very good to have a private mine. Yes. Kid, don't be complacent. I have high hopes for your Yanhuang College. In the future, you must continue to work hard and create an even better divine weapon. Li Er looked at Li Zixuan and said meaningfully. Li Zixuan understood that Old Li was urging him to quickly improve the telegraph. He bowed and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Li Er nodded and ordered, calling for Lu Rengui of Bian province to enter the hall. As Lu Rengui was only a 7th-rank army officer, he did not have the qualifications to enter the imperial court. Therefore, he was only waiting in the side hall for the summons. Calling for Lu Rengui of Bian province to enter the hall. Naturally, an attendant passed on Li Er's words. After a while, Lu Rengui walked in excitedly. He was just a small army officer in a local area. He had never thought that one day he would be able to enter the hall that symbolized the supreme power of the world. When he was in the side hall, he had already said to himself hundreds of times, Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. At this time, walking on the smooth stone tiles of Taiji Palace, Lu Rengui's previously restless heart suddenly calmed down. This general, Lu Rengui of Bian province, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Walking to the center of the officials, Lu Rengui bowed and saluted. His voice was full of energy, neither servile nor overbearing. Lu Rengui's appearance was not bad. On the contrary, he was quite handsome. At this moment, he was not in a hurry and looked neither servile nor overbearing. Li Er could not help but secretly nod and say, Lu Rengui, in this rebellion in the city, you first rescued Wei Zheng in the chaos, then assisted Li Yu to send the news of the Cui family's rebellion back to Chang'an. Finally, you went deep into the enemy's camp and joined the new soldiers to open the city gate from inside the city, allowing the army outside the city to enter the city. You saved hundreds of thousands of people in Guangqing County from danger. It can be said that you have made great contributions. I have decided to promote you to the right commander of the right Wu Wei, and give you the title of Ningyuan Army General, 100 pieces of silk, and 100,000 yuan. Promotion made an exception. At this moment, in the hearts of all the officials in the hall, these 4 words appeared at the same time. A 7th-rank army officer in the local area was promoted to a 4th-rank army officer in the capital's right Wu Wei camp. This kind of treatment could only be described as an exception. Lu Rengui was a little confused at this moment. After all, although he knew that he had made a contribution in this battle, he did not expect Li Er to reward him so heavily. This feeling was like a pie falling from the sky. I, Lu Rengui, thank your majesty for your kindness. In the future, I will do my best for the Tang Empire until my death. Lu Rengui bowed deeply and expressed his thanks. Li Er nodded and said, summon Han Li, Meng Wenhao, and Li Yu to the hall. Lu Rengui knew that Li Er would continue to reward others, so he wanted to retreat to the back of the officials and find a place to stand. Unexpectedly, a young official beside him coughed lightly, looked at him, and pointed to the place beside him, indicating for him to stand there. Lu Rengui looked at the person's appearance and was shocked. Wasn't this the person that little Yu called Mr. outside the hall earlier? He clearly remembered that Li Yu had told him when he was in Jianghu that her Mr. was Marquis Yong and Li Zishuan. Lu Rengui knew that his rank was not high enough, so how would he dare to stand together with Li Zishuan? Wasn't this breaking the rules? Thus, he clasped his fists at Li Zishuan with an apologetic expression, and then slipped to the last row of the general's camp. Right at this moment, Bruiser, Meng Wenhao, and Li Yu walked into the hall as well. After they bowed to Li Er was just about to speak when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Yu's face, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A trace of confusion and reminiscence flashed across his eyes. He looked at Li Yu quietly, which made Li Yu a little uncomfortable. The officials in the hall did not hear Li Er speak for a long time. Many of them could not help but raise their heads and look at Li Er. Cough cough. Zhang Sun Wuji did not want his brother-in-law to lose his composure too much, so he coughed heavily. Li Er finally woke up from his deep thoughts. He straightened his face and said in a deep voice, Meng Wenhao, Li Yu, during this rebellion in Jianghu, the two of you used the telegraph to exchange information for the imperial court and the frontline army. You have contributed greatly. I hereby confer Meng Wenhao the title of Civil Linlang and Li Yu the title of Datong Daily's gold medal reporter. You have the right to listen to memorials. If you encounter any injustice among the people, you can directly report to me. Civil Linlang was a 9th-rank civil official. Although the control was small, the significance was significant. This meant that although Meng Wenhao had not taken the imperial examination, he already had the title of an official. This starting point was not ordinary. The reward given to Li Yu was even more impressive. The right to listen to memorials was a privilege that only imperial censors had. Now, it was given to a girl. This made all the officials in the hall stunned. I, Meng Wenhao, my daughter, Li Yu, thank you, your majesty, for your reward. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu bowed and thanked him. At this moment, Li Er continued, where is Han Li? Chapter 1347. This kid is here. In the Sweet Dew Hall, after Li Er rewarded Meng Wenhao and Li Yu, it was Iron Egg's turn. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu took a step back and made room for Iron Egg. Li Er looked at Iron Egg and slowly said, Han Li, during the Jianghu rebellion, you not only cooperated with Meng Wenhao to send information through the telegraph, but also killed Ming Huan, an expert from the Chui clan's Hall of Worship, on the night we invaded Guangqing County. Ming Huan was one of the most wanted criminals of the Supreme Court. I didn't expect you to kill him with your sword, so you deserve a great reward. I have decided to make you a deputy lieutenant of Renyong and reward you with 50 bolts of silk. Thank you for your reward, your majesty. Iron Egg cupped his hands and said calmly. His expression didn't change much, because his ambition wasn't to become an official. He only wanted to learn from Li Zishuan and protect his family in the future. Unexpectedly, Li Er did not ask Bruiser and the others to leave. Instead, he continued. I heard that Ming Huan was a famous expert in the Jianghu, but you killed him with your sword. You are indeed a young hero. Your father accompanied the imperial army and fought with the Turks in the north for many years. He fought bravely and killed countless enemies. At the critical moment, he blocked an arrow with his body and saved Minister Qin's life. I have also heard of what happened after that. Although your father violated military discipline, he left alone because he didn't want to be a burden to the army. Therefore, I will make the decision today to pardon your father's desertion and make him a deputy lieutenant of Jianghu. Li Er, who had won the battle, was very enthusiastic, as if he wanted to grant amnesty to the world. He even dug up Han Tianhu's old case, which was very surprising. Hearing this, Bruiser was pleasantly surprised. It could be said that this was one of his greatest regrets. Han Tianhu was a great hero in his heart, but this hero had never received the treatment he deserved. Instead, he had always been treated as a deserter. Now that this injustice had been cleared, Bruiser was even happier than when he had received his reward. He excitedly cupped his fists. He cupped his hands and said excitedly, "Hanli thanks your majesty on behalf of my father." "Yes. All of you can leave for now. Since the meritorious officials have been rewarded, the next step is to punish the guilty officials." Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction and waved his hand to signal them to leave. The award ceremony officially came to an end. Li Er's eyes darkened and he said coldly, "Lu Dui." The Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Lu Dui, had a solemn expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Here." Li Er said in a deep voice, "A few days ago, I asked you to thoroughly investigate the matter of suspicious officials colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. How is the progress?" When the officials in the hall heard this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They thought that Old Li was going to bring up old scores. Lu Dui saluted with a solemn expression and said, "Your Majesty, these days, the Supreme Court, together with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, have tried 42 guilty officials and confirmed a total of 38 officials. They secretly sent messages to the Chui family of Qinghe, the Jing family of Xinjiang, and the Chui family of Bowling. Most of these people are the direct descendants and collateral descendants of these three families. There are also some who used to be hanger-ons of these three families. The other 4 officials were sending news to the Lu family of Fanyang that the imperial court was preparing to encircle and annihilate Jianghu. In addition, this old official also found out that there were 12 other officials who were their accomplices. These people didn't have time to send a message, but they realized that Baiqi's people were hiding in the dark. However, they were exposed by the others. The Lu family of Fanyang? Lu Sadeo, what do you have to say? Li Er's eyes flashed as he looked at one of the officials in the hall and asked. An old man with white hair and beard walked out shakily. This person was the current head of the Lu family of Fanyang. After the news of the Jianghu rebellion being quelled spread throughout the world, he came to Chang'an City a few days ago to show his loyalty to Li Er. Lu Sadeo cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I never asked anyone to send a message to the Lu family. The Lu family lives peacefully in Fanyang and definitely has no intention of disobeying me. When I learned of the Chui family's rebellion, I even wanted to bring all the servants of the Lu family to quell the rebellion for your Majesty. However, when I just left, I heard that the imperial army had destroyed the rebels with a thunderous force. I could only give up. However, the Lu family's loyalty to the imperial court can be seen by the sun and moon. I hope that your Majesty can see through this." Li Er was speechless. Lu Sadeo's excuses completely denied that the officials were related to the Lu family. He couldn't do anything to the Lu family because of this, so he said with a cold gaze, "Whether the Lu family is loyal or not, I will let people investigate this matter clearly. Lu Dui, listen up. All the officials who colluded with the enemy are to be removed from their positions and sent to Yuzhou. Let them guard the borders for me." Guarding the borders meant that there was a slim chance of survival. Ever since Li Er ascended the throne, there were very few officials who were given such heavy punishments. Take Wei Zheng for example. Although he was Li Jianqing's top strategist and had suggested Li Jianqing to assassinate him several times, after the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Er still let bygones be bygones and used Wei Zheng. From this, one could see how magnanimous Li Er was. However, these dozens of officials were different from Wei Zheng. They were colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. If they succeeded, the Chui family would attack Luoyang in advance before the imperial army arrived in Jianghu. In that case, it would bring immeasurable losses to the imperial court. This was something Li Er couldn't tolerate. This old official obeys. Lu Dui cupped his hands and said. Li Er's eyes flashed, and he asked again, "Where is Lu Zhenghui?" Lu Zhenghui was born in the Lu family of Hunan. At the end of the Sui dynasty, Liu Zhenghui was the Yingyang prefecture's secretary of Taiyuan. Later, he led his troops to join Li Yuan and was sent to Taiyuan to report Wang Wei and Gao Junius' rebellion. After the Tang dynasty was established, he was ordered to stay in Taiyuan and manage the rear. After Liu Wuzhou attacked Taiyuan, Liu Zhenghui was captured, but he remained loyal. After being rescued, he served as the Minister of Justice. This old official is here. An old official walked out from the civil officials' camp and bowed respectfully to Li Er. Li Er asked in a deep voice, Cui Junshuo, Jing Shuwu, and Cui Wenji rebelled against the imperial court. According to the Tang dynasty's laws, what are their crimes? Liu Zhenghui cupped his hands expressionlessly and replied, Your Majesty, rebellion is a capital crime with 9 familial exterminations. Cui Junshuo abducted hundreds of thousands of people in Jianghu, which is a capital crime of capital crimes. All the officials felt a chill in their hearts. Capital crime. Now, there were no more than 20 or 30 prisoners on death row executed in the Tang dynasty every year. The main reason was that after the war at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population of the Central Plains sharply decreased. Instead of killing the prisoners on death row, it was better to exile them to the barren land like Qiongzhou, which could be regarded as a contribution to the Tang dynasty. Now, if Li Er executed all the children of the 3 great families who rebelled, Chang, and would really be a bloodbath. Li Er thought for a moment and said, Put the culprits Cui Junshuo, Jing Shuwu, and Cui Wenji in the death row and choose a day to behead them. Pan Jinyue, the governor of Jiangzhou, and Cui Quan, the commandant of Zhichang's mansion in Jiangzhou, are accomplices to the evildoers and rebelled against their superiors. They will be stripped of their official positions and executed immediately. All the children of the Cui family in Xinghe, the Jing family in Xinjiang, and the Cui family in Bowling will be exiled to Yuzhou and Yunzhou to guard the border. All the women will be demoted to slaves and sent to the musical house. Ruthless. Li Er was really ruthless. After what he did, the 3 great families were completely uprooted. At least for hundreds of years, they would not be able to rise again. Li Zishuan stood among the officials and couldn't help but fall silent after hearing that. The culprits like Cui Junshuo were not worthy of sympathy. What he sympathized with was the women of the 3 great families. As women of the 5 great families, these women were originally the partners of men in the world. Now, because of Cui Junshuo and others, they suffered an unexpected calamity and were sent to the musical house. They were bound to become the playthings of the officials and their end was miserable. But in fact, Cui Junshuo's rebellion had nothing to do with them. If Cui Junshuo's rebellion succeeded, the ones who benefited the most were the men in charge of the families. But if the rebellion failed, these women would also suffer an unexpected calamity. This was the ancient times. The fate of women was always attached to men, and they could never be the masters of themselves. Li Zishuan inexplicably felt some sympathy from the bottom of his heart. But even if he sympathized, what could he do? This was a culture that had been passed down for thousands of years. He could not change it in a short time and could only let it be. Your Majesty. Although Cui Junshuo and others have committed a serious crime of rebellion, these people are old. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to execute them. At this moment, Fang Xianling stood out and cupped his hands to Li Er. Old Fang didn't want to plead for mercy for the aristocratic families, but just out of a humanitarian spirit. After all, in ancient times, the old people were respected by the whole society. Li Er frowned when he heard that. He must kill Cui Junshuo and others, but what Fang Xianling said was reasonable. After a moment of silence, he said, Then give each of them a white silk and leave their bodies intact. Your Majesty is wise. Fang Xianling also understood that this was the biggest concession that Li Er could make, so he didn't continue to press. Today, the army returns triumphantly. I not only want to reward the army in the barracks, but also intend to lift the curfew tonight and celebrate with the people. My dear officials, if you have something to report, I will withdraw from the court. Those who should be rewarded had been rewarded, and those who should be punished had been punished. Li Er was in a good mood and said loudly. None of the civil and military officials said anything. Li Er decisively announced the withdrawal of the court. The officials took their leave one by one. Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing, the generals of the southern expedition, walked together with Li Zishuan. Qing Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. Haha. Xiao Xian, although you didn't personally go to the battlefield, you still got a lot of credit. Many generals are envious. That's all because of your Majesty's kindness. Li Zishuan said modestly. Li Jing waved his hand and said, Little Xian, you can't say that. If it weren't for your telegraph, the army definitely wouldn't have been able to take down the 3 aristocratic families so smoothly in Jianghu. No one can find fault with your contribution. Qin Xiong also stroked his beard and said, Haha. That's right, if it weren't for your telegraph machine and your student, we would probably be fighting in Luoyang in Hunan province. Qing Yaojin suddenly turned his head and patted Lu Rengui behind him. He said proudly, Aha! Lu Rengui, you little brat, you've finally become a soldier under old Cheng's command. It wasn't easy for me to snatch you from that old brat Wang Yu. You better perform well for old Cheng. Qing Yaojin was the general of the right Wuwei, and Lu Rengui was now the right commander of the right Wuwei. It was not wrong to say that he was Qing Yaojin's soldier. This general obeys. Only then did Lu Rengui realize that he had been promoted because of Qing Yaojin behind the scenes. Chapter 1348. Zhao Song, do you know where Li Yu came from? After the morning court session, Li Er came to the Sweet Dew Hall. Recalling the scene from the morning court session, his gaze darkened. He suddenly looked at Zhao Song and asked. Zhao Song was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Li Er to suddenly ask such a question. He quickly gathered all the information he knew in his mind, then stepped forward and answered, Your Majesty, according to what I know, Li Yu came to Chang'an City last year. The first person she met was Meng Wenhao. Later on, by chance, she met the Duke of Yong'an. The Duke of Yong'an saw that she was smart and had no one to rely on in Chang'an City, so he arranged for her to work in the Datong Daily editorial department. The girl behind him is also very hardworking and studious. She stood out from the group of literary talents in the editorial department of Tang Dynasty Daily and became the best reporter there. Li Er nodded and asked again, Then do you know where Li Yu came from? Who are her parents? Where do they live? Zhao Song frowned and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I only know that Li Yu came from Jiangnan, but I don't know who her parents are. Then, he asked tentatively, Your Majesty, do you think there's something wrong with Li Yu's identity? He was not stupid. For Li Er to be so concerned about someone, that person's identity was definitely not ordinary. Li Er frowned and asked, Zhao Song, don't you think Li Yu looks like someone? Forget it, at that time, you weren't at my side yet. Send someone to investigate Li Yu's father and mother, but don't alarm Li Yu and the Duke of Yong'an. For a moment, Zhao Song was confused. Was he investigating Li Yu as a bad person or as a good person? Although he was full of doubts, Zhao Song knew what to ask and what not to ask after accompanying Li Er for so many years. He bowed deeply and replied, Yes. I'll arrange for someone to go to Jiangnan. Li Er nodded. Zhao Song saw that Li Er did not have any other orders, so he left. Similar, too similar. But how is this possible? She. In the hall, Li Er sighed faintly. Haha. Wenhao, your parents must be worried about you. Go back first. We'll go to the academy tomorrow. After leaving the palace, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Li Yu, Pang Feiji, Lu Rengui, and the others all walked together with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan generously gave Meng Wenhao a day off. After all, he knew about Meng Wenhao's family situation. At this moment, Meng Wenhao was also a little homesick. After all, he had never been away from home for so many days in his life. Moreover, after experiencing war and life and death, he undoubtedly cherished family and loved ones even more. Then, sir, I'll go home first. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to Yunshan. I'll make the best use of my time to make up for all the missed lessons this month. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said. Yes. Go. Li Zishuan nodded. Meng Wenhao turned to look at Li Yu and the rest. These were his comrades in Jianghu. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said, Little Yu, Iron Egg, we will meet again at Cloud Mountain. Big brother Lu, it's all thanks to you in Jianghu this time. If you have time, you can go to Yunshan to take a look. See you at Yunshan. Iron Egg and Li Yu also cupped their hands and said goodbye. Lu Rengui laughed and cupped his hands and said, Little brother, take care. I'll definitely go to Yunshan to take a look at the Immortal Academy. Meng Wenhao nodded and turned to leave. Li Zishuan looked at Lu Rengui and said with a smile, I've heard the details of the battle from little Yu, Adjunct Lu, oh, no, General Lu, thank you for saving my cousin, Yi Fashion. I don't like to owe people favors. If you encounter any trouble in Chang'an City in the future, feel free to come to Yunshan to find me. This was a kind of promise to repay a debt of gratitude. At the same time, it was also a kind of appreciation for talent. After all, the person in front of him was the first hero in China's history to resist the Japanese. Lu Rengui was flattered. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Marquis, you can't say that. That night, Brother Fashion was being hunted down. It's true that I saved him, but without Brother Fashion, I wouldn't have been able to meet Miss Li Yu, and I wouldn't have been able to send the information about the battle to the imperial court. Therefore, rather than saying that I saved Brother Fashion, it's better to say that Brother Fashion saved me. Li Zishuan nodded in his heart. This Lu Rengui's character was not bad. He didn't force others to repay his kindness. He smiled and said, Haha. Anyway, I owe you a favor. What I said earlier still works. General Lu, do you have a place to stay in Chang'an City? If not, I can send someone to arrange it for you. Lu Rengui cupped his hands and said, I don't dare to trouble you, Marquis. I'm currently staying with Governor Zhao in the post house. After reporting to the Right Sentinel tomorrow, I'll be staying in the barracks. As for settling down in Chang'an City, I haven't considered it yet. It wasn't that he hadn't considered it, but that he couldn't afford it. Although the housing prices in this era couldn't be compared to modern housing prices, this was Chang'an City. It wasn't something that a newcomer like Lu Rengui could afford after joining the army. However, Li Er had rewarded him with 100,000 copper coins this time. Lu Rengui pondered in his heart that after he stabilized his foundation in the right guards, he would take out some of his savings and perhaps be able to buy a residence in Chang'an and then bring his family over. Li Zishuan nodded and said, If that's the case, then we'll part ways here. We'll meet again in the future. Marquis, take care. Lu Rengui cupped his hands and left in the direction of the post house. Although he was now a soldier under Qing Yao Jin, Zhao Kai was his old superior. He had to say goodbye before he left. Haha. Iron Egg. I didn't expect you to have improved after going to Jianghu. You actually dared to go against the fourth of the four Taibai ghosts, Minghuan. Li Yu, Iron Egg, and Pang Feiji were all going back to Yun Mountain. Li Zishuan came in a carriage today. Therefore, after Lu Rengui left, the four of them got on the carriage. On the way, Li Zishuan looked at Iron Egg and said with a faint smile. The details of the battle in the city that night weren't revealed in the report that Meng Wenhao sent to the imperial court through the telegraph. Li Zishuan only heard about Iron Egg killing Ming Huan from Li Yu today. When he heard the news, a layer of cold sweat seeped out of his back. Master, Iron Egg was wrong. Don't tell sister, or she'll be worried again. Iron Egg heard the dissatisfaction in Li Zishuan's words. He didn't explain anything and directly admitted his mistake. Humph. You still know how to worry about your sister? Do you know that while you were gone, although your sister didn't tell me, I don't know how many tears she shed for you behind your back? Don't you know how much you're worth? Ming Huan is one of the four Taibai ghosts. How can you deal with him? Li Zishuan scolded mercilessly. Although the battle in the city had eliminated the remaining 3 of the 4 Tai-Bai ghosts and solved one of Li Zishuan's problems, he didn't want to eliminate the 3 ghosts in this way. Han Yushi only had this one brother, and he only had this one disciple. How could Ming Huan's life be more valuable than iron eggs? Master, I just wanted to practice. Big brother Lu was helping me from the side. I'll be fine. Besides, I know the Taiji sword. It won't be a problem for me to block Ming Huan for a while. Please don't tell my sister about this, okay? Iron Egg will definitely finish his homework and practice hard in the future. Iron Egg hurriedly begged. To him, Han Yushi could be said to be both his elder sister and his mother. After he was born, his mother passed away. It was Han Yushi who raised him single-handedly, so in his heart, Han Yushi was very, very important. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "It's good that you know you're wrong. Since you're back, go to the courtyard and accompany your sister. You and Wenhao will go to the academy tomorrow. Since you can survive Ming Huan's attack, it means that your martial arts have improved. In the future, you'll have to double your training." After saying that, Li Zishuan's face suddenly showed a devilish smile. "Ah, Master? I still have a lot of homework to do in the academy." Iron Egg's face turned bitter when he heard that. Ever since he started studying at Yanhuang College, his martial arts hadn't fallen behind. He would complete the training tasks Li Zishuan gave him every day. It was a habit he had kept for a long time. Then find some time. You can't fall behind in martial arts or homework. You said it yourself just now. Li Zishuan didn't care. At this time, he looked at Li Yu and smiled. "Little fishy, now that you've become a gold medal reporter in the editorial department, what do you think?" A gold medal reporter had the right to report to the emperor. It could be said that currently you could go anywhere, even the county magistrate and provincial governor wouldn't dare to provoke her. Little Fishy smiled sweetly and said, "Of course I'm happy. With this identity, I can do a lot of things for the people. However, saving Wei Wuxia this time is what I'm most happy about. By the way, I have to thank you for the telegraph." Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. "Haha. Why are you thanking me? You did well this time. I'll host a banquet tonight at Yunshan to welcome you and Iron Egg." "Hee hee, thank you, sir." "Marquis. You're back." Back at Yunshan, Li Zishuan and the other 2 jumped down from the carriage. Lu Feng and Lu Yun came up to them. Li Zishuan hadn't given them the task of searching for ores, so they took the dozens of imperial guards with them and acted as Li Zishuan's bodyguards. Li Zishuan nodded and then walked into the courtyard with Iron Egg. However, Pang Feiji, who was at the back, had a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. He sensed an inexplicable sense of danger. "You are?" Pang Feiji stared at Lu Feng and Lu Yun and asked expressionlessly. "Oh. You must be Pang Siggy. I'm Lu Feng and this is my brother Lu Yun. We are from the Imperial Guards of the Northern Government. His Majesty sent us to protect Marquis and help Marquis search for ores." Lu Feng saw that Pang Feiji's posture was steady and he walked like a soldier. Furthermore, Pang Feiji came down from the carriage with Li Zishuan. He thought for a while and guessed Pang Feiji's identity. Hence, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Pang Feiji's expression changed slightly and he felt a little disappointed. He forced himself to calm down and saluted Lu Feng. "Oh. So you 2 are from the Imperial Guards. Sorry for the disrespect." In the past, he was only a Sigu of the right Marquis household, while Lu Feng and Lu Yun were the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen. They were the elites of the elites in the Imperial Guard. Therefore, in terms of background, Pang Feiji was unconsciously lower than them. Lu Feng saluted with a smile. "Haha. Since we're all here to protect Marquis, then we'll be brothers in the future. There's no need to be polite." "Hee hee. You're right. Brother Lu is right. I've just returned from Jianghu and have some matters to attend to. I won't keep you company." Pang Feiji forced a smile and saluted with a salute before taking his leave. Big brother, this Pang Feiji doesn't seem very happy to see us. Lu Yun scratched his head and looked at Lu Feng in confusion. Lu Feng looked at Pang Feiji's back and said lightly, no matter what, he was the first to follow Marquis. Now that he saw that we're here to protect Marquis, of course he would feel uncomfortable. This is human nature. Lu Yun suddenly understood. He frowned and said unhappily, but big brother, we didn't want to come. It was His Majesty who ordered us to come. Why is he angry with us? Sigh. Second brother, don't speak nonsense and offend others. We came to Cloud Mountain under His Majesty's orders to follow Marquis orders. Don't cause trouble. Go and tell the brothers to be respectful when they see Pang Feiji. Don't cause trouble. Lu Feng said sternly to Lu Yun. Yes. Big brother. Hey. Big brother, you're finally back. Pang Feiji returned to his house. After putting down his luggage, he met his brothers at the side of the courtyard. Xiongde, Xiong come here. Pang Feiji had a question to ask. When he saw the two of them, he quickly waved his hand. Hey. Big brother. You didn't get hurt in Jianghu, right? A fat soldier came over and held Pang Feiji's hand. He looked at him from head to toe. Hey. Let go of me, I'm fine. Pang Feiji waved his hand and said seriously, let me ask you, when did Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the rest arrive? Xiongde thought for a while and replied, Big brother, they've only been here for 5 or 6 days. Then why did they come to protect Marquis? Could it be that someone tried to assassinate the Marquis while I was away? Pang Feiji asked doubtfully. Xiong shook his head and said, no. Big brother. No one tried to assassinate Marquis. They came here under His Majesty's orders. Other than protecting Marquis, they also have to help Marquis look for ores in the future. It's said that Lu Feng and Lu Yun's ancestors were Daoist geomancers who specialize in searching for ores. However, Marquis hasn't assigned them a task yet, so they're staying here temporarily. Searching for ores? Pang Feiji's face became gloomy. At this moment, he felt like he was about to lose his job. Oh, no, he was about to fall out of favor. This was because the person who stole his job seemed to be more talented than him. Chapter 1349. 2 in 1 chapter. When Iron Egg and the others came to the front yard, Han Yushi was sitting quietly in the front yard reading the newspaper. In recent issues of Datong Daily, almost all the news was about the specific plot of the Battle of Guan City. Because of Iron Egg, Han Yushi did not miss a single piece of news. Although there was not a single piece of news in it, there was a detailed record of Iron Egg's situation in Guan City. Sis. At this moment, a shout came from the courtyard door. Han Yushi's body trembled, and she quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw Iron Egg running over. Iron Egg? You're back. Han Yushi stood up in surprise and went over to greet him. Iron Egg, you didn't get hurt in Guan City, right? Han Yushi pressed Iron Egg's shoulder and looked up and down at Iron Egg seriously. She asked with a face full of concern. Iron Egg thought of what Li Zishuan said in the carriage and couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He said with red eyes, Sis, I'm fine. I didn't get hurt either. Don't worry. Han Yushi held back her tears, patted Iron Egg's shoulder, and said, It's good that you didn't get hurt. It's good that you didn't get hurt. Iron Egg, you must not have eaten well these days in the army, right? Sis will make you something delicious for lunch. Yes. Iron Egg nodded, and then he smiled happily and said, Sis. I have an official position this time. His Majesty made me the Deputy Commandant of Renyong and gave me a lot of silk cloth. Silk cloth could be used as currency in this era. Han Yushi opened her eyes wide and said with a face full of surprise, His Majesty gave you an official position? Haha. Iron Egg, you've finally grown up. You're finally promising. If Dad knew, he would definitely be happy for you. Iron Egg said excitedly, "Sister, not only did His Majesty give me an official position, he also pardoned Papa's crime of desertion. His Majesty said that there was a reason for what happened back then. Papa was a righteous man, so His Majesty gave Papa the rank of 6th rank deputy captain of Jianghu. The grievances that father has suffered all these years have finally been avenged." Han Yushi was stunned. She said in disbelief, "What? His Majesty had pardoned Papa's crime of desertion and even bestowed Papa with an official position? Iron Egg, is this true? If that's really the case, then I'll send a letter to father today to tell him the good news." As his daughter, Han Yushi knew the bitterness in Han Tianhu's heart all these years. Now that she suddenly heard that Han Tianhu's grievances were cleared and he was unexpectedly rewarded with an official position, her heart was immediately filled with joy. Ahem. Of course it's true. I say, wife, if you too want to reminisce, why don't you go inside and slowly reminisce? You don't have to rush anyway, right? Li Zixuan, who was standing at the courtyard door, saw that the two siblings in the courtyard were about to have a long conversation and quickly interrupted them. As for Li Yu, who came back with them, she had already gotten off the carriage at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. Although Li Zixuan had prepared a celebratory banquet for her in the evening, it was only noon. She had come all the way back, so her colleagues in the editorial department were all worried about her. "Oh, husband. You're back too." Han Yushi seemed to have woken up from a dream, but she regretted it as soon as the words came out of her mouth. Li Zixuan was speechless. He suddenly felt like he was hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. It turned out that he had been standing at the courtyard door for a long time, and his wife didn't even notice. He couldn't help but say sourly, "Ahem. That's fine. Since my wife thinks that I'm back too early, then I'll go out for a walk again." After saying that, this fellow really turned around and prepared to go out. Han Yushi quickly came over to stop him. She looked at him unhappily and said, "Husband. It was a slip of the tongue, why are you still so angry? Iron Egg followed the army for more than half a month, I just..." "Haha. My wife, you don't have to explain, I understand. Haha. Stop fooling around, let's go back to the house and talk. Don't let others see us as a joke." Li Zixuan didn't mean to be angry with his wife. Hearing this, he laughed and turned around to pull his wife into the house. On the opposite side, Lon had already started arguing with Iron Egg. "Iron Egg, is it fun to fight a war?" "It's not fun, people will die in war." "Oh. Then is there any fun place in Jianghu?" "Oh, other than many Buddhist temples there doesn't seem to be any fun places." "Then did you meet any great masters in this war? How was it? Are they powerful? Are they as powerful as my brother?" Iron Egg. _ If they were more powerful than my master, would I still be alive and standing in front of you now? The army returned in triumph. The victorious side was naturally happy, while the defeated side was disheartened and dejected. The Tang imperial court used this war to prove that its fangs were still sharp, and even stronger than before. Those forces that were secretly waiting for an opportunity to stir up trouble were now hiding in dark corners, trembling. They had to reevaluate the imperial court's strength. Celestial lamp, telescope, and now a telegraph. The imperial court's army is getting more and more powerful. Chang'an City, Yinshou Square, in a house. Feng Jidai stood on the red attic, looking at the houses in the distance and sighing. "Young master, the current emperor was able to eliminate the Chui family of Qinghe, the Jing family of Xinjiang, and the Chui family of Bowling in less than half a month. The imperial court's strength is indeed much stronger than 2 years ago. But why did the imperial court suddenly become so powerful for no reason? I really can't figure it out." Feng Jidai's guard, Mu, couldn't help but say. Feng Jidai sneered and said, 2 years ago, Shili Khan led the army to Chang'an City, and the emperor emptied the Chang'an treasury in exchange for a temporary peace. Since then, the imperial court had no money and no food, and its strength was naturally not as strong as before. But since last year, Li Zixuan encouraged the emperor to send a fleet to the south for sea trade, and then the imperial court set up a department of shipping in the Guangdong coastal area to trade with the Nanyang countries. It could be said that the imperial court made a lot of money. Now the imperial court doesn't lack money or food, and the annual income from sea trade is even comparable to the tax income of the previous 5 years. Plus, the imperial court doesn't lack good soldiers at all, so how can it not be strong? The 3 aristocratic families were also unlucky to choose to go against the imperial court at this time. No doubt they were digging their own graves. Not to mention, in this war, Li Zishuan's celestial lamp and telescope foresight, as well as the telegraph from thousands of miles away, the imperial court's army is like a tiger with wings. How can the aristocratic families fight against it? Now, in the whole world, I'm afraid only the Turks, Goryeo, and Tibetans can fight against the imperial court of the Tang Empire. The guard's expression changed, and he hesitated. Then, young master, will our Lingnan also completely submit to the imperial court? Feng Zhidai nodded and said, after the emperor destroyed the 3 aristocratic families with a thunderous force, the other aristocratic families will definitely not dare to do anything. The Tang Empire's territory is basically completely stable, and the imperial court's next target is the Turks in the north. The Tang Empire's edge is getting stronger and stronger, and with the current state, the chances of winning against the Turks are very high. When the Turks are destroyed, it's probably time for father to completely hand over the military power of Lingnan, otherwise. At this point, Feng Zhidai didn't continue speaking, but everyone understood what he meant. The guard didn't understand and said, young master, the imperial court of the Tang Empire is indeed tyrannical, but the Turks are known to have millions of soldiers controlling the strings. Once the war starts, I'm afraid the outcome will be difficult to predict, right? Feng Zhidai looked towards the Cloud Mountains in the east and said faintly, although the Turks are strong, with Li Zishuan, the Tang Empire's army will only be stronger. 121, 121, 121, 1, 2, 3, 4. The next day, after Li Zishuan woke up, he was practicing his sword in the front yard when he heard the sound of orderly footsteps and chants from outside the yard. His heart skipped a beat, and he walked out of the yard. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Pang Feiji leading a few dozen soldiers running over from the mountain path not far away. When Li Zishuan saw this, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. What was wrong with Pang Feiji? Why did he suddenly become so diligent? Coincidentally, Pang Feiji also saw Li Zishuan, so he quickly increased his speed and ran over. In a short while, he was in front of Li Zishuan. He clasped his fist and bowed to Li Zishuan. Marquis, good morning. His voice was full of vigor and vitality. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, spring is here? The subtext was that spring was here, and it was time to XX? Pang Feiji was instantly stunned. Ah? Marquis? What spring is here? Hasn't spring been here for a long time? Facing such a humorless subordinate, Li Zishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then said unhappily, I'm saying what's wrong with you today, why are you leading people to train so early? Oh. Marquis, you're talking about this. Pang Feiji scratched his head, gave a silly laugh, and replied, this time when your subordinate was following the army, I saw a few of the great general's soldiers. Even if they were fighting outside, they would still persevere in their training every morning. Your subordinate thought, ever since we brothers of the Wuho government followed you, Marquis, we have been slacking in our training. But you, Marquis, have always been so kind to our brothers. Your subordinate is really ashamed, so I thought, from today onwards, I will turn over a new leaf, and become a new person. We must also persevere in our training every morning, this way we can better protect Marquis. After hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but widen his eyes, as if it was the first day he met Pang Feiji. He seriously looked at this guy, and said with a smile, ah. I didn't know that a non-gay like you would have this kind of awareness. Pang Feiji immediately straightened his back, and said loudly with a serious face, as Marquis's personal guard, of course we have to train hard. If not, when Marquis is in danger, how can we protect Marquis? Seeing how serious he was, Li Zishuan almost believed him, but taking the initiative to train was a good thing, as it could reduce one's laziness. He didn't want to discourage Pang Feiji's enthusiasm, so after pausing for a moment, he waved his hand and said, all right. I am very satisfied that you guys have this kind of heart. Then you guys train hard, I will go to the academy later. Yes. Marquis. After receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, Pang Feiji shouted excitedly, then turned around and said, everyone listen to my orders, from here to the foot of the mountain, run another 10 rounds. 10 rounds? Boss, are you joking? Below, there was a wave of complaints. Brother Pang, isn't 10 rounds a little too much? At this moment, Lu Feng happened to pass by and couldn't help but interrupt. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but once he did, Pang Feiji instantly became anxious. He shouted excitedly, what do you mean by too much? It's not too much at all. For this rebellion in Jianghu, the brothers from the left and right guard camps could march hundreds of miles day and night. Why didn't they shout too much? Why didn't they say they were tired? Everyone, turn back. Start running. These words seemed to be directed at Li Zishuan's personal guards, but more like they were directed at Lu Feng. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of personal guards, under Pang Feiji's lead, began their training again, sweating profusely. Li Zishuan immediately understood. It turned out that Brother Chicken was so diligent today because Lu Feng and Lu Yun's arrival made this fellow feel a sense of danger. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Although he could see it, he didn't intend to interfere. Healthy competition was good for mutual improvement, and this was something he was happy to see. As long as these two parties didn't do anything out of line, it would be fine. After breakfast, Li Zishuan left the courtyard and walked toward the academy. Yesterday afternoon, he informed Yen Silu to gather the students at the field after breakfast. He had something to announce. Speaking of which, when he first transmigrated, he especially liked to sleep in. However, ever since he broke through to the Grandmaster realm in the second half of last year, he couldn't sleep in every morning even if he wanted to. He also seriously thought about this problem and came to a conclusion. First, there were no mobile phones or computers in ancient times. Other than hugging his wife to sleep at night, there seemed to be no other way to pass the time, so he went to bed early. Second, ever since he became a martial Dao Grandmaster, the time he needed to sleep every day became less and less. Now, he usually only needed to sleep for 4 hours a day. After sleeping for 2 hours, his mind would become extremely clear. Therefore, in the past, he would still sleep in bed in the morning, but later, he would wake up early every day to practice martial arts. He wanted to do something else, but early in the morning, he had nothing else to do except practice martial arts. Therefore, Li Zishuan had now become a hard-working martial arts maniac. Although his martial arts realm had not increased, his martial arts foundation had become even more stable. The current him was like a treasured sword with a restrained edge. On the outside, he looked simple and unadorned, but once the treasured sword was unsheathed, it would definitely be cold and threatening. When he arrived at the academy, the sun had just risen. When Mo Zhong saw Li Zishuan, he greeted him from afar and said, Yamacho, the students have already gathered at the field. All the teachers in the academy have just gone there. You should be just in time. Li Zishuan nodded and said, well, I'll go there now. After that, he walked straight to the field on the left. Chapter 1350. On the sports field of Yanhuang College. The students stood in 16 square formations according to their classes. The sun had just risen, and the rays of the morning sun shone on their backs, elongating long shadows. Hey, why do you think Yamacho called us here today? I guess they have something to announce. What is it? How would I know? Hey, have you heard? Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, who went with the Imperial Army, have returned to the academy today. Really? Of course it's true. I just saw them in the dining hall. Wow. I heard they won the battle in Jianghu and were rewarded by His Majesty yesterday. That's amazing. They are indeed amazing, but they deserve the reward. After all, they exchanged their lives for merit. By the way, did Yamacho call us here today because of this matter? Hey. That's possible. Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg are in the limelight this time. They were just rewarded by His Majesty in front of all the civil and military officials, and today they are praised by Yamacho in public. How enviable. It's useless to be envious. If it were you, would you dare to go to the battlefield? Forget about going to the battlefield. I am the only son of 3 generations in my family. My father and mother will never let me go to the battlefield. The students whispered in private, guessing the purpose of Li Zixuan calling them here today. After all, a gathering of all the teachers and students was not common. Generally, only the opening ceremony, midterm, or final exam commendation meetings would gather all the teachers and students of the academy. Wenhao, Iron Egg, tell me honestly. Did Yamacho call us here to praise you? In the group of students in Class 1, Sun Zifan nudged Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg on the right and in front of him with his shoulders and asked in a low voice. Meng Wenhao tilted his head back imperceptibly and replied in a low voice, "We don't know about this. Yamacho didn't tell us about this yesterday." Ching Chumo curled his lips like a resentful wife and said pitifully, "Humph. It's a pity that they didn't let me go this time. If they let me go, I might be the one who killed the enemy generals." Hey! Yamacho is here. Yamacho is here. Be quiet. At this moment, Li Zixuan walked up to the rostrum on the west side of the sports field. The students who had been whispering a moment ago immediately quieted down. Only the sound of the wind and the chirping of the birds could be heard in the huge field. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment before speaking. A few days ago, Zhengzhou's Qinghe Chui clan openly rebelled against the imperial court. His Majesty ordered Duke Wei to lead his troops down south to quell the rebels. I'm sure all of you have heard about this matter, right? Yes. When the students heard Li Zixuan mention this, they understood what Li Zixuan was going to say next. He was going to commend Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg for their outstanding contributions in this war. Li Zixuan nodded and continued, Chui Junshuo, the old master of the Chui family, has gone against the law and tried to instigate the people to rebel. For his own selfish desires, he even wanted to sacrifice the lives of millions of ordinary people. How sad and crazy he is. Fortunately, Li Yu, a reporter from Datong Daily, brought the news of the Chui family's rebellion back to Cheng and in time. That was why the imperial court had the chance to rush to Guan City before the Chui family arrived at Luoyang. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Speaking of Li Yu, some of you know her, but some of you don't. Although she is a girl and can't study at Yanhuang College, I have always treated her as my student. People say that women are inferior to men, but speaking of Li Yu, how many of you are better than her? When the chaos of war comes, how many of you will be able to rush to the battlefield without hesitation? And not be afraid in the face of danger, wholeheartedly looking for a way to break out of the situation, and silently passing on useful information? As soon as he said this, the students were all silent, and many of them lowered their heads. If they asked themselves honestly, if war broke out in the world, there would be very few of them who dared to rush to the front line. After all, they were literati, not military men. Most literati cherished their lives. Seeing this, Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember what I said to you during the military training last year? As long as Yan and Huang do not die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood inscribed on the dagger axe, blood will never stop flowing." Do you still remember these 16 words? Yes. Previously, when they were criticized by Li Zixuan, the students felt guilty at first, but then they were not convinced. When they heard Li Zixuan mention last year's opening ceremony, all the students' thoughts involuntarily drifted to last year's September. On the rostrum, Li Zixuan said loudly, "Since you all still remember, then shout it for me again. As long as Yan and Huang do not die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood engraved on the dagger axe, blood will never stop flowing." More than 600 students, hearing this, all shouted in unison. Their shouts seemed to pierce the sky and tear the earth apart. It could be described as magnificent. Under the influence of this atmosphere, the students' blood was thoroughly stimulated. Each of them looked at Li Zixuan with a determined gaze, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Good. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "These words, I hope you all can remember them for the rest of your lives. Not only do you have to remember them, but you also have to use practical actions to practice them. This time, our academy has 2 students who participated in the Jianghu rebellion, and they have obtained great military merits. They are Meng Wenhao and Han Li from Class 1. In this war, although they were behind the enemy, they relied on their skillful control of the telegraph and celestial lamp to exchange information between the army and Liu in Guangqing County, making considerable contributions. In order to commend their contributions, yesterday, His Majesty has conferred Meng Wenhao the title of Wenlin Lang, and Han Li the title of Ren Yong Deputy Lieutenant." When this was said, the students below the stage exclaimed. They were all students of Yanhuang College, but Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg were both officials. This made most people very envious. After all, in this era, who didn't learn civil and martial arts, and sell goods to the emperor's family? In addition to Meng Wenhao and Han Li, there is also Li Tai. He is responsible for the communication between the imperial palace and the army at the front line, and his contributions are great. In the future, as long as the students of the academy have achieved great military merits, regardless of whether the imperial court rewards them or not, our academy will reward them. Depending on the merit, the reward will range from 100 to 1,000 Tang Yuan, and also a Yamacho honor medal. This is because not only did they earn honor for themselves, but they also earned honor for Yanhuang College. Therefore, I announce that the 3 students who contributed to the rebellion will each be rewarded with 300 Tang Yuan and a Yamacho honor medal. Wow! The students below the stage exclaimed again. What was the Mountain Chieftain Medal of Honor? Let's not talk about it for now, but 300 Tang Yuan was a real benefit. Logically speaking, it was not a small amount. One must know that the key person in this rebellion, Lu Rengui, was only rewarded with 100,000 copper coins in addition to his official position in the imperial court. How much was 100,000 copper coins? It was only about 100 strings of coins. However, Li Zishuan rewarded 300 Tang Yuan, which was considered a big deal. Now that we are done talking about the rewards for the 3 of them, let's talk about the rest of you. Li Zishuan saw the envious expressions of the students below the stage. He paused for a moment and said, "I know that many of you are envious of Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg for having such a good opportunity to contribute. It is a good thing that you can emulate them. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general will never be a good soldier. However, you don't have to be envious, and you don't have to be discouraged because what I am going to talk about next will give you a chance to contribute in the future. Last year, I went against the opposition of the imperial court and founded Yanhuang College. Until now, many people still don't understand what Yanhuang College is for. Actually, the purpose of Yanhuang College is very simple, and that is to benefit the world. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Unlike Confucianism, Yanhuang College aims to bring the most direct benefits to the people. To put it more bluntly, Yanhuang College aims to equip the Tang dynasty's army to be even sharper. Why were Meng Wenhao and Han Li able to contribute this time? Other than having a brave and fearless heart, it was also because they had telegraphs and celestial lamps. These were all created with the knowledge of Yanhuang College. But it was simply impossible to rely on these 2 things to make the great Tang invincible. Therefore, there must be thousands of divine tools similar to telegraphs and celestial lamps. Today, I will give this task to you. I will give it a sacred name, the 100 Trump Cards Project. As the name suggests, this mission consists of 100 small missions, and the effective period of each mission is 20 years. Within these 20 years, all students of Yanhuang Academy, as long as you have a good idea, pay attention, it must be the kind that can make the Tang Empire stronger, you can come to me with your proposal. I will evaluate the practicality and feasibility of your proposal. Once your proposal is valued by me, it will be listed as one of the 100 killer projects. At that time, you can gather the strength of all the teachers and students of the academy to complete your proposal. During this period, the academy will provide you with all the manpower, material, and financial resources. As long as it is useful to complete the project, the academy will support you unconditionally, no matter how much it costs. Once the project is completed, all the teachers and students who participated in the trump cards project will not only receive a huge reward from the academy, I will also ask the imperial court for a reward. At that time, the imperial court will also give you a reward. It may be a promotion or a life of wealth. No matter which it is, you will be famous all over the world. In addition to your own proposals, the academy will also regularly release some predetermined trump cards projects. At that time, outstanding students with excellent grades and abilities will be selected to join the trump cards project. Therefore, if you want to stand out, you must study hard and take every exam seriously. In short, the trump cards project can be a good idea for the people, such as the curved plow, or it can be a good idea for the military, such as the celestial lamp or the telegraphs. No matter what it is, since it is called a trump card, it must ensure that the Tang dynasty is far ahead of the rest of the world in a certain aspect. Chapter 1351. A few days ago, Li Er had come to Yanhuang College to urge Li Zishuan to speed up the popularization of the telegraph in the Great Tang army. At that time, Li Zishuan had already deeply felt the urgency in Li Er's heart. As for why Li Er was so anxious, anyone could guess it. Old Li was anxious to fight the Turks. Now that the internal factors of unrest in the Great Tang had basically been eliminated and there was a stable environment in the rear, Li Er's next goal was as clear as day: to attack the Turks and wash away the humiliation of the Wei River alliance. It was precisely for this reason that Li Er impatiently urged Li Zishuan to equip the army with the telegraph as soon as possible after seeing the huge role it played in quelling the rebellion in Guangcheng. After all, in the vast grasslands, the communication between the various armies was also a considerable problem. However, the current reality was that the telegraph was still immature. The transmission power of the telegraph needed to be increased to increase the transmission distance of the telegraph. In this era where the foundation of electronic circuits was basically zero, this was undoubtedly a rather difficult project. Li Zishuan, with the knowledge in his mind and his powerful mental strength, could indeed think of a way to modify the telegraph by himself, but he didn't want to do so. Teaching students was actually like taking care of children. As parents, if they always helped their children do everything well, then their children would never truly grow up. Similarly, as a Yamacho, if he always rushed to the forefront and paved all the paths for his students, then his students would only follow the path he paved for them for their entire lives and would never discover a new path. Little did they know that all roads lead to Rome, and there would always be more than one path to success. Such students would lack a lot of subjective initiative, and in the end, they would grow up to be the same as being carved out of a mold. This wasn't what Li Zishuan wanted to see. It was precisely due to these factors that Li Zishuan came up with the 100 Trump Cards project. Firstly, it was to promote the growth of the students, and secondly, it was to promote the development of Great Tang's basic technology and develop the most advanced technology, creating even more trump cards for Great Tang. The celestial lamp and telegraph machine were just the beginning. In the future, Great Tang would have many more amazing things than celestial lamps and telegraph machines. Of course, one of the important factors that made Li Zishuan make up his mind to use the 100 trump cards was what Li Er had said last time: if this matter succeeds, I will guarantee the glory of Yanhuang College for generations to come and rest with the country. Yanhuang College had deviated from the root of Confucianism. The main reason why it could still exist in the world was that Li Zishuan had won the support of Li Er, the ruler of the Tang Empire. If this support was lost, it could be said that Yanhuang College would quickly collapse under the crusade of the world in less than a month. And the reason why Li Er valued Yanhuang College so much was because Yanhuang College could bring advanced technology and tools to Great Tang that the entire world didn't have. If Li Zishuan wanted Yanhuang College to exist in the world for a long time, he had to let Li Er see the value of Yanhuang College. Only then would Li Er do his best to support Yanhuang College. Therefore, the 100 Trump Cards project was not only a plan to strengthen the country, but also an act of survival for Yanhuang College. Only by creating more advanced technological products could the Tang Empire become stronger. Only by creating more advanced technological products could the Tang Empire become stronger. Only by doing so could the status of the Yanhuang Academy become more stable. It was so stable that no one could shake it. It was so stable that it could exist forever. On the field, after hearing Li Zishuan's grand plan, all the teachers and students were stunned. What a big deal. All the teachers and students of Yanhuang College couldn't help but be shocked by Li Zishuan's boldness and magnanimity. Even more so, they were deeply attracted by Li Zishuan's grand blueprint. As long as they could participate in the Trump Cards project, not only would they be able to receive generous rewards from the Academy, but they might even be promoted and become famous all over the world. Compared to the imperial examination, the Trump Cards project was undoubtedly closer to them. And once it was successful, the rewards would be even greater than the imperial examination. Most of the students couldn't help but be tempted at this moment. On the rostrum, Li Zishuan looked at the students' reactions and was very satisfied. He pondered for a moment, then continued, "A sharp blade can hurt the enemy, but it can also hurt oneself. The Trump Cards project is a divine weapon that will benefit the country. However, if this divine weapon falls into the hands of people with evil intentions, or into the hands of other countries, it will bring great trouble to Great Tang. Therefore, today, in the name of Yamacho, I announce that the Trump Cards project is Yanhuang College's top secret plan. All participants are not allowed to tell their relatives or friends about it, and they are also not allowed to disclose it to foreigners. Anyone who leaks this secret will be charged with treason and handed over to the Supreme Court for capital punishment. Moreover, those who leak this secret will become the common enemy of all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College, and everyone has the right to punish them. In order to cultivate the awareness of confidentiality among all the teachers and students of the Academy, I have formulated a book called Yanhuang College's Confidentiality Regulations. Later, the teachers of each class will distribute the regulations to each class. All students must study it seriously and implement it in their future lives and studies. From next week onwards, every Friday afternoon, the Academy will hold a secret exam for all students. The contents of the exam are all from the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations. The full score is 100. If you score less than 90, you will be disqualified. The secret exam will be held once every Friday, and it will be held 4 times in a row. All students must participate. Students who score less than 90 points 4 times in a row will be ordered to withdraw from the Academy. Please note that this is a mandatory requirement, and no one is allowed to be lenient. Not only will the students have to take the secret exam, but all the teachers of the Academy will also have to take the secret exam. However, the difference is that if the teachers of the Academy score less than 90 points once, they will not be allowed to participate in any teaching activities in the Academy in the future. They can be responsible for the logistics of the Academy, and they can also apply to leave the Academy. The secret exam for the teachers of the Academy would be held every Saturday morning. Therefore, if you want to continue to stay in Yanhuang College, you must take the secret exam seriously. Some of you might think that I, the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, am too lenient. However, as students of Yanhuang College, you have received the most advanced engineering knowledge in the world. If you can't keep the secret, then Tang Empire will suffer a huge loss because of you leaking the secret. In the worst-case scenario, if one of you leaks the secret, it might even lead to the destruction of Tang Empire. Once a citizen of Yanhuang, forever a citizen of Yanhuang. From the first day you stepped into the gates of the Yanhuang Academy, you have shouldered the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Tang Empire. The knowledge you have learned in the Academy is immortal knowledge that others can't even dream of. If this knowledge is used well, it can make the Tang Empire stronger. But if it is passed to other countries, it can also make other countries stronger. Therefore, as students of Yanhuang College, your first priority is not how good your grades are, but to keep the secret. Leaking the secret is tantamount to treason, and the people of Yanhuang will punish you. Do you understand? Confidentiality regulations, confidentiality exam, leaking the secret is tantamount to treason. At first, the teachers and students below the stage didn't take Li Zishuan's words seriously. However, as Li Zishuan continued to speak, everyone's expression turned serious. Those who failed the exam would be expelled from the Academy, and those who leaked the secret were tantamount to treason. These 2 punishments were too severe. After living and studying in Yanhuang College for nearly a year, it could be said that most of the students and teachers had already fallen in love with Yanhuang College and considered themselves a part of Yanhuang College. Now that a secret exam had appeared out of nowhere, if they failed, they would be expelled from the academy. How could they accept this? Understood. The teachers and students below the stage responded in unison. At this moment, everyone had made up their minds. No matter how much content there was in the Jianghu College confidentiality regulations, they had to find time to memorize all of it. Otherwise, if they were expelled from the academy because of this, how wronged would that be? Good. Since you all understand, let's go back to class. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Hearing this, the students on the field left in order. Marquis, the Wei Nation's big brother Mountainback wants to see you. In the afternoon, not long after Li Zishuan returned from Yanhuang College, Pang Feiji came in to report. Big brother Mountainback? What is he doing here? Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but think of the scene when Li Daozong brought Big Brother Mountainback to visit Yanhuang College. One thing he was sure of was that Big Brother Mountainback was definitely interested in the knowledge of Yanhuang College. He wanted to steal the knowledge and then bring it back to Wei Nation to strengthen their national strength. Li Zishuan was a transmigrator with a strong grudge against the Wei Nation. How could he allow the evil plan of the Mountainback Big Brother King to succeed? Li Zishuan was an angry youth who had a strong grudge against the Wei Nation. Therefore, when Big Brother Shanbei visited the academy last time, he was not allowed to enter the classroom other than the Confucian Classics classes of the academy. Now that this guy came to Yunshan again, Li Zishuan felt a little impatient. Tell him that I'm unwell and can't see guests. Tell him to go back. After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. He didn't like trouble and didn't want to waste time with Big Brother Mountainback. Besides, he didn't have time now. Yes. Marquis. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and left. At the gate of the courtyard, Pang Feiji said to Big Brother Mountainback, my Marquis is unwell and can't see guests. Please come back another day. Big Brother Mountainback was disappointed. He came here today to send the beauty. How could he be willing to go back like this? In fact, according to the plan, he should have come earlier. However, the ship that Wei Nation escorted the beauty encountered a storm at sea. Many people died, including the beauties that Emperor Tugu helped him choose. Most of them died at sea. But fortunately, there were still some beauties who survived. Moreover, this beauty who survived had the noblest status and the most outstanding beauty. However, his plan to send beauties to curry favor with Li Zishuan had been delayed for a long time because of this. It wasn't until today that he finally sent the beauties over, but he didn't expect to be met with a closed door. The big brother on the Mountainback hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, dare I ask what illness the Marquis is suffering from? I know a few famous Wei Nation doctors. If Marquis needs. Pang Feiji secretly thought that this person did not know what was good for him. Normally, when a host said something like, my body is unwell and it is inconvenient for me to see guests, it meant that he did not want to see guests. However, he was afraid that saying it directly would hurt people, so he used such a euphemistic way of saying it. However, the big brother on the mountain actually thought that Li Zishuan was sick and even wanted to help find a doctor. In Pang Feiji's eyes, wasn't this cursing Li Zishuan to be sick? This was outrageous. It had to be said that the Tang people were arrogant. Once people became arrogant, they would be unreasonable. If Big Brother Mountainback could read Pang Feiji's mind, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. Although he knew some Chinese, he didn't know much about the profound language and culture of the Chinese people. At this time, Pang Feiji's face turned cold and he said coldly, Your Excellency, there are many famous doctors in Tang. You don't have to worry about Marquis' health. My Marquis needs to rest now. Please go back. Hey. But. Big Brother Mountainback still wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by Yoko Ono behind him. He quickly shut his mouth. Your Highness, it seems like the Marquis of Yong and doesn't want to see us now. Why don't we go back first, but leave the gifts? When the Marquis of Yong and sees the gifts we prepared for him, he will definitely be willing to see us. We just need to go back and wait for the news. If we stay here in a stalemate, we will only annoy the Marquis of Yong. Yoko Ono whispered into the ear of her big brother, who was at the back of the mountain. Big brother Mountainback nodded to himself. He then clasped his hands at Pang Feiji and said politely, "Since the Marquis of Yong and is not seeing guests today, I will come another day. If the Marquis of Yong and needs anything, just let me know. Whatever the Wei nation can offer, I will give it to the Marquis of Yong and goodbye." After saying that, the mountain-back big brother king waved his hand and led his subordinates away without hesitation. His straightforward attitude made Pang Feiji have a good impression of him. "Hey! Stop!" Pang Feiji suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted at the back of Big Brother Mountain-back and said, "You forgot to take your carriage." Unexpectedly, Big Brother Mountain-back and his men did not stop. Instead, they walked faster and faster. They only left a sentence in the air: "In the carriage is the gift I prepared for the Marquis of Yong'an. Although the Marquis of Yong'an is not seeing guests today, according to the rules of the Tang Empire, there is no way to take back a gift that has been given out. So, please accept the gift in the carriage." After saying that, Big Brother Mountain-back and his men had already disappeared from sight. "Hey! Stop!" Pang Feiji was so angry that he almost cursed. From what he heard, Li Zishuan did not want to have anything to do with the people of Wei Nation. Why would he accept a gift from them? Looking at the pink-draped carriage, Pang Feiji was in a dilemma. Should he pull the gift into the courtyard for Li Zishuan? Or should he just throw it down the mountain? "Men! Push this carriage down the mountain." After thinking for a long time, Pang Feiji made a decision and ordered. Chapter 1352. 2 in 1 chapter, yes, boss. In front of the Yunshan villa, after hearing Pang Feiji's order, the guards cupped their fists and answered. Then they drove the carriage down the hill. "Help! Help!" Suddenly, a hurried cry for help came from the carriage. The person who called for help did not speak standard Chinese. It was only 3 words, but it seemed very difficult and awkward for her to say them. Pang Feiji's hearing was excellent. How could he not hear it? He was about to stop her, but the 2 soldiers driving the carriage were faster than him. They jumped down from the front of the carriage. "Boss! Boss! There's someone in the carriage." At first, when they heard the king say that there were gifts in the carriage, they subconsciously believed him. However, when they heard a woman's voice coming from the carriage, they were immediately frightened. Pang Feiji was puzzled. His first thought was that the king had hidden an assassin in the carriage. When Li Zishuan opened the carriage and checked the gifts, the assassin would take the opportunity to attack. However, after thinking about it carefully, Pang Feiji felt that something was wrong. Assassinating Li Zishuan would not benefit the Wei nation's ambassador at all. Besides, the person in the carriage was a woman. How could the Wei nation's ambassador send a female assassin? Who's playing tricks on the carriage? Why don't you come down quickly? Pang Feiji put his right hand on the hilt of his sword and shouted into the carriage. "General! General, please spare my life. I am the Wei nation's princess sent by Her Majesty to marry Marquis Yong'an." The curtain of the carriage was lifted. A petite, bright-eyed woman wearing a bright red robe with a row of butterfly buttons in the middle and an orange-red pleated skirt walked out of the carriage. Looking at her attire, her style was very similar to that of women in the Central Plains. However, this kind of pleated upper robe style was quite rare. In fact, this was related to the time when Prince Shunda sent the Sui dynasty's ambassador to the Sui dynasty to learn Han culture and introduced it to the country. At that time, not only was there the Sui dynasty's Confucianism, Buddhism, and official system, there was also the Han people's style of dress. In the middle of the Tang dynasty, after the Wu rulers sent a large number of envoys to the Tang dynasty, Japan actively introduced the Tang dynasty Han-style clothing. The so-called Tang-style clothing also became popular among the Japanese people. In modern Japan, the kimono was formed on the basis of the Tang dynasty clothing. The kimono was an imitation or remake of traditional Han clothing. It completely inherited the main characteristics of traditional Han clothing with wide sleeves and no buttons. Judging from the woman's face alone, she was very beautiful. All the guards were dumbfounded at first, but Pang Feiji reacted quickly. His expression changed and he said sternly, "Did you just say that you are the princess sent by the Japanese empress to marry Marquis?" Pang Feiji's words woke everyone up. These soldiers reacted one after another and quickly shifted their gazes elsewhere. The woman who came out of the carriage frowned when she heard Pang Feiji's words. It seemed that she was trying her best to understand the meaning of Pang Feiji's words. After a while, she said in her non-standard Han accent, "I am Princess Mingda of the Wan Nation. I am here to marry the Marquis of Yong'an. General, please go in and help me pass the message. Let me see the Marquis of Yong'an. Princess of the Wan Nation." Pang Feiji's expression changed greatly. This matter was not going to end well. Since the other party was the Princess of the Wan Nation, she represented the royal family of the Wan Nation. Even if Li Zishuan did not want to see the Wan Nation's people, he could not directly refuse to see the Wan Nation's princess. After all, this involved the diplomatic relations between the two countries. "You guys look after her. I will go and inform Marquis." Pang Feiji glanced at the woman in front of the carriage and ordered, then turned and walked into the courtyard. Princess of the Wan Nation? Marriage? In the study, after Li Zishuan heard Pang Feiji's report, he could not help but frown. He really did not expect that his brother on the mountain back would send him a woman. Moreover, it was a princess. This made things difficult for him. Let's go and have a look. Since she was the princess of the Wan Nation, she represented the royal family of the Wan Nation. Although the Wan Nation was now a subordinate of the Tang Empire, if he casually trampled on the dignity of the Wan Nation's royal family, the Wan Nation's royal family could not do anything to Li Zishuan. However, many civil officials in the imperial court would accuse him of deliberately provoking the dispute between the two countries and losing the dignity of a great country. This era was so magical. "Husband," this concubine heard a commotion outside. Did something happen? When Li Zishuan passed by the main hall with Pang Feiji, Han Yushi happened to come down from upstairs. The husband and wife bumped into each other. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Pang Feiji secretly felt that something was wrong. The Wan Nation's ambassador sent a woman to Marquis. How could Marquis's wife bump into them? Wouldn't this cause a dispute in the backyard? Although it was common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this era, those families with 3 wives and 4 concubines were generally full of all kinds of open and secret struggles. After all, no woman would want her husband to have a concubine. Pang Feiji secretly prayed in his heart that the two people in front of him would not quarrel. Otherwise, the house would not be peaceful. As subordinates, they would definitely not have a good life in the future. Oh. Wife. It seems that the Wan Nation's ambassador sent a woman over. I will go and send her away. Li Zishuan's expression remained the same as he smiled at Han Yushi before he spoke. Brother Chicken couldn't help but secretly sweat for Li Zishuan. Shouldn't this kind of thing be done secretly? Who would be like Li Zishuan to say it directly in front of his wife? This guy didn't know that Li Zishuan was not interested in the so-called Wan Nation's princess at all. After all, in Li Zishuan's plan, destroying Wan Nation was something that would happen sooner or later. So, he didn't want to have anything to do with Wan Nation at this time. Besides, in his impression, weren't the ancient Wan Nation's women very ugly? When Han Yushi heard this, she suddenly felt a little flustered in her heart. However, after seeing Li Zishuan's face with a clear conscience, her anxious heart immediately calmed down. Husband, I will go with you. Han Yushi mustered up her courage and said to Li Zishuan. Hee. Why? Wife, are you worried about your husband? Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. No, of course not. Husband, don't misunderstand, Han Yushi quickly explained, but was interrupted by Li Zishuan. Hee. Wife, you don't have to explain. Let's go out and have a look. After saying that, he took Han Yushi's hand and walked out of the house. Pang Feiji, who was behind them, saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly followed them out. When they arrived outside the courtyard, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi finally saw the Wen princess that Pang Feiji had mentioned. They saw that the woman's beautiful hair was tied up high on both sides, revealing her white and delicate neck. Her eyelashes fluttered outwards, like a young girl slowly opening an umbrella in Jiangnan's rain town, arching into a moving arc. Her face was lightly powdered, maintaining her natural beauty, but adding a touch of charm to it. She wore a red robe and an orange pleated skirt, which added a bit of charm to the woman. Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown because the woman in front of him was dressed differently from what he had seen in Japanese period dramas in his previous life. Didn't they say that the ancient Wen women liked to use a thick layer of powder to make their faces look like ghosts? But the Wen woman in front of him was clearly dressed like the Tang Empire's women. In fact, Li Zishuan's impression of the pale white clothing did exist in Wen history, but it didn't exist in the current era of flying birds. It only began to appear in the later Heian era. Our people had developed all kinds of powders as early as the Shang dynasty. In ancient times, there were mainly two types of powders used by women. One was the natural powder that was made by soaking rice and repeatedly grinding it, precipitating and filtering it. The other was the poisonous and harmful metal lead powder. However, it was said that lead powder was clearer than natural white powder. So, in order to be beautiful, the ancient women walked the path of self-destruction without hesitation. The production of lead powder was very complicated. It needed to be placed in a wooden bucket and placed on a magnetic pot filled with diluted acetic acid. Then, it needed to be slowly heated with charcoal so that the lead would be affected by the acetic acid vapor and undergo various chemical changes to become lead powder. Therefore, Japan, which was technologically backward at that time, had never been able to develop lead powder for makeup and could only rely on imports. It wasn't until 692 AD that Dorai monk Guanxing successfully produced lead powder in Japan. This scientific research achievement was greatly praised by the Empress and the Emperor. As a result, Wen women gradually became popular with a new kind of clothing. They would shave all their eyebrows, paint their teeth black, and cover their faces with white powder. It sounded a bit like a dead person's clothing, but Japanese men liked this style. You must be the Marquis of Yong'an. Wen Princess Mingda Suo, Shemu, greets the Marquis of Yong'an. From now on, you are Shemu's husband. The Wen woman saw that although Li Zishuan was dressed in ordinary clothes, his dignified aura showed that he had been in a high position for a long time. So, she quickly walked over and bowed. Han Yushi's expression changed. Li Zishuan squeezed his wife's hand, then looked at Su Wuxiamu and asked, "You are Su Wuxiamu? Or the Wen royal princess? What does Su Wuxiai have to do with you?" When Li Shaogong was fighting with Wen, Li Zishuan also took the opportunity to learn about the current situation in Wen. He knew that the Su family was the top family in Wen, and now only the top families in Wen had surnames. Ordinary people generally only had names, not surnames. So, when he heard the woman in front of him called Su Wuxiamu, Li Zishuan thought of Su Wuxiai, who had been killed by Li Shaogong. A trace of fear flashed in Su Wuxiamu's eyes. After a while, she replied, "Su Wuxiai is my brother. Marquis Yong'an, do you know him?" Sure enough. The Su family's people could be said to have the blood of the Wen royal family flowing in their veins. With the power of Su Wuxiai in the Wen imperial court, wouldn't it be easy for the empress to make her daughter a princess? Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Your brother died in the hands of the Tang Empire's army. Don't you hate the Tangs?" No. I, Shemu, quickly shook my head and said, "My elder brother is a devil. He deserved to die. Shemu will not hate anyone." When everyone heard this, a wave of doubt arose in their hearts. Li Zishuan didn't bother to pay attention to the complicated relationship within the Su family. He looked at Su Wuxiamu and asked, "Your Highness, since the Wen empress wants to marry you, please submit a letter of credence to the Tang Empire first. Only with His Majesty's permission can the marriage be arranged. Besides, I'm not a member of the royal family. Even if the Wen empress wants to marry the Tang Empire, she shouldn't look for me. So, Princess Mingda, please go back." I'll send someone to send you back to the post house. Su Wuxiamu was not ugly. On the contrary, she was very beautiful. This really surprised Li Zixuan, but he wasn't the kind of hothead who would be hot-blooded and reckless when he saw a beautiful woman. There was no free lunch in the world. The mountain-back elder brother sent the Wenation's princess to him, so he must have a request. If he accepted this woman, he wouldn't be able to refuse the next time the mountain-back elder brother made a request. Besides, he was a marquis outside the royal family. If he married a foreign princess without permission, wouldn't he be tired of living? As long as he dared to accept Su Wuxiamu, there would be a lot of memorials to impeach him in the imperial court in a few days. Hearing this, Su Wuxiamu's face turned as pale as paper. She knelt in front of Li Zixuan and said with tears in her eyes, "Your Excellency Duke Yong'an, please accept me." Actually, Shimu is a princess who has just been deposed. This time, she was ordered by our country's crown prince to wander thousands of miles on the sea and narrowly escape death to come to the Tang Empire. If I can't marry you, after returning to Wenation, Shimu will be sent to the army by the Empress. Shimu will live a life worse than death. Your Excellency Duke Yong'an, please accept Shimu. It turned out that she was a has-been Wenation's princess. Needless to say, her weeping and pitiful appearance really moved many people. Even though Li Zixuan had a firm mind, he couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. However, he didn't intend to change his decision. Husband, she's quite pitiful. Why don't we take her in? Just as Li Zixuan was about to refuse, Han Yushi begged for mercy. This girl was kind by nature. After hearing Su Wuxiamu's complaints, her heart immediately softened. Because if she was sent to the army, she would basically be a military prostitute. Li Zixuan heard this and looked at his wife speechlessly. He thought to himself, "Wife, are you mistaken? This girl in front of you is trying to snatch your husband. If you take her in, aren't you inviting a wolf into your house? Madame Marquis, you're Madame Marquis, right? You're beautiful and kind. Please accept Shimu. Shimu won't compete with you for favor. Shimu can do any kind of hard work. Please don't let Duke Yong'an send Shimu back." Seeing Han Yushi pleading with Li Zixuan, Su Wuxiamu immediately grasped this slim chance of survival and quickly kowtowed to Han Yushi to beg. Hearing Su Wuxiamu's pitiful words, Han Yushi's heart softened. She tugged at Li Zixuan's arm, her eyes filled with pity. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Wife, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Your husband has his own plans." Chapter 1353. Miss Xiaomu, I'm not related to you in any way. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Now that I have a family, I won't marry anyone else, much less a foreign woman. So, you'd better go back. Come on, send Miss Shimu to the Wenation's emissary group. Outside the Yunshan residence, Li Zixuan turned to look at Su Wuxiamu and said coldly after comforting Han Yushi. Han Yushi was stunned. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, Li Zixuan waved his hand to stop her. She suddenly felt a little upset in her heart, but when she thought that once Li Zixuan decided on something, even 10 horses couldn't pull him back, she shut her mouth and stopped trying to persuade him. She turned to look at Su Wa and Xiaomu with sympathy. She couldn't help but start to worry about the tragic future of this Japanese woman. In fact, she wasn't the only one who felt bad. The guards of the Li family who were present couldn't help but feel their hearts sink after hearing Li Zixuan's heartless words. Although they didn't know Su Wuxiamu before, her appearance today still gave them a good impression. It had to be said that it was easier to take advantage of a good-looking person in many ways. Su Wuxiamu's body trembled at this moment and her face turned ashen. She kowtowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis Yong'an, please take me in." "I can do anything," Li Zixuan frowned and said, "What are you waiting for? Take her away. Send her back to Honglu Temple." Pang Feiji's heart trembled. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes." After that, he went up and wanted to pull Su Wuxiamu up from the ground. "No. Shimu doesn't want to go back." Sumai's summer eyes suddenly became agitated. While Pang Feiji was pulling her up, she suddenly struggled with strength that came from nowhere. She broke free from Pang Feiji's unguarded hands and her head directly crashed into the shaft of the carriage that was beside them. In her mind, since Li Zishuan didn't take her in, she would rather die than go back to Wanation and be tortured. Because once she was sent to the Wanation's emissary group, it would be difficult for her to die even if she wanted to. No. Han Yushi's eyes widened. Her heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. No, there was another person who shouted along with Han Yushi, and that was Pang Feiji. Back then, old Pang had also been on the battlefield and killed countless people. At this moment, when he saw that Su Meimu was about to die in front of him, his iron heart suddenly felt an inexplicable pain. Su Wuxia's actions were too sudden. Almost no one had time to react. Of course, the main reason was that no one had expected this woman to be so unyielding. Whoosh! Seeing that Su Wuxiamu was about to crash into the shaft of the carriage, with her speed, she would definitely lose her life on the spot. At this critical moment, Li Zishuan used the orchid butterfly steps and suddenly disappeared from his original position. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside the carriage. He lightly slapped the carriage with his palm and with a pang sound, the carriage actually moved 10 steps away, leaving behind a large wool mark on the ground. Without the carriage, Sumo Summer naturally relied on her body's inertia and fell heavily to the ground. Although the fall wasn't fatal, the sharp pain from her body made her unable to help but frown deeply. She couldn't get up from the ground for a long time. Miss Xiaomu, what is the meaning of this? Li Zishuan looked at Su Wuxia on the ground and said coldly. Although this woman's life and death had nothing to do with him, he didn't want to see this woman die in front of his own house. Since the Marquis of Yong and doesn't want to take me in, I will live a life worse than death when I go back. Why don't I just die now? At least it will be easier. Su Wuxia raised her head and looked at Li Zishuan as she said this. Although her voice was weak, it was incomparably firm. Everyone could feel the will to die in her heart at this moment. Li Zishuan's expression didn't change. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph. You can die if you want, but you can't die in Yunshan. Feiji, go knock her out and send her back to the Wei Nation's diplomatic corps." Pang Feiji's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. He gritted his teeth and went forward with cupped fists and said, "Marquis, your subordinate boldly hopes that Marquis can take Miss Xiaomu in. Since she is a Wei Nation's princess who has been deposed, you can." "Shut up!" Li Zishuan shouted loudly, interrupting Pang Feiji's pleading. Then, he took a big step forward and came in front of Su Wuxiamu. Before the latter could react, he chopped Su Wuxiamu's neck with his hand. Su Wuxiamu instantly fainted in despair and unwillingness. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Pang Feiji. He said coldly, "You are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to disobey my orders?" Seeing that Li Zishuan was angry, Pang Feiji's face was instantly covered in sweat. He quickly knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. "Your subordinate doesn't dare. Please forgive me, Marquis." "Humph. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and send her back to Honglu Temple." Li Zishuan glared at Pang Feiji and said, "Yes." Pang Feiji felt helpless and could only accept the order with cupped fists. Getting up from the ground, Pang Feiji ordered people to carry the unconscious Su Wuxiamu to the carriage. Then, he jumped on the carriage and prepared to drive the carriage down the mountain. "Wait!" Li Zishuan suddenly said. Pang Feiji was overjoyed. He thought that Li Zishuan had changed his mind. He quickly jumped off the carriage and walked quickly to Li Zishuan's side. He bowed and said, "Marquis, do you have any other orders?" Unexpectedly, Li Zishuan waved his hand coldly and said, "Follow me." Under the puzzled gaze of Han Yushi and the others, Li Zishuan led Pang Feiji to an old locust tree that was dozens of feet away. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, "Feiji, today is the first time you have disobeyed my orders. Moreover, it is because of a Japanese woman." Pang Feiji thought that Li Zishuan was going to chase him away because of this matter. He quickly bowed and said, "Marquis, I know my mistake. Please give me another chance, Marquis." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, this Su Xiaomu is indeed a pitiful person. This marquis doesn't blame you for having a compassionate heart. This marquis isn't an unreasonable person. In a moment, send her to the Honglu temple and hand her over to my brother on the mountain. As for what happens afterwards, if you are interested in this girl and are really willing to save her, then don't come back tonight. Act according to the circumstances. If you are not interested in this girl, then directly come back after sending her off. Pang Feiji was shocked. He was about to explain when Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, you don't have to explain. You decide what to do. The most important thing in life is not to regret. Go. After that, Li Zishuan directly left with his hands behind his back and brought Han Yushi back to the courtyard. Pang Feiji was stunned and his expression kept changing. After a long time, he knelt down in the direction of the courtyard and kowtowed. He said in a low voice, thank you, Marquis. For the rest of my life, Feiji will go through water and tread on fire for Marquis. I will not hesitate to die 1,000 times. A horse carriage came down from the cloud mountain. Behind the horse carriage were more than 10 soldiers. The group of people faced the setting sun and rushed in the direction of Chang'an. In the courtyard of the cloud mountain, Han Yushi came to the study and saw Li Zishuan reading in the study. She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she could not hold back and said, husband, why did you? Li Zishuan smiled and looked up. He said, my wife wants to ask why your husband is so heartless and cold-blooded. Husband, that's not what I meant. Han Yushi quickly shook her head. Li Zishuan pulled his wife to sit on his lap. He hugged Han Yushi's waist from behind and said, my wife, I'm not interested in other women. I'm even less interested in women from Japan. It's enough for me to have you in my life. Han Yushi was very touched. She turned her head and looked at Li Zishuan with great affection. She said, my husband, Yushi can die without regrets if you treat me like this. But now that you're a marquis, it's normal for you to have multiple wives. I don't want to be a jealous woman and make you a laughing stock. Today's incident made her realize a very serious problem. Li Zishuan's identity was not just a rich young master. He was the new noble of the Tang Empire and the founder of the country, Marquis. His identity was prominent. Which person with such a prominent identity did not have multiple wives and concubines? So in the end, she helped Sui Xiaomu to plead with Li Zishuan. Wasn't that a kind of compromise? Li Zishuan heard this and pinched Han Yushi's beautiful face. He was both angry and amused. Then, he said, having multiple wives is just to seek temporary physical pleasure. What your husband values more is to have a heart-to-heart. Like now, when your husband is hungry, even if I don't say it, my wife can make delicious food for your husband in time. When your husband is worried, you can feel my worries and do your best to enlighten me. Your husband is busy with government affairs and has no time to care about other things. My wife, you can help your husband take care of everything in the family and do your best to be filial to your parents. You can solve all your husband's worries. Isn't this kind of tacit understanding from the heart more profound than the physical pleasure? Being half sober, half drunk, and half floating in the air is what your husband wants in life. A couple for life, half awake, half drunk, half alive? Han Yushi was stunned for a moment. For a woman in ancient times, there was no more moving words of love in the world than this. She choked with tears in her eyes and said, husband. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's back and said with a smile, okay, okay. My wife, don't be so sentimental. Actually, with your husband's identity, it's not suitable to marry Sui Xiaomu. Now, Yanhuang College has become a powerful treasure in the eyes of His Majesty. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I keep asking the teachers and students in the college to keep the college's secret, but I marry a foreign woman. How is that appropriate? Han Yushi nodded thoughtfully and said, but husband, even if you don't marry Sui Xiaomu, you can still take her in as a servant in the mansion. Otherwise, if she is sent back to Japan, how miserable will her fate be? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, my wife, you are too naive. Sui Xiaomu is definitely harmful to your husband. Why should I take her in? I can't put myself in danger for a foreign woman who has nothing to do with me. Moreover, there are millions of pitiful people in the world. If I have to save everyone, I can't save all of them. However, Sui, Xiaomu, is not completely useless. If the person who thinks she is useful is willing to save her, she may still have a chance to live. Chang'an City, in a courtyard of Honglu Temple. Pang Feiji came to the courtyard where the Japanese emissaries were staying with Sui, Xiaomu, who was in a coma. General Pang? Why are you here? Didn't we just meet? Did Marquis Yong'an change his mind? The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain heard the news and came out to welcome them. When he saw Pang Feiji, he immediately smiled. He thought that Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the gift he gave, so he changed his attitude. Pang Feiji said expressionlessly, "It was Marquis who sent me to bring back the woman you left behind on Yunshan Mountain. Now that woman is in the carriage behind. Marquis also asked me to pass a message to you." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain changed his expression and said in a low voice, "Please speak." Pang Feiji moved his lips and said, "Marquis said that he has no love for foreign women. Please don't waste your time in the future." Being refuted like this, the big brother Wang on the back of the mountain was a little embarrassed. However, when he thought of the huge gap between Japan and the Tang Empire, even if he was angry, he still suppressed it. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, General Pang. This time, I thought I was smart. Please pass on my apology to Marquis Yong'an." Pang Feiji nodded. At this time, the two Japanese warriors under the big brother Wang's command had already boarded the carriage and carried Su Wamu down. The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain looked at the unconscious Su Wamu and suddenly asked in confusion, "General Pang, what is the meaning of this?" Pang Feiji replied coldly, "After your princess found out that Marquis was unwilling to take her in, she would rather die than return to Japan. In order to prevent any accidents on the way, we had to knock her out and send her to you." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain couldn't help but secretly feel angry that Su Wamu didn't know how to appreciate kindness. She was a disgrace to the Japanese. After sorting out his feelings, he cupped his hands and said to Pang Feiji, "Thank you, General Pang. Our princess was rude and made a fool of herself in front of Marquis Yong'an." Hearing this, Pang Feiji said meaningfully, "My Marquis didn't make a fool of you. He just felt that the way you treated the princess was very bad." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain couldn't help but say, "Thank you for your kind reminder, Marquis Yong'an. However, this is a matter of Japan. Her Majesty will take care of it." "Humph. I hope so." Pang Feiji could hear the anger in the big brother Wang's words. He didn't give the other party any face. He snorted and left with his men. "Your Highness, what should we do with Su Wamu? Should I send someone to dress her up and send her to your room tonight?" Yoko Ono stood behind the big brother Wang on the back of the mountain and bowed carefully. In his opinion, since Li Zishuan didn't want Su Wuxiamu, there was only one outcome for Su Wuxiamu. Instead of that, it was better to let his brother enjoy him before he was sent back to Neon. "Humph. Lock her up and send her back to Japan tomorrow for Her Majesty to deal with." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain said angrily and went straight into the room. He only had the advanced knowledge and technology of Yanhuang College in his mind. He didn't have time to think about these things. Chapter 1354. 2 in 1 chapter. "Boss, are we not going back?" Outside Honglu Temple, Pang Feiji came out with his men. However, they were not in a hurry to leave Chang'an City. Instead, they stayed in an inn not far from Honglu Temple. His men, Xiongda and Xiong'er, were puzzled. "The city gate is about to close. It's too late for us to go back now. Let's stay here tonight. Before Marquis left, he told me that if we can't make it back in time, we'll stay in the city for the night." Pang Feiji said with an unnatural expression. The last words he said to the mountain-back big brother king at the Honglu Temple were actually said under Li Zishuan's name. His goal was to make the mountain-back big brother king spare Su Wuxiamu. This way, he wouldn't have to take the risk tonight. However, from the mountain back Big Brother's merciless reply, Pang Feiji knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. When he thought of how Xia Mu would be treated when he returned to Neon, his heart ached. Therefore, he decided to stay. Oh. Xiongda and Xiong-er did not doubt him. They nodded and followed Pang Feiji into the inn. As night fell, the people in Chang'an City returned to their homes. There was no one on the streets except for the Marquis patrolling the streets. Creak. In the inn opposite the Chamberlain of Dependencies, the window of one of the rooms was opened. A black shadow flew down from the window and then sneakily made its way to the Chamberlain of Dependencies across the street. Suddenly, a big hand touched the shoulder of the black shadow from behind. The black shadow was shocked and was about to resist when he heard a voice behind him. "Boss, don't fight. It's me. Xiongda. Why are you guys not sleeping in the inn? Why are you out in the middle of the night?" The black shadow turned around and looked at the people behind him. He could not help but be surprised. Needless to say, the man in black was Pang Feiji. The people behind him were the guards of the Li family who had entered the city with him. Pang Feiji thought that this trip to Honglu Temple was for his own personal matters, so he did not plan to bring these men. He did not expect Xiongda and the others to follow him. Hee. Boss, are you going to Honglu Temple to save the Neon Princess? We'll go with you. Big Xiong said in a low voice. There was a hint of excitement in his words. He thought that the task of rescuing the Wei nation's princess had been given to him by Li Zishuan. Pang Feiji pursed his lips and said, "This matter was not ordered by Marquis. I wanted to do it myself. It has nothing to do with you. Xiongda, you should go back quickly. Pretend that you didn't see me tonight." Big Xiong was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect this. After a moment of silence, Big Xiong said, "Boss, your business is our business. Besides, that Wei nation's princess is quite pitiful. If you want to save her, how can we just stand by and watch? Let's go together. When Marquis blames us, we'll be punished together." "Yes. Let's go together." As soon as Big Xiong finished speaking, the dozen sergeants around him quickly lowered their voices and echoed. When they were in the right Marquis mansion, they had all followed Pang Feiji. Now, even though they had been assigned to the Li family by Li heir, Pang Feiji had always taken good care of them. Usually, he would treat his subordinates the same way he treated himself. He would never give them any special treatment. This made Big Xiong and the others respect him very much. Therefore, at this moment, although everyone knew that rescuing Su and Shemu was Pang Feiji's personal action, they all wanted to join in without hesitation. Pang Feiji patted Big Xiong's shoulder and looked at the crowd. For a long time, he was speechless. In the end, he only said 3 words, "Good brothers." "Hey. Boss, listen to what you're saying. We all know how you treat us. Now that you're in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? Boss, just tell us, what are you going to do tonight? Although there are no guards in Honglu Temple, I think there are a few masters in the Wei nation's envoy group." Big Xiong chuckled and said. Pang Feiji pondered for a moment and said, "I was going to sneak in alone and act according to the situation. Now that you're willing to follow me, it's even easier. Juanheng, give me some sleeping gas." A skinny middle-aged man behind Big Xiong opened his mouth and said, "Boss, what sleeping gas? Why would I have sleeping gas?" This person was called Lu Juanheng. In his early years, he was a gangster in the Jianghu. When the world was in chaos and bandits were everywhere, he had done all kinds of things. However, he was not a bad person and was very loyal. He had joined the army with Pang Feiji. However, because of the Jianghu aura on him, he had not been promoted. However, this guy was happy and content. Pang Feiji laughed and said with a face of disbelief, "Ah. Don't try to hide it from me. If you don't give me the sleeping gas, be careful that I'll find all the golden gun uncollapsing pill and celestial desire powder on you and throw them away." After saying that, he made a move to capture Lu Juanheng. Lu Juanheng quickly waved his hand and said, Don't. Boss, please be merciful. Don't throw them away, don't throw them away. These are all treasures. Sleeping gas, oh, right. Don't you have sleeping gas? I'll give it to you. After saying that, Lu Junheng took out a package from his chest and took out 2 sleeping gas from some bottles and jars in the package. He handed them to Pang Feiji and said, Boss, this is strong. Boss, this thing is very strong. After you light it up, you must stand in the lee of the wind. Otherwise, you will faint. Humph. Do I need you to teach me this? Pang Feiji took the sleeping gas and glared at Lu Junheng. He then said, later, Big Xiong, and Big Xiong will sneak into the courtyard where the Wei Nation's ambassadors are staying. After we find the location where Su Wuxia is being held, I'll light the sleeping gas to knock out the Wei Nation's guards and rescue him. The rest of you will support from the outside. If there's an accident, immediately set the place on fire to attract the attention of the Wei Nation's ambassadors. Yes. Boss. Everyone replied in a low voice. Pang Feiji thought for a moment and added, try not to kill anyone and not to make a big deal out of this. After we rescue him, we'll leave. Everyone, cover your faces with black cloth so that no one can recognize us. If we're caught, blame it on me and not Marquis. Remember, this is the Tang Empire. Even if the Wei Nation catches us, they won't dare to do anything to us. However, we can't smear Marquis's name and let the other officials use this to attack Marquis. Yes. Where is Su Wuxia being held? At night, Yoko Ono walked out of her room and asked a guard. My lord, Princess Mingda is being held in the woodshed. I'll go take a look at this bitch to prevent her from committing suicide. You stay here and guard. If His Highness comes, send someone to inform me immediately. Yoko Ono nodded and ordered the guard. Then, with her hands behind her back, she calmly walked towards the woodshed. Humph. Isn't he just trying to take over Princess Mingda? What a pity, our Wei Nation's most beautiful woman is being taken advantage of by this old pervert. The guard looked at Yoko Ono's back as he curled his lips and muttered softly. What he didn't notice was that on the roof behind him, there was a black shadow that witnessed everything. Cough cough. All of you, leave. I have something to discuss with Princess Mingda. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter. Yoko Ono came to the woodshed and ordered the guard at the door. Yes, my lord. Everyone knew that Yoko Ono was favored by the king of Mountain Back. These guards naturally didn't dare to disobey her orders. Yoko Ono laughed sinisterly and pushed the door open. Inside the woodshed, Su Wuxia's hands and feet were tied and her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth. This was to prevent her from biting her tongue to commit suicide. Her messy hair was scattered on her beautiful face and it only served to arouse Yoko Ono's beast desires. Hee hee. Princess, oh, right, you're not a princess anymore. Su Wuxia's family has been destroyed and you're just a deposed princess. TSK. Look at those servants who don't know any better. They actually tied you up so tightly. Hee hee. Let me, Yoko Ono, take care of you. Yoko Ono took off her clothes and looked at Su Wuxia who was tied up on the floor with a lewd smile. Before Li Shaogong attacked Wei Nation last year, Su Wuxia's family was one of the top wealthy families in Wei Nation. At that time, Su Wuxia's eldest daughter was known as Wei Nation's most beautiful woman. She attracted thousands of men to chase after her. Although Su Wuxia's second daughter was also very beautiful, she didn't seem that outstanding when compared to her elder sister. However, Su Wuxia couldn't stand the humiliation of Su Wuxia and committed suicide. Su Wuxia naturally became Wei Nation's most beautiful woman. After that, Li Shaogong led the army and destroyed all the men in Su Wuxia's family. Su Wuxia lost the support of her family and could only become the plaything of the rich and powerful in Feiniao City. After all, she was the young miss of Su Wuxia's family and there were still many rich and powerful people who wanted to take her into their palace. Yoko Ono had always been drooling over Su Wuxia's beauty. However, he knew that his status wasn't high enough and could only fantasize about it in private. Just when the rich and powerful in Fanio City were preparing to fight for Su Wuxia, Queen Gu remembered Su Wuxia's help in ascending the throne and summoned Su Wuxia into the palace. However, Big Brother Shanbei was the archenemy of Su Wuxia's family. Although Su Wuxia's family was destroyed, he still didn't want the women in Su Wuxia's family to have a good life. Thus, under his suggestion, Su Wuxia was sent to Tang Dynasty and took on this mission that was worse than death. Woo! Woo woo woo. Su Wuxia saw Yoko Ono taking off her clothes and revealing her ugly body. She was so frightened that she quickly moved her body back and cried for help. However, her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth and she could only make woo 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 sounds. The light from the lanterns and torches shone through the window into the woodshed. Yoko Ono's face turned sinister and twisted. He pointed at the center of his head, where there was a bald patch, and said to Sumo Natsum, "I'm sorry." "Hey! Do you know how the scar on my head came about? It's all thanks to your Su Wuxia's warriors. Today, I'll let Su Wuxia's second missy have a taste of my, Yoko Ono's, prowess." Ha ha ha. Back then, when Li Shaogong was attacked by the Suo family's warriors outside Flying Bird City, Yoko Ono was right beside Li Shaogong. In the end, he was caught in the crossfire. The Suo family's warriors sliced off a large piece of his scalp. From then on, he became a complete bald man. Today's actions gave Yoko Ono a sense of satisfaction from her revenge. After saying that, he pounced towards Su Wuxia naked. Woo! Su Wuxia's eyes widened in fear as she struggled with her bound limbs, wanting to push Yoko Ono away. However, she was only a weak girl, how could she fight against a grown man? On the contrary, the more she struggled, the more excited Yoko Ono became. Hee hee. Shout. Even if you break your throat tonight, no one will come and save you. Yoko Ono laughed sinisterly and wanted to use his hands to tear Su Wuxia's clothes. Bastard. At this moment, the door to the woodshed was pushed open. Before Yoko Ono could react, the back of his neck was attacked by a hard object and he fainted unwillingly. Shwa shwa, the ropes on Su Wuxia's hands and feet were cut open. The black shadow that knocked Yoko Ono out pulled her up from the ground and said, "Miss Su Wuxia, don't make a sound. I'll bring you away." Mandarin. He actually spoke Mandarin. Su Wuxia's eyes widened. Although there were still tears in her eyes, one could still see the surprise in her eyes. "Did Marquis Yong and send you to save me?" The black shadow said in a low voice, "No. Cut the crap and come with me." After saying that, the black shadow sealed one of Su Wuxia's acupoints so that she could not make a sound or move. Then, he carried Su Wuxia and walked out of the woodshed. The strange thing was that the guards outside the woodshed were all lying on the ground, as if they had fallen asleep. "Burn it." The black shadow looked back at the woodshed and ordered. "Yes." After a while, the woodshed in the courtyard where the neon ambassadors were staying suddenly burst into flames. The black shadow and Su Wuxia were long gone. "It's on fire. It's on fire. Put out the fire. Wake up and put out the fire." In the courtyard where the neon ambassadors were staying, there was suddenly a commotion of people putting out the fire. "Boss, where are we going?" On the streets of Chang and City, a group of men in black was running wildly while avoiding the patrolling marquis. Who else could it be other than Pang Feiji and his men? To Yongla Lane, back to the marquis mansion. That place is safer than the inn. Even if the neon ambassadors dared to search the inn, they would not dare to search the marquis's mansion. Tomorrow morning, we will use the marquis's carriage and take Miss Su Wuxia out of the city. Pang Feiji carried Su Wuxia and said as he ran. They were from the right marquis guards and knew the pattern and route of the marquis's patrol at night like the back of their hand. That was why they were able to avoid wave after wave of patrolling marquis. Haha. Okay. Boss, I'll go in front and help you scout. Xiong laughed loudly and quickly quickened his pace, running forward. Chapter 1355. Your Highness, the fire has been put out. This matter has alarmed the officials of the Tang Empire. The minister of Honglu Temple is waiting for you in the main hall. Honglu Temple, in the courtyard where the Wanatian diplomatic mission was staying. Has the cause of the fire been determined? Were there any casualties? The mountain-back big brother king asked with a solemn expression. They were staying in the Honglu Temple's post house. Now that such a thing had happened, if there was no evidence to prove that an outsider had set the fire, they would be responsible for the fire. At that time, the compensation for the repair of the house would be a small matter, but losing face as the Wanatian's crown prince would be a big deal. Your Highness, it is suspected that someone lit the candlestick in the woodshed. After that, the candlestick collapsed and ignited the firewood in the woodshed, causing the fire. Candlestick? Why would there be a candlestick in the woodshed? And who would light the candlestick in the woodshed at this time? The mountain-back big brother king asked curiously. The soldier bowed and said, We found a charred corpse in the woodshed. The face of the corpse could no longer be seen, but we can be sure that the person who was burned to death was a man. And the person who was imprisoned in the woodshed was Princess Mingda. According to the confession of the guards outside the woodshed, Lady Yoko went to the woodshed at around 7:00 and sent all the guards away. After that, the woodshed caught fire. Yoko, oh no. Why did she go to the woodshed? The mountain-back big brother king frowned and then thought of something. His expression was ugly as he said, The evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. Let's not talk about him for now. You guys go find me, Shemu. I'll go see the minister of Honglu Temple. You're saying that the Wanatian diplomatic mission sent Li Zishuan, a Wanatian woman? In the Suite du Hall, Li Er frowned and asked after listening to Zhao Song's report. Indeed. But in the evening, the Marquis of Yong had already sent the woman back to the Wanatian diplomatic mission. Zhao Song bowed and replied. This Wanatian envoy is really restless. He really has hidden ambitions. I shouldn't have allowed them to stay in Chang'an for half a year. Li Er snorted coldly. Although he was very satisfied with Li Zishuan's action of sending the neon woman back, he was very angry that the big brother king of Mountain Back had so blatantly bribed an important official of the empire with his beauty, and the person he bribed was a key figure like Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, as far as I know, a few months ago, the Wei envoys visited Yanhuang College under the leadership of the king of Jianghu. At that time, the Marquis of Yong only allowed them to sit in on the classes of the economics department. They were forbidden from entering the classrooms of the other departments. Therefore, this old servant reckons that the reason why the mountain-back elder brother gave the Marquis Yong a beauty is probably because he's plotting to obtain knowledge from the other departments of Yanhuang College. Zhao Song tried to analyze the situation. His relationship with Li Zishuan was relatively good. In addition, Li Er was especially concerned about Yanhuang College. Therefore, he deliberately asked people to collect more information in this regard. That was why he could analyze it so clearly and logically now. Li Er glared and said angrily, A small country dares to covet the secrets of the Tang Empire. They really don't know what's good for them. Of course, no one dared to answer Li Er's words. The hall fell into silence for a while. After a while, Li Er's eyebrows relaxed and he smiled. But fortunately, Li Zishuan is also a smart guy. Yesterday, he sent someone to deliver a memorial to me, saying that he wants to strengthen the management of confidentiality in the college. For this purpose, he also formulated an extremely detailed Yanhuang College confidentiality regulation. Although I haven't read 10,000 books in my life, I have at least read 1,000. However, this is the first time I've heard of this confidentiality regulation. In this confidentiality regulation, there are considerations in all aspects. Moreover, the management methods in it are quite novel and reasonable. With a little modification, it can be used in the military camp. This guy's head is full of ideas. Handing Yanhuang College over to him is the right choice. That's because Your Majesty has a good eye for talent. The Marquis of Yong could rise from a merchant's son to his current position because Your Majesty cherishes talent. The Tang Empire will definitely prosper in your Majesty's hands. Zhao Song was all smiles as he flattered Li Erei, which made Li Erei very happy. At this moment, a chamberlain came in from outside the hall. The chamberlain hurriedly ran to Li Er's side and bowed. Your Majesty, the post house where the Japanese envoys are staying at the Honglu Temple has caught fire. It burned down a woodshed and a Japanese envoy named Yoko Ono was burned to death. The joy on Li Er's face instantly disappeared. He asked, did someone deliberately set the fire? Your Majesty, according to Marquis Wu's investigation, the fire was caused by a candlestick in the woodshed falling to the ground. As for whether or not someone deliberately set the fire, the people of Marquis government have yet to come to a conclusion. The chamberlain bowed. Li Er frowned and did not say anything. After a while, he suddenly asked, there was a woman in the Japanese envoys. Was she still in the Japanese envoys after the fire? The chamberlain suddenly looked troubled. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I don't know, he was just a messenger. How would he know if there was a woman in the Japanese envoys? Humph. Then why don't you send someone to investigate? Li Er's face darkened as he said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. The chamberlain shuddered and quickly left the hall. Zhao Song guessed what Li Er was thinking. He wanted to help Li Zishuan explain, but he felt that it was inappropriate. After hesitating for a long time, he did not say anything in the end. Half an hour later, the chamberlain ran back and bowed to Li Er. Your Majesty, there is no woman in the Japanese envoys. That's enough. You can leave now. Li Er's face changed. He waved his hand and dismissed the chamberlain. Then, Li Er looked at Zhao Song and said, after tomorrow morning's court, tell Li Zishuan to come to Ganlu Hall to see me. After saying this, Li Er waved his sleeves and left. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song cupped his hands and answered. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Marquis Yong, how can you be so muddle-headed in this matter? Sure enough, lust is accompanied by a knife. Yes, he and Li Er both thought that the fire in Honglu Temple tonight was set by Li Zishuan. His purpose was to secretly take the Japanese woman back. Oh. Where is this? You. Don't come over. I recognize you. You are the guard of Marquis Yong. In the guest room of the Li Mansion in Yongla Lane. Pang Feiji changed out of his night clothes and came over to unseal Shimu's acupoints. Shimu immediately crossed her arms and moved her body into the bed. She looked at Pang Feiji with a vigilant face and said. Seeing this, Pang Feiji could not help but say, Miss Shimu, if I wanted to do something to you, I would have done it long ago. You would not be able to stop me. Since you know that I am Marquis' guard, then you should know that I will not harm you. Otherwise, you would not be here now. Sumi Summer I had just been violated by Yoko Ono a few minutes ago. Her previous reaction was only a natural reaction after a moment of panic. Now that she heard Pang Feiji's words, she understood the current situation. Therefore, she wasn't as agitated as before. She stood up from the bed and bowed to Pang Feiji. Thank you, General, for saving me. Shimu is extremely grateful. I wonder if it was Marquis who asked you to save Shimu? After coming to the Tang Empire, she had heard of Li Zishuan's deeds. If she were to use 4 words to describe Li Zishuan, it could only be young and promising. If she were to use 8 words to describe him, it would be young and promising, high position and power. She knew that if she wanted to change her fate, she could only find a backer that her brother could not afford to offend. And the person she was sent to this time, Li Zishuan, was a very good backer. For this, she even planned to use the charm technique she learned from Neon to charm Li Zishuan. But when she first met Li Zishuan directly and mercilessly rejected her. She did not use any of the charm techniques she prepared. Now that Pang Feiji had saved her, a glimmer of hope ignited in Shimu's heart. I already told you just now that Marquis did not send me to save you. I just could not bear to see you go back to Neon to be humiliated, so I saved you. Marquis' heart is with the country. No matter what, he will not marry a foreign woman. Pang Feiji said expressionlessly. Su Xiaomu's face turned pale. She bit her lips as tears unconsciously flowed from her eyes. She muttered, since the Marquis of Yong and is not willing to take me in, then why did you save me? Even if I came out, I would be caught by them sooner or later. Boo-hoo. It was the first time Pang Feiji saw a girl cry, and such a beautiful girl at that. When Xiaomu cried, the arrogance on Brother Chicken's face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with an uneasy and flustered expression. He said anxiously, Miss Xiaomu, although my marquis is not willing to take you in, it does not mean that you will be caught by those people. You still have other options. Other options? What options do I have? Xiaomu raised her head and asked. There was a trace of crying in her voice, and her tear-stained face was really pitiful. Pang Feiji hurriedly shifted his gaze away and said, Now, you have two choices. The first is that I will take you out of the city after daybreak, and you will go to another place and find another way to survive. The second choice is to follow me, Pang Feiji, back home and live a good life. From today onwards, you are my woman and also a citizen of the Great Tang. Those people will not dare to touch you again. Ah. You. Xiaomu's eyes widened. She never thought that Pang Feiji would want to marry her. She was just about to refuse, but then she remembered that she had no skills. Even if she went to a place where the Neon delegation could not find her, what would she do to make a living? Moreover, she was a beautiful and helpless woman. It was inevitable that she would meet a beast like Yoko Ono in a strange place. Therefore, the first option was definitely not feasible. However, when she thought of the second option, Pang Feiji stood up at the critical moment and saved her from the clutches of the devil. Her heart wavered a little. But I will become a criminal wanted by the Neon. With your status, I will only bring you trouble. You can't protect me. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaomu said. After all, in her eyes, Pang Feiji was just a guard. Hey! Miss Xiaomu, don't underestimate me. As long as you become my woman, I, Pang Feiji, swear to God that I will never be bullied like today. If your Japanese envoys want to capture you, they'll have to ask for my permission first. Moreover, I have not married yet. If you become my woman, I promise to treat you well for the rest of your life. Pang Feiji patted his chest and promised. Xiaomu looked at Pang Feiji's face, which was not handsome but full of determination. After a long time, she said softly, Okay. Xiaomu is willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Chapter 1356. 2 in 1 chapter, Your Highness, we can now confirm that all the guards in the courtyard were knocked out by the sleeping gas. Because of this, they didn't notice Princess Mingda's disappearance. But when Princess Mingda was sent back, she didn't have anything on her, let alone sleeping gas. So, I guess that someone must have used the sleeping gas to steal Princess Mingda. But that group of people was very efficient and didn't leave any traces that could prove their identity. Your Highness, should we report this to the Tang Imperial Court and ask them to help us find Princess Mingda? Honglu Temple, Wei Country Embassy. The mountain-back big brother had just returned from the interrogation of the Honglu Temple when his guard came to report. No. The mountain-back big brother immediately shook his head and said, We can't let the Tang Imperial Court know about the existence of Su Xiaomu. Otherwise, they will definitely find out that we sent a woman to Duke Yongnan. By then, we might be driven back to Wei Country. We don't have to look for Su Xiaomu. Let's just pretend that she's dead. As for this fire, let's just pretend that Yoko Ono set it herself. He wasn't stupid. Once the matter of bribing an important official of Tang was exposed, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. If the bribe was successful, it would be better because Li Zixuan would help them cover it up. But now that the bribe wasn't successful, Li Zixuan had a clear conscience. It was already good enough that he didn't take the initiative to report them. How could he help them cover up their crime? So if he still wanted to stay in Tang Empire safely, he could only swallow this loss in silence. As for Su Xiaomu who ran away, it didn't matter to him. She was just a woman. Wei country never lacked women. Of course, he also suspected that Li Zishuan sent someone to steal Su Wuxia. But that was only a suspicion. He didn't have any proof. Moreover, this was Tang Empire, not Wei country. He didn't have any authority to investigate Li Zishuan. Yes. Your Highness. Although the guard didn't know what the mountain-back big brother was thinking, he still obeyed the order. Early the next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, a carriage drove out of the marquis mansion in Yongle City and headed straight for the Yanqing Gate. When they arrived at the city gates, the gates had just opened. Pang Feiji rode his horse in front to clear the way. Because the carriage had the symbol of the marquis's mansion, and because the guards at the city gates all recognized Pang Feiji, they didn't check or question him, and directly let him pass. In fact, even if the city guards checked the carriage, they would not find anything. This was because the person in the carriage had already changed into the attire of a Tang woman. There was nothing unusual about her. When the time came, Pang Feiji could just make up an identity for her and she could get away with it. After leaving Chang'an City, Pang Feiji deliberately increased his speed. He brought Su Mo, Xiaomu, and his subordinates and rushed towards Cloud Mountain. Huff! Stop! When they were about to reach the Han Manor, Pang Feiji saw two familiar faces in front of him. He quickly reined in his horse and gestured for the people behind him to stop. Then, he jumped off the carriage and walked towards the two people. Brother Lu Feng, Brother Lu Yun, does Marquis have something to tell me? That's right, the two people were Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Although their appearance made Pang Feiji feel that he had fallen out of favor, Pang Feiji definitely did not have the intention to hate them. After all, they were all working under Li Zishuan. There was no need to treat them like enemies all the time. Moreover, Li Zishuan had already been very lenient towards him regarding Su Mo, Xiaomu. Pang Feiji felt that he owed Li Zishuan a lot. He did not have the face to fight for favor with Lu Feng and Lu Yun. He only wanted to repay Li Zishuan's kindness with all his might in his remaining years. Brother Pang, Marquis said that you can't bring Su Mo, Xiaomu, to Cloud Mountain. He has prepared a house for you in the Han Manor. You can send Su Mo, Xiaomu, over there. You will live there in the future. However, try not to let her go out for now. It won't be too late for you to get married after the rumors die down. Lu Feng said with a fist salute. Hearing this, Pang Feiji looked towards the direction of Cloud Mountain with a face full of gratitude. He then saluted Lu Feng and said, "Thank you Brother Lu for coming to pass on the message. Feiji will send Xiaomu to the Han Manor now." Haha. You're welcome. Brother Pang, follow us. Lu Feng laughed heartily and took the initiative to lead the way in front. At this moment, Lu Yun could not help but sigh. Brother Pang, we are all servants. As a servant, if the master wants you to go east, you can't go west. If the master wants you to catch a dog, you can't catch a chicken. When the master wants you to die for him, you can't hesitate at all. However, this is the first time in my life that I, Lu Yun, have seen a master who is willing to take the risk for the sake of a servant. Such a master, not to mention that I have never seen one before, I have never even heard of one before. Therefore, both of us are very envious of you. We are envious that you can meet such a good master so early. Haha. However, you don't have to be envious. Now that we are all working under Marquis, I wonder if His Majesty will transfer us away again in a few days. Lu Yun's sigh seemed to be a little unreasonable and inexplicable. However, as the person involved, Pang Feiji was deeply moved. He was silent for a moment and said with a determined face. Marquis is indeed an extraordinary person. In the future, my life will belong to Marquis. In this life, as long as I, Pang Feiji, am still breathing, I will not allow anyone to harm Marquis. Haha. Brother Pang is so bold. However, when Brother Pang gets married, the two of us will have to attend the wedding banquet. Lu Feng laughed and said. Pang Feiji shook his head and said, right now, I am not in the mood for a happy occasion. Although I have taken away the Wei nation's princess this time, I have also caused a lot of trouble for Marquis. This is all because of me. I will take responsibility for what I have done. If I am found out and get blamed by His Majesty, I will definitely not let this matter involve Marquis. At worst, I will go to the Supreme Court and admit my guilt. Marquis. After Pang Feiji settled Su Wei and Xiaomu down, he came to the Yunshan villa. Li Zixuan had just finished practicing his swordsmanship. Pang Feiji knelt behind Li Zixuan and cupped his fists. Li Zixuan took the handkerchief from Xiao He and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Then, he said lightly, "Get up. A man has gold under his knees. If you are really grateful to me, then do your job well in the future." Pang Feiji was silent for a moment. He stood up and said solemnly, "From now on, Marquis is my second parent. If Marquis orders me, even if I have to give my life, I will do my best to complete it." Pang Feiji was born in the right Marquis household. It could be said that in the past, Li Zixuan was the most important person in his heart. However, after this incident, Li Zixuan's position in his heart had directly surpassed Li Er's. Now, if Li Zixuan were to raise the flag of rebellion, Pang Feiji would definitely follow him without hesitation. Yes. Li Zixuan nodded. This time, in order to help Pang Feiji and Su with Xiaomu, he would definitely bear a certain amount of risk. If it were other superiors, they would definitely not do this for their subordinates. However, Li Zixuan's soul was that of a modern person. The concept of superior and inferior was not deeply engraved in his bones. Pang Feiji had been with him for so long. He treated Pang Feiji as a friend, not a servant who could be ordered around by others. On the other hand, he did sympathize with Su Xiaomu's situation. However, even if he sympathized, because of his identity, he could not personally help her. Since Pang Feiji had taken a fancy to Su Xiaomu, he might as well help them. He could use the former princess of the Wei nation to be his subordinate's wife. This was also something that would give him face, wasn't it? "Have you settled everything on your side?" Reporting to the Marquis, "Everything has been settled." Pang Feiji quickly replied. Li Zixuan asked again, "Do you have any relatives at home?" Speaking of which, as a superior, he was not considered competent. He did not even know the basic family situation of his employee. Pang Feiji replied, "Marquis, I still have an old mother at home. She lives in Yongyang Lane. I plan to take some time to bring her to the Han family manor. In the future, she will settle down in the Han family manor." "Yes. That's not bad." Li Zixuan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Xiao He beside him remind him softly, "Young master. Young master. Head steward Zhao from the palace is here." Pang Feiji's expression changed. He turned around and saw Zhao Song and a group of people walking towards them from outside the courtyard. He suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. "Marquis, if the emperor finds out about what happened last night, I will take responsibility for what I did. I am willing to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty." Pang Feiji hurriedly whispered to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not panic. He smiled and said calmly, "Don't be anxious. First of all, Big Brother Shanbei will definitely not report to the authorities because of Su Xiaomu's disappearance. This is because his crime of secretly bribing the officials will be exposed. If the people do not report, the officials will not investigate. I guess the emperor might have misunderstood that I was greedy for Miss Xiaomu's beauty and sent people to kidnap her. That is why he asked Zhao Song to summon me to the palace." In fact, when Li Zixuan made the decision to let Pang Feiji go to Honglu Temple to steal Xiaomu, Li Zixuan had already considered the possible consequences. Among them, the biggest possibility was that Big Brother Shanbei himself would suffer this loss. Su Xiaomu was just an abandoned pawn. Big Brother Shanbei would not give up the opportunity to continue hiding in the Tang Empire because of her. "Marquis, if His Majesty really blames me for this, you must push this subordinate out. After all, this happened because of me. Even if Feiji dies, I cannot implicate Marquis." After a moment of silence, Pang Feiji bowed and said. Li Zixuan did not reply, because Zhao Song had already walked to the entrance of the courtyard. He smiled and went up to greet him, clasping his hands. Haha. Head steward Zhao, what wind blew you here? Servants, quickly prepare some tea. Zhao Song hurriedly waved his hands. Io, my marquis. Look at the situation now, and you still have the mood to drink tea. Quickly, come with me to the palace. The emperor has summoned you to the palace. Li Zishuan's expression became serious, and he said crisply, all right. Please wait for a moment, Butler Zhao. Let me change my clothes, then I will follow you to the palace. After a while, Li Zishuan changed into his court attire, rode on Big White, and left Yun Mountain with Zhao Song. On the way, Zhao Song saw that there was no one around, so he deliberately slowed down the speed of his horse. He whispered to Li Zishuan, Marquis, let me say something that I shouldn't say. With your current status, what kind of girl can't you marry? Why do you have to marry a Japanese girl and make the emperor unhappy? In my opinion, you should release the Japanese girl that you kidnapped last night as soon as possible. As the emperor's trusted aide, the fact that Zhao Song could speak to this extent proved that he really did not treat Li Zishuan as an outsider. Li Zishuan heard the sincerity in Zhao Song's words, so he treated him with sincerity. Steward Zhao, since you've put it this way, then I won't hide it anymore. To be honest, yesterday afternoon, the big brother on the mountain back sent a Japanese girl. After I heard about it, I immediately sent the Japanese girl back. Since then, there has been no Japanese girl on Yun Mountain. And I, Li Zishuan, will not have anything to do with any foreign girl, whether it is in the past, present, or future, let alone marry a Japanese girl. Hearing Li Zishuan's solemn vow, Zhao Song did not doubt him and chose to believe him. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. With your words, Marquis, then I can rest assured. Haha. After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the palace. At this time, Li Er had not finished the morning assembly, so he waited quietly alone in the Ganla hall. After waiting for about half an hour, there was finally a sound of footsteps outside the hall. Li Zishuan straightened his clothes. When Li Er came in, he quickly bowed and saluted. Your Majesty. Humph. You allowed your subordinates to set fire to the Honglu temple and tried to marry a Japanese girl in private. Do you still have me, the emperor, in your eyes? Li Er's cold and ruthless voice came from above. It was obvious that Li Er was very angry. Of course, he was angry because Li Zishuan wanted to marry a neon woman, not because the post house where the neon people lived had been burned down. He didn't care about the neon people's lives at all. What he cared about was that after Li Zishuan married a neon woman, he might leak his magical engineering knowledge to the neon people. Through the conversation with Zhao Song on the way here, Li Zishuan had already understood Li Er's anger in advance. At this moment, he did not beat around the bush and directly explained. Your Majesty, why do you say that? Japan is an inferior country. As a subject of the Tang Empire, how can I marry a girl from an inferior country? Not only now, but also in the future. I dare to point to the heavens and swear. Hearing this, Li Er's expression became slightly better. In the eyes of the Tang Empire, Japan was indeed an inferior country. Not only did the Tang Empire think so, but even the Japanese themselves thought so. Therefore, the Japanese often borrowed seeds from the Tang Empire's merchants who passed by on the sea. Then the arson and kidnapping incident last night at the Honglu temple really had nothing to do with you? Although Li Er felt a little in his heart, he was still somewhat puzzled. He did not believe that last night's incident had nothing to do with Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, of course this incident had something to do with me. Li Zishuan's words almost made old Li go berserk. Then he heard Li Zishuan continue, don't worry. The big brother king of the mountain back is coveting the knowledge of the Yanhuang Academy. I have long noticed this. This time, this bastard is even more outrageous. He wants to use his beauty to bribe me. If I don't teach him a lesson, won't he forget himself? So, after I sent someone to send the woman back yesterday, I asked someone to snatch her back. Then, I directly rewarded the Wanatian woman to a servant. The Wanatian's diplomatic mission suffered a double loss. it can be considered a lesson to them. Chapter 1357. In the Ganlu Palace. When Li Er saw Li Zishuan say these words so confidently, he was really angry. His face was as cold as frost as he said, "Humph! You burned down the Honglu post house, and you still dare to talk to me like this? Do you still have any respect for the law?" However, although he looked very angry, there was only anger in his words, not coldness. Li Zishuan had made it very clear that the kidnapping of the Neon woman was just to teach the Neon delegation a lesson and to reward the woman to his subordinates. As long as Li Zishuan didn't marry the Neon woman, it was enough. According to the previous plan, once Li Zishuan wanted to marry the Neon woman, even if Li Er was reluctant, he would imprison Li Zishuan or kill him directly. After all, the engineering knowledge in Li Zishuan's head was too terrifying. Once it spread to other countries, it would bring immeasurable losses to the Tang Empire. As the supreme ruler of the Tang Empire, Li Er would never allow this to happen. There were some things that he couldn't have, and he couldn't let other countries have either. Now that the truth was out, Li Er naturally didn't have to worry about whether to kill Li Zishuan or not. Li Zishuan smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I only asked my subordinates to steal the woman, but I didn't ask them to set the house on fire. I think the fire was accidentally set by the Neon people, and it has nothing to do with me." Since Big Brother Shanbei did not report the disappearance of Shimu to the authorities, then he would definitely take responsibility for the fire at the post house. Therefore, Li Zishuan simply pushed the boat with the current and threw the blame to Big Brother Shanbei. When Li Er heard this, he was instantly speechless. During the morning court session, the current minister of the Honglu Temple reported to him the investigation of the burning of the Neon delegation's post house last night. The Neon people admitted that they had accidentally burned down the woodshed and were willing to pay for the loss of the post house. Of course, Li Er was skeptical about the Japanese's statement, so he just asked Li Zishuan to see if he could get a different answer from Li Zishuan. He didn't expect the result to be the same. Li Er said crossly, "Humph. Even if the fire was not set by your people, as a marquis, you actually sent people to sneak into the Honglu Temple to kidnap people. You are breaking the law unknowingly. I see that you are getting bolder and bolder." Li Zishuan knew that he was in the wrong, and he also understood that Li Er was not really angry, so he said, "Your Majesty, I was indeed thoughtless this time. At that time, I only wanted to teach the Neon delegation a lesson, but I forgot my identity and acted a little extreme. Please punish me, Your Majesty." This was retreating in order to advance. Anyway, Old Li didn't care about the lives of the Neon people at all. Even if he admitted his mistake, he wouldn't be punished much. Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you really give that Neon woman to a servant?" It turned out that Old Li was still worried. He was afraid that Li Zishuan would have something to do with the Neon people. Li Zishuan hurriedly promised, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. I plan to let that Neon woman marry my subordinate as soon as this matter is over. And Your Majesty, you may not know that the Neon woman has a special identity. She is the daughter of the Suo family, a top family in Neon. However, the Suo family was destroyed last year, and the Neon Crown Prince suppressed the old, weak, women, and children of the Suo family. Therefore, that Neon woman was sent to the Tang Empire as a pawn to bribe officials. Now that woman has a deep hatred for the Neon Empress and the Neon Crown Prince. When the Tang Empire's army attacks Neon in the future, she can lead the way for us." Li Er nodded thoughtfully, and then felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Neon is a barren land overseas. I have nothing to do. Why would I send troops to attack it?" Finally, the topic was changed. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you are wrong. Neon is rich in copper and silver mines. If we can conquer Neon, the Tang Empire will not lack silver and copper in the future." Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but be moved. He frowned and asked, "How do you know that Neon is rich in copper and silver mines?" Li Zishuan's face froze. After a moment, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, my master went to Neon before he died and said that Neon was full of copper and silver. Last year, Commandery Prince Hejin also went to Neon, so he must know about this. On the other hand, Neon sent so much silver and copper to the Tang Empire last year and this year, which is enough to prove that the land is rich in silver and copper. Duping Li Er into becoming interested in Neon. After the Turks in Tufan were destroyed, the Tang Empire would be able to attack Neon. This way, Li Er wouldn't turn his attention to Goguryeo too early. To be honest, Goguryeo was a tough nut to crack. The four emperors of the Sui and Tang dynasties had all sent troops to attack Goguryeo, and countless Han Chinese soldiers had died in Goguryeo. Many historians believe that Li Shimon's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo was a big failure in his life. He had made the same mistake as Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. Therefore, using Neon as a training ground for Li Er was a very good choice. If the mountain-back Big Brother knew about Li Zishuan's sinister intentions, he would probably send out all the ninjas and assassins in Neon to kill Li Zishuan. Sure enough, old Li's expression changed. He pondered for a moment and said, "But now, the Tang Empire has started to promote the use of paper Tang Yuan. The demand for copper is not as big as before." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, copper is not only used for coins. There are many things that require copper in engineering. For example, the telegraph machine requires a lot of copper because copper conducts electricity better than iron. In the future, there will be more and more places that require copper." The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched. Only now did he know that Li Zishuan's telegraph machine required a lot of copper. It was really extravagant. This was mainly because in the eyes of the ancient people, copper basically meant money. However, for something like the telegraph machine, no matter how expensive it was, the more the better. Therefore, Li Er thought for a moment and said, forget it. We will remember this matter for now. You brat, go back and reflect on yourself. The next time you do something like this, we will teach you a lesson." Li Zishuan knew that he had already planted a seed in Li Er's heart. He hurriedly cupped his hands and replied, "Yes. Your Majesty. I will reflect on myself in the coming days." After a moment of silence, Li Er said, "Since the Wei envoys are so restless and dare to blatantly bribe the courtiers, we will order all of them to go back in a few days." Li Zishuan hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, now that the Wei woman has been taken away by my men, there is no evidence for the bribery. Wei is now a vassal state of the Tang Empire. Your Majesty previously agreed to let them stay in Cheng and city for half a year. If you change your mind this time, I think the courtiers will not agree." Li Er pondered for a moment and nodded. "What you said is not without reason. In that case, let them stay for a few more days. However, you have to prevent the Wei people from going to Yanhuang College to steal the technology related to the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope. The Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations you formulated this time is very good. In the future, Yanhuang College will implement a comprehensive confidentiality management according to the regulations you listed in it." Through the previous rebellion, Li Er saw the role of the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope in war. At the same time, he also realized that these technologies should be kept strictly confidential. Otherwise, it would be the Tang Empire's turn to have a headache if other countries also had them. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy that Li Er could realize this. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will not let the small foreign countries covet the magical weapons of the Tang Empire." "Good. With your words, I am relieved." Li Er nodded. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Li Zishuan and asked, "I also heard that you have a 100 trump cards project in the college. What is the meaning of this? Come and tell me." It had to be said that Li Er was quite concerned about Yanhuang College. At this moment, he had probably forgotten that he had called Li Zishuan over to denounce him. "Your Majesty, this trump cards project is a project that I specially set up to encourage the students to create some magical weapons that will benefit the world." Hearing Li Er mention the trump cards project, Li Zishuan explained in detail the contents of the project that he had introduced to the students and teachers of the college. "Your Majesty intends to start the first trump cards project, which is the Ba River hydropower station. Currently, the Ba River Dam is only the first step. After the dam is completed, Your Majesty will use the dam as the foundation to build a hydropower station and usher in the era of electricity for the Tang Empire. At the end, Li Zishuan revealed his first trump cards project. Li Er had heard Li Zishuan talk about the Ba River Dam before, so he was not very surprised. However, he was very interested in the concept of the trump cards project that Li Zishuan proposed. After thinking for a moment, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "This 100 trump cards project can't only be funded by the college alone. The imperial court will also transfer a portion of money to support it every year. In addition, as long as the participants make outstanding contributions, I will not be stingy with money and official rewards." This basically raised the trump cards project to the level of a country. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I thank you in advance on behalf of those students for your reward." Li Er said happily, "Kid, you are getting more and more glib-tongued. When the college has really made some great achievements, it won't be too late for you to thank me." All right. Since you have asked what you wanted to ask, you can leave." "Yes. Your Majesty, I will leave." Li Zishuan cupped his hands in acknowledgement and slowly left the Sweet Dew Hall. After leaving the palace, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and said, "Phew. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, right?" He had been angrily called into the palace by Li Er, but not only had he not been punished, but the trump cards project had also received old Li's full support. Wasn't this a blessing in disguise? Chapter 1358. Bastard, I summoned him to the palace to punish him, but why did I let him leave the palace safely? After Li Zishuan left, Li Er came back to his senses after a long while. He was a little angry and helpless. Zhao Song, who was beside him, almost laughed out loud. He thought to himself, in the entire Tang Empire, only one official like Li Zishuan could make Li Er so mad. "Marquis, are you okay?" Pang Feiji asked worriedly as he came back to Yunshan. Li Zishuan had been in the palace for so long that he was even prepared to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had finally returned. "If something had happened to me, would I have been able to come back safely? His Majesty only admonished me." Li Zishuan smiled with a relaxed face and said as he walked, "Wen nation is just a small country. Who in the imperial court would care about losing a person? In a month, you will marry that Shimu of the Sui Empire. When the time comes, I will also go to the wedding." What he said was true. Wen nation was weak at the moment. Whether it was the Tang Empire, the Qin, Han, the Three Kingdoms, or the Sui Empire, none of them took Wen nation seriously. To put it bluntly, in the hearts of the Tang Empire's officials, Wen nation's status was even lower than those small Nanyang countries. This was because the Department of Commerce had tasted great benefits from trading with those small Nanyang countries last year. I will never forget Marquis's kindness. From now on, I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for Marquis. Although Li Zishuan made it sound easy, Pang Feiji could imagine the danger involved in Li Zishuan's visit to the palace. As a lord, it was definitely unprecedented for him to do this for his subordinate. Therefore, Pang Feiji was very touched and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Pang Feiji. He said seriously, "You don't have to thank me. But I have to say this first. Since my Shimu is married to you, she will be a citizen of the Tang Empire. Her heart must be with the Tang Empire. If I find that she is still thinking about Wa and betraying the country, then don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you too." This was a forewarning for Pang Feiji. He had planted a seed in Li Er's heart today, and it was very likely that the Tang Empire would attack Japan in the future. At that time, Su Wuxia's position would be a problem. Pang Feiji's expression became serious. He cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, Feiji has not reached the point of being blinded by lust. I can still distinguish between right and wrong. When the time comes, I will do it myself, even without Marquis's help." The national honor of the Tang Empire was not to be violated. Moreover, in Pang Feiji's mind, when it came to marriage, a woman should follow the chicken or dog. Since Su Wuxia was married to him, she naturally had to consider the problem from his point of view. Yes. It's good that you know. But I hope that that kind of thing will never happen. She now has a deep hatred for Hua. You'd better let her acknowledge the Tang Empire from the bottom of her heart and think that she is a citizen of the Tang Empire. This depends on your ability. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Yes. Marquis. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said yes. Li Zishuan waved his hand and motioned for him to leave. At this moment, Han Yushi had already come out to welcome him. Husband, you are back? Did His Majesty make things difficult for you? After lunch, Li Zishuan came to the academy. Taking advantage of the students' lunch break, he gathered all the teachers of the academy and held a meeting on confidentiality. These days, everyone should have read the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Then, I announced that from today onwards, the academy will officially set up a confidentiality work leading group. I will be the leader, and Mr. Wen Ji will be the deputy leader. Within the academy, all the books, materials, manuscripts, and drawings will be classified according to their importance. Some laboratories and reference rooms in the academy also had to be classified as secret places based on their importance. Moreover, the internal personnel of the academy will also be classified according to the nature and importance of their work. From the lowest to the highest, they will be classified as ordinary personnel, important personnel, and core personnel. These classified carriers, places, and personnel must be completed within a week, and all of them must be recorded. In the future, they must be managed according to the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Confidentiality is no small matter. Although these confidentiality regulations are complicated, and there will be many difficulties in implementing them, we must do things according to the regulations, because some of the secrets in Yanhuang College are not only the Academy's secrets, but also the secrets of the entire Tang Empire. His Majesty is also very concerned about the confidentiality of our Academy. Therefore, the leaders of the various academic departments must mobilize the teachers of their respective departments to take action and not let the Yanhuang Academy's confidentiality ordinance become a piece of paper. Understand? At the meeting, Li Zishuan emphasized the importance of the Academy's confidentiality management, and urged all the teachers of the various departments to carry out the work as soon as possible. Yes, Yamacho. All the teachers in the meeting room hurriedly cupped their hands in obeisance. Li Zishuan continued, recently, I will be in the academy to urge these matters to be carried out faster. In addition, regarding the 100 Trump Cards project of the academy, this project has received high praise from His Majesty. Every year, the Imperial Court will transfer a portion of the funds to support the Academy's Trump Cards project. This is good news for us. Therefore, all the departments must begin to collect the practical and useful projects proposed by the students and summarize them to me. Then, the Academy will discuss which projects can be included in the 100 Trump Cards project. This is a long-term and very meaningful task, so please keep it in mind. Yes. Yamacho. When they heard Li Zishuan say that the Imperial Court would vigorously support the Academy's Trump Cards project, the teachers present couldn't help but cheer. After all, this meant that they would be working for the Imperial Court in the future. Li Zishuan nodded and continued, in addition to collecting the good ideas proposed by the students, you can also propose or participate in some of the Trump Cards projects. Not only will you be rewarded by the Academy, but you will also have a lot of bonus points in the future professional title evaluation. In addition, I announced the first Trump Card project of the Academy, the Ba River Hydropower Project. At present, the dam of the Ba River is steadily being built. After the dam is completed, a generator will be installed on the dam. This is a very good opportunity for the teachers of the physics department of Yanhuang College to gain experience. After all, you have all learned about electricity from textbooks and have never used it in practice. Therefore, this time, the Ba River Hydropower Project, the students and teachers of the physics department of the Academy must try their best to participate in it. Yamacho is right. The teachers and students of the Academy must seize this opportunity to practice it. Mo Hui nodded in agreement. The other teachers of the Academy also nodded thoughtfully. To put it bluntly, among the 5 departments of Yanhuang College, except for the economics department. The knowledge taught in the other 4 departments was forcibly instilled by Li Zishuan. There were many things that they didn't have the time or the conditions to verify in person. Therefore, the future of Yanhuang College was very long. Marquis, the owner of the Misty Rain Villa in Jiangnan, Jing Yinhong, requests to see you. After a busy afternoon in the academy, Li Zishuan returned to the courtyard in the evening. Pang Feiji came to report to him. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Jing Yinhong? Jing Yinhong, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Wind and Thunder team? Oh, right, if this Marquis remembers correctly, he was the one who bought the first great celestial mirror, right? When the immortal mirror was first launched last year, it swept the entire Chang'an city. In order to buy a immortal mirror to please girls, Xiao Yu's grandson even asked Xiao Yu to personally write a letter to Li Zishuan to open a back door for him. At that time, the Strange Taste Pavilion mainly sold small immortal mirrors, but it would launch an immortal mirror that was as tall as a person from time to time. The price was 8,888 strings of coins, which was not affordable for ordinary people. At that time, the first 2 immortal mirrors were launched. One was bought by Chao Wendong, and the other was bought by Zheng Yinhong. Of course, what Li Zishuan was most interested in was Zheng Yinhong's other identity, the boss behind the scenes of the Wind and Thunder team. It was already April. In the ranking competition in Lantian County, the Wind and Thunder team had advanced to the knockout round with the highest points in Group A, and their strength could be said to be superior to all other heroes. Next, they would compete for the Tang Empire's League 1 team in the knockout round. However, in Li Zishuan's opinion, the Wind and Thunder team would definitely win the title of League 1 team. Yes, Marquis, the boss of the Wind and Thunder team, Jing Yinhong. He said that he has admired you for a long time, and specially came to visit you today. Pang Feiji bowed and said, invite him to the main hall and let someone serve him tea. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. Li Zishuan wanted to see what Jing Yinhong was here for today. Yes. Pang Feiji took the order and left. After a while, Jing Yinhong was brought to the main hall. Pang Feiji asked him to sit there for a while. As soon as Jing Yinhong entered the house, he was shocked by the luxurious, bright, and modern decor of the house. Hee. It's just a humble house, please don't laugh at it. At this moment, Li Zishuan came out of the study and saw Jing Yinhong looking at the decor in the house in shock. He laughed and said. Jing Yinhong came back to his senses and quickly said, Marquis, you must be joking. If this is still a humble house, there won't be any luxurious houses in the world. In the past, this Zheng's Misty Rain Villa prided itself on its grandeur and grandeur. But compared to the Marquis' Villa and the Yanhuang Academy on the Cloud Mountain, it's just a rural farm. Li Zishuan laughed and said, you're exaggerating, Villa Master Zheng. This Cloud Mountain Villa is just a little new in style, but it's not grand and magnificent. You're too modest, Marquis. Zheng Yinhong cupped his hands and suddenly got up and said, I've admired Marquis for a long time. I hope Marquis won't blame me for my sudden visit. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, it's okay. I've heard of Villa Master Zheng's reputation. Misty Rain Villa has monopolized the grain, porcelain, and silk business in the entire Jiangnan circuit. Villa Master Zheng is really good at making money. Zheng Yinhong quickly said, Marquis, you flatter me. Compared to Marquis, my ability is like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. Oh, right, I've brought some specialties from Jiangnan circuit for Marquis. I hope Marquis will kindly accept it. Qianjun, quickly take it out. At this point, Zheng Yinhong instructed the young man behind him. Seeing Li Zishuan looking at the young man behind him, Zheng Yinhong quickly introduced him, oh. Marquis, this is my son. He's been ignorant since he was young, but his character is not bad. This time, I brought the Wind and Thunder team to Chang'an to participate in the competition, so I brought him with me to let him broaden his horizons. Qianjun, why don't you quickly greet Marquis? Zheng Qianjun, who was holding a delicate wooden box, quickly bowed to Li Zishuan and said, Greetings, Marquis. Li Zishuan, who was the son of a rich businessman, became a marquis within a year. He was Jing Qianjuan's idol. Jing Qianjun, who was also the son of a rich businessman, dreamed more than once that he could be like Li Zishuan and become a marquis and prime minister one day. Jing Qianjun? Hee, there's no need to be so polite. When Li Zishuan heard the young man's name, he suddenly remembered that a person named Jing Qianjun had tipped Celestial Bane 5,000 Tang Yuan a while ago. In that case, the father and son in front of him were Li Zishuan's regular customers. Li Zishuan felt that it was quite interesting. Thank you, Marquis. Jing Qianjun straightened his body, then raised the wooden box in his hand and said to Li Zishuan, Marquis, this is the fresh spring tea that my father sent from Jiangnan 800 miles away from Hangzhou to deliver for you. This spring tea was personally picked from the back mountain of Lingyin Temple. It's fresh and tender and is my father's favorite. Please accept it, Marquis. Tea leaves. The father and son of the Zheng family were here to deliver tea leaves. When Pang Feiji saw this, he could not help but mourn for the father and son of the Zheng family. That was because almost everyone around Li Zishuan knew that Li Zishuan did not like to drink tea. Usually, even if there were guests, Li Zishuan would rather drink plain water than tea. Therefore, Pang Feiji felt that the father and son of the Zheng family had failed in their gift delivery this time. Zheng Yinhong continued Jing Qianjuan's words, I've heard people say that Marquis does not like to drink tea. He usually only drinks water. However, I feel that it's not that Marquis doesn't like to drink tea. It's just that he hasn't come across tea leaves that suit his taste. In the past, my situation was similar to that of Marquis. However, ever since I tasted the tea leaves from the back mountain of the Lingyin Temple, I can't live without them. Therefore, I specially brought a batch of tea leaves to give to Marquis. Oh, because I don't like to drink tea leaves that have been dried and crushed. I like to drink tea leaves that have just been picked. Therefore, the tea leaves that I brought to Marquis this time are also freshly picked. If Marquis thinks that it's inappropriate, he can ask the servants to dry them. Pang Feiji was a little confused. Since Zheng Yinhong knew that Li Zishuan did not like to drink tea, why did he still bring tea to him? Wasn't he looking for trouble? Unexpectedly, Li Zishuan took the wooden box from Jing Qianjuan's hand with a happy face and said with a smile, Thank you for coming here. Haha. Hangzhou's spring tea. That's great. The water quality in Hangzhou is excellent. The spring tea produced by the spring rain must be of the highest quality. Heights Lord Zhang is right. The reason why I don't like to drink tea is that I haven't come across tea leaves that suit my taste. I must taste the spring tea that Heights Lord Zhang has brought to me. I just don't know if Heights Lord Zhang has any more Hangzhou spring tea leaves. Freshly picked Hangzhou spring tea leaves. Li Zishuan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Finally, he didn't have to drink tasteless water anymore. It was just that the tea leaves that old Zheng gave him were a little too little. Yes. If Marquis likes it, I'll send a few more boxes to Marquis later. Zheng Yinhong was a little confused at first, but then he replied excitedly. Chapter 1359. 2 in 1 chapter. How did the people of the Tang dynasty drink tea? First, the tea leaves were ground into powder, then the water was boiled. After the first boiling, salt was added. After the second boiling, the ground tea could be poured in and boiled. After the third boiling, the tea was divided into teacups. That was not enough. According to personal taste, scallions, ginger, dates, orange peel, dogwood, mint, and other things could be added. Spices and other things could also be added. The taste was simply too sour. In any case, after Li Zishuan tasted it once, he could not wait to avoid all the teas of this era. Because how could this be tea? It tasted worse than Chinese medicine. In fact, China's ancient tea ceremony probably started in the Tang dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. After the invasion of the grassland tribes in the Yuan dynasty, China's tea ceremony gradually declined. In the Ming dynasty, it showed a different scene. Generally speaking, the Tang dynasty boiled tea, the Song dynasty boiled tea, and the Song dynasty boiled tea. Whether it was boiling tea or boiling tea, people used crushed tea leaves as the raw material. However, this method was completely changed in the Ming dynasty. According to legend, Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty, once visited the common people and saw that they were laboriously making dragon phoenix tea as a tribute to the palace. It was very difficult. If there was a slight flaw, they had to make it again. It wasted a lot of time and a lot of good materials. Therefore, in the 24th year of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang issued an edict to abolish dragon phoenix tea and change it to dragon phoenix tea, loose tea. From then on, Tang dynasty boiled tea and Song dynasty boiled tea. When Li Zishuan first transmigrated, he regretted that he did not transmigrate to the Ming dynasty. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Since the Tang dynasty was popular to boil tea leaves and not stir-fry tea, then he would lead the trend. However, since the beginning of spring this year, too many things had happened. Li Zishuan did not have time to search for good spring tea leaves to stir-fry. In the end, Zheng Yinhong took the initiative to send a batch of good, fresh, and uncrushed spring tea leaves from Hangzhou. How could he waste it? Moreover, this was spring tea from the Lingyin Temple. The Lingyin Temple, also known as the Yunlin Temple, was built in the first year of the Eastern Jin dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the famous tea sage Lu Yu wrote the world's first monograph on tea, the classic of tea. There was a record of the tea produced by the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou. This tea was actually the predecessor of the Westlake Longjing tea. The spring tea that Zheng Yinhong brought could also be called the dragon well tea after the rain. Therefore, when Li Zishuan heard that the tea leaves in the wooden box were produced in the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou, it was not surprising that he became so excited. Haha. This marquis has always heard that Hangzhou is a beautiful place. The north peak of the hidden spirit temple is even more beautiful, with clear hills and clear waters. The tea leaves produced in that place must taste very good. To tell you the truth, this marquis doesn't like to crush the tea leaves before drinking them. This is because it deviates from the original taste of the tea leaves. Brewing the tea leaves in boiling water will allow one to appreciate the true taste of the tea. Li Zishuan let Pang Feiji take the tea leaves, then looked at Zheng Yinhong and said with a face full of praise. Marquis is really wise. I deeply agree. When I was in Jiangnan, I heard that Marquis was a master of both literature and martial arts. I didn't expect that Marquis would have such a unique understanding of tea. Marquis is really my soulmate. Zheng Yinhong secretly let out a sigh of relief, then said with a face full of joy. Li Zishuan was also in a good mood after receiving the first-rate dragon well tea. He laughed and said, haha. This marquis also regretted that we didn't meet earlier. When this marquis has finished brewing this spring tea after the rain, I will definitely invite Manor Master Zheng to Yunshan to taste it. I hope Manor Master Zheng will be free then. It is my fortune to be invited by Marquis. When the time comes, I will definitely be there on time. What's more, although this Marquis was far away in Jiangnan, I know that Marquis is a master of fine food and wine. This Hangzhou spring tea after the rain will definitely be even more fragrant after going through Marquis' hands. When the time comes, I will be in for a treat. Zheng Yinhong laughed and cupped his hands, then looked at the sky outside the window. He stood up and said, it's getting late, so I won't disturb Marquis any longer. Goodbye. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. He secretly thought that this Zheng Yinhong was a little interesting. Usually, people who came to give gifts would have a request after giving them. However, this old man directly left after giving the gift, as if he was really just here to visit him. How interesting. As a mature adult, Li Zishuan naturally wouldn't be so stupid to think that Zheng Yinhong was just admiring his reputation and had simply come to see him. However, since Zheng Yinhong didn't say anything, Li Zishuan didn't need to take the initiative to ask. In any case, he had only received a box of tea leaves. If he had any excessive requests in the future, he could just refuse. But then again, he saw that this old man surnamed Zheng wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to adapt to circumstances. He probably wouldn't make any excessive requests. In that case, this marquis won't keep manner, Master Zheng. Take care. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to send the guest off. Marquis, take care. Goodbye. After Zheng Yinhong finished speaking, he took his son out of the door. It was really as if he didn't take away a single cloud with him when he waved his sleeves. It was extremely natural and unrestrained. My husband, why are you interested in tea leaves? Didn't you used to hate tea the most? After Zheng Yinhong and his son left, Han Yushi came out of the side hall and walked to Li Zishuan's side. She blinked and asked curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Hey. That's because I didn't come across good tea leaves and didn't use the correct method of making tea. After these tea leaves are dried, I'll make a pot of good tea for you, my wife. At that time, my wife, you'll understand why your husband didn't drink those teas before." Father, are we leaving just like that? On the cement road at the foot of Cloud Mountain, the Jing family's horse carriage galloped steadily. The smooth cement road caused the horse carriage to not jolt at all. In the horse carriage, Jing Qianjun looked at his father puzzledly and asked. Zheng Yinhong leaned against the couch in the horse carriage and replied calmly, "Why? The sky is already dark and we're still not leaving. Don't tell me you want the marquis to keep you for dinner on Cloud Mountain?" Finishing, Zheng Yinhong closed his eyes and planned to rest. Jing Qianjun said helplessly, "No, father. I'm saying that you came to Cloud Mountain today just to deliver tea to the marquis?" Zheng Yinhong opened his eyes and said unhappily, "Why? Don't I look like it? Do you want me to use these tea leaves to exchange for some benefits with the marquis? If I do that, I dare to guarantee that both of us will be chased out. This time the marquis liked the tea leaves that we send is already a great piece of news to us. If we insist on other things, it will only make the marquis feel that we're just unscrupulous merchants and not worth befriending. At the very least, we've formed a good relationship with the marquis, and this is something that many people can't even dream of. As for other matters, when our relationship reaches a certain level, even if we don't mention it, the marquis will also give us a few ways to get rich. Take a look at Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others who followed the Marquis of Yong'an. Aren't they all doing better now? So, Qianjun, you still need to practice your shrewdness. When befriending a gentleman, you must not be too unscrupulous." Jing Qianjun nodded his head thoughtfully and said, "Yes, father. I understand. But father, this time you sent the tea leaves to the marquis is really too risky. But luckily you sent it right. The marquis actually really likes fresh tea leaves. We're really lucky." "Lucky?" Zheng Yinhong smiled, then sighed and said, "Before I came here, I spent a lot of effort to send people to gather information about the Marquis of Yong'an's likes and dislikes, and I was thinking about what I should give him. But in the end, I realized that nothing I gave him was appropriate. Because the Marquis of Yong'an doesn't lack money, power, good food and wine, and it seems like he doesn't lack women. After thinking about it over and over again, father could only make such a risky move. I never expected that the marquis would actually be just like father and like father to like fresh tea leaves and not tea leaves to make soup. Now that I think about it, we're really lucky. It's mainly because of father's courage. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not dare to take such a risk." Jing Qianjun couldn't help but compliment, and then he changed the topic and sighed with emotion. "My horizons were broadened when I saw Yanhuang College and the courtyard on Cloud Mountain. Everyone says that the marquis is a disciple of the gods, and now I believe it." Jing Qianjun looked at his son with a smile that didn't look like a smile, and said, "You're about the same age as the marquis. If you're as capable as the marquis, father can die in peace. It's said that when you see a worthy person, you should emulate him. When you return this time, Qianjun, you have to study hard. Our Jing family can't be a family of merchants for generations." "Yes, father." The next day, there were no clouds in the sky, and it was clear that it was a sunny day. Li Zishuan instructed Xiao He and Xiao Shi to dry the spring tea that Jing Yinhong had sent over. Early in the morning, 2 servants of the Zheng family delivered 10 boxes of spring tea to Li Zishuan. "That's right, 10 boxes. Zheng Yinhong probably moved all of his stock over to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was delighted when he saw this. Anyway, he didn't mind having too much, so he let Xiao He and the rest dry it together. This process usually took about half a day. The purpose was to reduce the smell of grass in the tea leaves, so that the water content reached the requirements of stir-frying, and at the same time, to prevent the new tea from becoming lumpy when stir-frying. After making the arrangements, Li Zishuan went to Yanhuang College. Recently, there were a lot of things to do at the college. As the head of the Yamacho, he naturally couldn't get away. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan had just finished his lunch. When he saw that the tea leaves in the backyard were almost dried, he was excited and asked someone to bring the tea leaves to the kitchen. He wanted to personally cook the tea leaves. "Husband, how can these tea leaves be stir-fried? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly?" When Han Yushi heard that Li Zishuan wanted to stir-fry the tea leaves, she immediately followed him into the kitchen and asked. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, "Of course I didn't remember wrongly. Back then, my master drank stir-fried tea leaves, not tea powder." "What's so good about tea powder?" "Hey, wife, you came at the right time. I haven't cooked for a long time, and my cooking skills have regressed. You can cook, and I'll teach you from the side." Speaking of which, before getting married, Li Zishuan's culinary skills were still considered decent in the Li family. But after getting married, he basically entered a state of eating and waiting to die. Han Yushi made delicious food for him every day in a variety of ways. If he hadn't persisted in practicing his sword every morning, he would probably have become as fat as a horse long ago. As a result, he basically didn't know how to cook now. He had become a king of mouths through and through. Since husband insists on stir-frying the tea, then I'll help you stir-fry it." Han Yushi nodded, and then asked someone to help her find the apron that Li Zishuan invented. After tying it, she walked to the stove. She would never refuse Li Zishuan's request. Some people said that Li Zishuan doted on his wife, but it was better to say that Han Yushi doted on her husband. "Wife, the whole process of stir-frying tea is divided into 3 stages: green pot, rejuvenation, and bright pot. The so-called green pot is to initially shape the tea leaves into a flat shape within a quarter of an hour. The tea leaves are stir-fried until they are 70 to 80% dry. Next is rejuvenation. After the green pot step, the tea leaves are spread flat in the bamboo sieve and rejuvenated. It takes about an hour. The last is bright pot. After the rejuvenated tea leaves are added to the pot and stir-fried until they are dry, reducing the moisture to about 5%, and further shaping. This process takes about a quarter of an hour. After the bright pot, the tea leaves will be the finished product when they are cooled. They can be brewed with boiling water directly for drinking." Li Zishuan came to Han Yushi's side and roughly explained the steps of stir-frying tea. These were all things that he had seen on TV before. In terms of practice, he had never stir-fried it himself. Just now, when Li Zishuan was talking, Han Yushi was memorizing and thinking about the specific operation of each step in her mind. At this moment, after Li Zishuan finished speaking, she nodded thoughtfully and said, "Husband, I should understand now. Let me try." Li Zishuan said with a smile, "Hee. Wife, you can try as much as you want. We still have a lot of tea leaves at home. It doesn't matter if you spoil it." "Oh, come, let me help you with the fire. Isn't it tiring to work together with a man and a woman?" Han Yushi had long been accustomed to her husband's unconventional behavior. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, don't you need to go to the academy in the afternoon? I heard that there are a lot of things going on at the academy recently. You'd better go quickly. It's enough to have me and Xiao He here." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "It's okay. I'll go after I'm done. At most, I'll stay at the academy for a while at night." Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Han Yushi could only let Li Zishuan be. On the other side, Li Zishuan had already started burning firewood. Speaking of which, in this era, there was no gas, no natural gas, and no induction cooker. For stir-frying, they could only rely on firewood. Xiao He had already helped Han Yushi clean the pot. When Han Yushi saw that the fire was almost ready, she poured the tea leaves that Xiao Shi handed over into the pot and began to stir-fry tea for the first time in her life. Chapter 1360. Yinshan Residence, Back Kitchen. All right. Husband, what do you think of the color? Can we get it out of the pot? After working for nearly 2 hours, Han Yushi estimated the time, looked at the color of the tea leaves in the pot, and asked Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan stood up and looked into the pot. What he saw were pieces of flat, smooth, sharp, and tender green tea leaves. He looked at his wife in surprise and praised her. These stir-fried tea leaves are straight and sharp. They are flat and handsome. They are smooth and even. The color of the tea leaves is yellow and green. It is very tempting. It is really the best. Wife, you are really good at cooking. The control of the fire is just right. I am impressed. He was not bragging. The tea leaves that Han Yushi stir-fried were comparable to the top-grade Longjing tea that was sold in the tea shops in his previous life. Li Zixuan felt that marrying this wife was really a treasure. She could stir-fry tea to such a high standard for her first time. Han Yushi was happy in her heart, but she said embarrassedly, "Husband, you are talking nonsense again. I was just lucky. How can it be as good as you say?" Although she said that, the 2 little dimples on her cheeks betrayed her. Li Zixuan laughed and could not help but touch Han Yushi's white jade-like cheeks. He said, "Haha. Wife, don't be so modest. Let me make a cup of tea for you. Xiao He, you help me with the fire. Xiao Shi, have you boiled the water that I asked you to boil?" "Yes." "Young master." Yes. "Young master, it is boiling." Xiao He and Xiao Shi replied. "Good. Today, I will make a cup of tea for each of you. The best Hangzhou spring tea." After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he went out of the kitchen and personally went to get the teacups. Half an hour later, the 4 cups of tea were brewed. The green and clear tea was steaming, bringing the unique fragrance of the tea leaves into the air. Han Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi could not help but sniff. Their faces were filled with intoxication. "Husband, after the tea leaves are brewed like this, it does seem to be 100 times more fragrant than the tea we brewed before." After Han Yushi looked at the tender green and clear tea in front of her, she couldn't help but say with joy. Not to mention the taste, just by looking at the color and the aroma, the freshly brewed tea in front of him was 100 times better than the tea powder soup in the past. The tea brewed by young master looks good just by looking at it. It will definitely taste good when drunk. Xiao He blinked her eyes and said excitedly. Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Haha. Whether it tastes good or not, we will only know after we drink it. Wife, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, quickly try it. Oh, be careful, don't burn yourself." "Yes. Thank you, husband." "Thank you, young master." Xiao He and Xiao Shi were flattered. After all, this was tea brewed by Li Zixuan himself. At this time, Li Zixuan also picked up the teacup. He first put it in front of his nose and took a light sniff, then closed his eyes with a face full of enjoyment. Speaking of which, he hadn't smelled such a pure tea fragrance for more than a year, right? After sighing with emotion, Li Zixuan gently blew on the hot tea in the cup. After a moment, he took a shallow sip. There was a faint bitter taste in the mouth, and then a burst of rich tea aroma exploded in the mouth, leaving a rich aftertaste. On the other side, Han Yushi also took a sip. Then her eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Husband, this tea tastes very special. The texture is smooth, and it leaves a fragrance in the mouth after drinking it. It's simply amazing." Yes. Although Xiao He can't tell how it tastes good, I just feel that it is 10,000 times better than the tea we brewed in the past. Young master, this tea is slightly bitter, but after savoring it carefully, it is full of fragrance. This feeling is just like life. Listening to the praise of the three beauties in the room, Li Zixuan smiled and said, haha. Xiao Shi is right. Sometimes, drinking tea is like tasting life. There is contemplation in the tea, enlightenment in the contemplation, reminiscence, and life. Wife, take your time to enjoy it. I will bring some tea leaves to the academy to reward the teachers. Drinking tea is like tasting life? Han Yushi couldn't help but be startled. Then she smiled and said, N. Husband, you can go now. As for the remaining tea leaves, I will help you with Xiao He and the rest. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Li Zixuan nodded, then took a small box of freshly brewed tea leaves and went out in the direction of Yanhuang College. Mo Zhong asked the canteen to boil 2 pots of water and bring them to the meeting room. Also, bring some teacups. When he arrived at the academy, Li Zixuan directly called Mo Zhong and ordered. Yes. Yamacho. Mo Zhong was a little confused, but he still followed the order. Hey. Yamacho, you came at the right time. This is the list of secret carriers and secret places listed by our physics department. Please take a look. After Mo Zhong left, Li Zixuan had just walked into Guanghua building when he met Mo Chui. Mo Chui was holding a pile of files. When he saw Li Zixuan coming to the academy, he quickly walked over and said. Li Zixuan glanced at the files in Mo Chui's hands, but he didn't take them. Instead, he said, I'll look at this later. Everyone has been working hard these past 2 days. Rest for a while. I brought you something good. Li Zixuan said as he led Mo Chui to the big meeting room on the first floor. It was Saturday, and the students had gone home for the holidays. Only the teachers were still busy, working overtime, in the meeting room. Arriving at the conference room, Li Zixuan cleared his throat and said to the busy teachers of the academy, Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. Put down the things at hand and rest for a while. Today, I brought you something good that can lift your spirits and reduce fatigue. Everyone, have a good taste. The teachers in the meeting room immediately looked at Li Zixuan. Li Gang stroked his beard and asked curiously, Yamacho, what is it that can be so magical? Could it be some kind of medicine? No, Yamacho, you let us taste it, which means it's not medicine. Yes. Brother Wenji's analysis is correct. It seems that the thing Yamacho is talking about is a new kind of delicacy. Then this old man wants to have a good taste. Yen Silu followed Li Gang and echoed. Hearing him say this, everyone in the room couldn't help but swallow. Delicacy, and it was brought by Li Zixuan himself. How could the taste be bad? Who in the Tang Empire didn't know that Li Zixuan was a veritable food king? Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan showed the wooden box of tea leaves in his hand and said with amusement, Haha. You don't have to guess anymore. Here, it's tea. Today, I've brought you a new way to drink tea. Yamacho, here's the boiled water you asked for. At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun came in with 2 pots of steaming boiled water. Behind them were 10 or so waiters from the canteen, each carrying a tray of teacups. Give each gentleman a teacup. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, you two carry the kettles and come with me. Li Zixuan gave a simple order, and the waiters in the canteen took the lead and got to work. Li Zixuan led Mo Zhong and Mo Yun to stand behind Li Gang. The old gentleman cooperatively stepped aside. Li Zixuan opened the tea box, and immediately, a fragrant smell wafted out. Li Gang raised his eyebrows in surprise and couldn't help but close his eyes, greedily breathing in the tea fragrance coming from the tea box. Li Zixuan added a small pinch of tea leaves into the old gentleman's teacup, and then had Mo Zhong pour boiling water into it. The tea leaves first floated on the surface of the water, but they quickly sank. The clear water in the teacup had already turned a tender green color, and it was extremely tempting. Moreover, the rich tea fragrance coming from the teacup made the people nearby salivate. Gulp. What tea leaves are these? Why are whole leaves used instead of tea powder? Also, why are these tea leaves giving off such a rich tea fragrance just by soaking them in boiling water? Yen Silu said with a shocked expression. The Yen family had a long history of learning. What kind of tea had Yen Silla not tasted in his life? However, he had never seen a tea drinking method like Li Zishuan, where the tea leaves were directly soaked in boiling water. Moreover, the tea made with this method had a clear color and a rich aroma, which made him even more puzzled. That's right. Yamacho, why is your tea drinking method completely different from the way we used to drink tea? Ma Zhou also said with a puzzled expression. Li Zishuan added tea leaves into Yen Silla's cup next to him and said with a smile, I said at the very beginning that today I'm bringing a brand new tea drinking method to all of you. Don't worry, everyone, there's a share for everyone. After that, he personally placed the tea leaves in the cups of the leaders of the 5 academic departments. At this time, Mo Zhong said very perceptively, Yamacho, let me do it. I remember the amount of tea leaves you put in each cup just now. There were more than 70 teachers in this room. Li Zishuan naturally couldn't put tea leaves in every one of them. Hearing that, he went with the flow and said, That's fine. But be careful, don't burn others, and don't burn yourselves. Okay. Yamacho, don't worry. Mo Zhong responded, then took the tea box and began to pour tea for the teachers in the room. After half an hour, everyone in the room was given a cup of tea. The entire conference room was suddenly filled with the fragrance of tea. At this moment, even someone with a weak nose would be intoxicated by the tea fragrance. This tea is definitely not ordinary. I, Wang Wugong, have drunk wine all my life and don't like to drink tea. However, after smelling this tea today, I'm actually a little hungry. Haha. Everyone, please, I'll first taste this fragrant tea and see how it tastes. Wang Ji picked up the teacup and sniffed it hard. Then, he eagerly put it to his mouth and blew on it fiercely. When he felt that the tea wasn't so hot anymore, he directly took a big sip. Slurp. The sound of this old drunkard drinking tea was like slurping noodles. It really made people speechless. The texture is smooth, and it's slightly bitter. However, after tasting it carefully, one can feel the rich tea fragrance and even a hint of sweetness. Wonderful. Too wonderful. This elegant sweetness moistens my throat. I can't even bear to rinse my mouth for 3 days. This tea should only exist in heaven. It's rare to taste it in the human world. Wang Ji closed his eyes and savored it carefully. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and laughed loudly like a drunkard. Chapter 1361. In the large conference room on the first floor of the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College. The teachers sitting in the room heard Wang Ji praise the tea as if it was the only tea in heaven and the only tea on earth. They couldn't help but pick up their teacups and blow on it. Then, they began to taste it carefully. For a moment, the conference room was filled with the sound of blowing and sipping. Yes. Mr. Wang is right. This tea should only be found in heaven. It's bitter at first and sweet at last. The taste is mellow and refreshing. After drinking it, the taste lingers on the teeth and cheeks. After drinking this cup of tea, you can recollect your whole life. The realm of life is like tea. The taste of tea reveals one's nature. Yamacho's tea leaves and the method of making tea are really wonderful. It was the first time for everyone in the room to drink this kind of brewed tea. They all closed their eyes and savored it carefully. After a long time, Li Gang was the first to open his eyes. The old man had a face full of surprise as he sighed with emotion. The realm of life is like tea. The tea tastes life. Brother Wenji, you're right. A cup of tea can make people recall the joys and sorrows of life. Maybe this tea is the immortal tea. Yen Silu stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Only the immortal tea in heaven can have such a taste. Wonderful. Wonderful. This tea is so fragrant. It's sweet and fragrant like orchids. It's quiet but not cold. It seems to be tasteless. After drinking it, I feel a kind of chi between the teeth and cheeks. It's tasteless and even tasteless. The color, fragrance, and taste are perfect. This tea is comparable to a supreme delicacy. Su Hongji, Xiao Dian, Ma Zhou, and the other teachers in the room all sighed and praised the tea. Oh! Quick, quick, quick! Give me another cup of water. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't make such good tea 10 or 8 times? Wang Ji, the old drunkard, didn't have the time to sigh. He quickly downed a cup of tea and asked Mo Zhong for water. Li Zishuan was speechless. Generally, tea leaves were only soaked 3 times. The first time the tea leaves were infused with 50% of the soluble matter. The second to fourth soaking was 30%, 10%, and 1% to 3% respectively. 80% of the vitamins and amino acids in the tea leaves could be extracted in the first soak, and more than 95% of the vitamins and amino acids in the tea leaves would be extracted in the second soak. Therefore, if Wang Ji wanted to use the same cup of tea to brew it for 10 or 8 times, it was completely nonsense. If that really happened, he probably wouldn't be able to drink it himself. Oh. This old man does seem a little more spirited. It seems like this tea really has the miraculous effect of boosting one's spirit. At this time, Li Gang suddenly felt his mind become clearer. He didn't know if it was an illusion, so he hesitantly said. As soon as this was said, it immediately received the approval of many people. Yen Silu was pleasantly surprised. It seemed to be the case. Yamacho, not only can your tea taste life, but it can also boost one's spirit. It's really amazing. Ma Zhou said, whether it's color, taste, or effect, this tea is far from comparable to the tea I've drunk before. Wang Ji nodded repeatedly and said, yes, yes. That's right. Yamacho, where did you get this tea? Where can I buy it? After drinking this kind of tea, how can other teas still taste good? That's right. Yamacho, where can I buy this tea? Hearing Wang Ji's question, the rest of the people came to their senses. As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. Now that they had drunk this kind of immortal tea, how could they still be interested in the other ordinary things of the mortal world? Therefore, they had to quickly ask Li Zishuan where they could buy it. Otherwise, wouldn't they have no tea to drink in the future? The teachers of Yanhuang College didn't have a low monthly salary. Moreover, they usually devoted themselves to teaching and studying in Yunshan, so they didn't spend much in their daily lives. Therefore, most people felt that as long as there was a place to buy this tea, they could more or less afford it. But it was a pity, hee. I obtained this tea by chance from a friend. Then, I used 18 processing techniques, such as shaking, putting, pressing, spreading, swinging, sticking, grasping, pressing, grinding, and so on. Currently, in the entire Tang dynasty, or even the entire world, there are no other places that sell this tea except for the tea in my hands. Li Zishuan replied proudly. Wang Ji was speechless. He only wanted to know where to buy these magical tea leaves. He didn't care how the tea leaves were processed. At this moment, seeing Li Zishuan's smug face showing off, to be honest, although Wang Ji was usually very respectful of Li Zishuan, he suddenly wanted to punch Li Zishuan's smug face. Yamacho, aren't you tricking us? You let us taste such good tea once, but then you tell us that there's no place to sell it. You're leaving us with no water to drink in the future. The old drunkard looked at Li Zishuan with a bitter face and said. He had planned to buy some of this tea to replace alcohol. After all, Li Zishuan had told him before that excessive drinking was harmful to the body, especially for an old man like him. Yes. Yamacho, you gave us such good tea. How can we drink other tea in the future? Aren't you torturing us? Yes. Yes. Yamacho, can you get Wonderful Taste Pavilion or Drunken Immortal House to find a way to sell this tea? After Wang Ji's voice fell, the other teachers in the room began to complain, ask. Li Zishuan's face was full of helplessness. He didn't even have much of this high-quality Hangzhou spring tea. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken it out to show off. What a sin. He thought for a moment, then suddenly rolled his eyes and said loudly, ahem. Everyone. Although this tea is not sold elsewhere, I'll leave a box with Mr. Wenji. Whenever you want to drink it, you can ask Mr. Wenji for it. Okay, the tea has been tasted. Everyone, let's do your work. Mo Chui, didn't you have something to show me earlier? Bring it to my office. After giving his instructions, Li Zixuan hurriedly slipped away as if there was oil under his feet. The main thing was that more than 70 men were looking at you with bitter eyes. No one could stand it. Mo Chui hurriedly held the file and chased after Li Zixuan. Oh, this guy also took away his unfinished tea. He was probably afraid that someone would steal it after he left. Everyone in the room turned their gazes to Li Gang at this moment. In their eyes, some were eager to try, some were timid and hesitant, and some were drooling. Li Gang, who was innocently implicated, twitched the corner of his mouth at this moment. Yamacho, you're tricking me. Aren't you passing on your hatred? But when he thought of the wonderful taste of the tea, Li Gang instantly felt that if he was tricked, then so be it. This was a trap worth jumping into. Ahem. Continue with your work. As for the tea given by Yamacho, I won't keep it to myself. Li Gang straightened his face and said to everyone with a serious face. Hearing this, many of the new teachers couldn't help but feel bitter in their hearts. They thought to themselves, you are so respected. When the time comes, even if we want to drink some immortal tea, how would we dare to frequently ask you for it? Li Zixuan left a box of tea leaves for Li Gang and then sent someone to deliver a small box to Sun Simiao. This could be considered a small benefit for the medical school. After some thought, he also sent someone to deliver a large box of tea leaves to the palace. He even included the brewing method and effects of the tea leaves. This was considered a public bribe to Li Er. Logically speaking, the reason why he could live so well in the Tang Empire was inseparable from Li Er's appreciation and tolerance. Take the incident with the Japanese princess as an example. What he had done could be big or small. If it was a big matter, he would be demoted and stripped of his title. If it was a small matter, he would be reduced to a small matter. In the end, Li Zixuan forgave him because of his outstanding contributions to Yanhuang College and the Tang Empire. This made Li Zixuan feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he decided that from now on, he would be a bootlicker. Once there was something good like tea leaves, he would send a portion to Old Li and Empress Jiangsun. This way, when he made a mistake in the future, Li Er might be lenient on account of their old friendship. Even if Old Li couldn't do it, Empress Jiangsun would definitely plead for him. It was said that a bootlicker would eventually have nothing, but a bootlicker of the emperor would eventually have everything. At the same time, Li Zixuan also sent someone to inform Jing Yinhong, Jing Qianjun, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to come to Yun Mountain tomorrow afternoon to participate in the tea tasting conference. He guessed that the reason why Jing Yinhong came to visit him yesterday was probably because he was interested in the business of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. It just so happened that the land of Jiangnan was an undeveloped land for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan also had the intention to expand his business to Jiangnan. At night, in the palace. He. Servant Guanyin, you came at the right time. Li Zixuan sent someone to deliver a box of tea leaves. Come and have a taste. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Er saw Empress Jiangsun walk in with a bowl of white fungus soup. He immediately smiled. Tea leaves? If I remember correctly, didn't that child always dislike tea leaves? Why did he send a box to the emperor? Empress Jiangsun put the white fungus soup on the dragon table and then said with a strange expression. He. I am also wondering what this kid is up to. But his tea leaves are definitely not as good as Servant Guanyin's white fungus soup. Let me finish this white fungus soup first. Li Er smiled and inwardly flattered Empress Jiangsun. Then, he picked up the white fungus soup on the dragon table and began to drink it. Empress Jiangsun glanced at Li Er with her beautiful eyes, then picked up the wooden box that Li Er had placed to the side. She examined it carefully for a while, then opened the lid of the wooden box. Immediately, a burst of tea fragrance rushed out. She then saw the flat, smooth, sharp and tender green tea leaves in the wooden box. She immediately opened her small mouth in surprise, saying, "What are you talking about?" "Ah, Your Majesty. These are complete tea leaves and not tea powder. Also, these tea leaves can actually emit such a strong tea fragrance. They are definitely not ordinary." There was a note on it: take a small amount of tea leaves and put it in a cup. Brew it with boiling water. When the water temperature is not too hot, you can drink it. Drinking it can raise one's spirits, reduce fatigue, help digestion, and delay aging. Could it be that these tea leaves are immortal tea? It doesn't need to be cooked and only needs to be brewed with boiling water. Moreover, it has so many effects on the human body. Is Marquis Yong joking with us? Oh. Reduce fatigue and delay aging? These tea leaves have such effects? Hearing this, Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "Let someone brew 2 cups. Won't we know once we taste it? If this kid is bragging, I will teach him a lesson." Empress Jianghu covered her mouth and smiled, "Yes. Your Majesty." Then she ordered the servants to boil a pot of water in the imperial kitchen and bring it over. Nowadays, honeycomb coal and coal stoves were widely used. Of course, the imperial palace also had these. Therefore, it didn't take much time to boil a pot of water. In less than a quarter of an hour, an eunuch came in with a pot of water. Empress Jianghu personally took it and then said with a slight smile, "Your Majesty is always busy with state affairs and has to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. Let me make a cup of tea for Your Majesty. Let's see if these tea leaves have the effect of reducing fatigue." Saying this, she took out a small handful of tea leaves from the wooden box and threw it into the jade-white teacup. Then she lifted the pot and carefully poured the boiling water into the teacup. Trickles of water flowed down from the opening of the pot and formed a small whirlpool in the teacup. The tea leaves flowed with the flow and spun on the surface of the water happily. However, they quickly sank and the color of the tea instantly turned into a tender yellow and clear color. It was extremely tempting. Li Er originally did not pay much attention to Li Zishuan's tea leaves. However, at this moment, his expression finally became serious. Smelling the tea fragrance in the air and looking at the clear and tender yellow tea, Li Er could not help but say, "This tea has both color and fragrance. It's really special. Let me have a taste and see how it tastes." Saying this, he lifted the teacup and blew on it. Then he took a sip and closed his eyes to taste it carefully. It's slightly bitter when it enters the mouth, but after tasting it carefully, I can feel that there is a hint of fruity or faint floral fragrance in the tea. This feeling reminds me of my early military years. Yes, the taste is fresh, refreshing, and sweet. The tea leaves that had been boiled before cannot be compared to this tea. Furthermore, after I drank it, I did become more energetic. These tea leaves are really magical. Maid Guanyin, you should also try it. After a long while, Li Er opened his eyes and said with a bright light in his eyes, "Yes. For this tea to be praised by Your Majesty, this concubine must try it no matter what." Empress Jianghu nodded. At this time, a palace maid had already poured her a cup of tea. Empress Jianghu placed the cup by her mouth and took a sip. A moment later, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly blossomed with infinite brilliance. She swallowed the tea and then repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. "Green color, rich fragrance, sweet taste, and beautiful shape. Your Majesty, in this concubine's opinion, the tea leaves that Marquis Yong offered are unmatched in these 4 aspects. They can be called the 4 best." Hearing this, Li Er clapped and laughed, "Ha! Good." Maid Guanyin summed it up well. These tea leaves can indeed be called the 4 best. At least that brat Li Zishuan has some conscience. He knows to give me a portion of the good stuff when he gets it. Now that I have drunk this tea, I will not be able to drink any other tea in the future. Zhao Song, pass down the decree to Li Zishuan. In the future, he will be responsible for the palace's tribute tea. This old servant obeys the decree. Zhao Song did not know that Li Zishuan did not have many tea leaves. Hearing this, he agreed and planned to send someone to pass down the decree to Li Zishuan tomorrow.